Oh boy. Hello. It's time. Welcome, YouTube. Sorry for being late. VOD watchers, you don't give a shite, but it's fine. Anyways, I'm late on YouTube because it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I have my life put together. I don't, but you know. Anyways, phlogiston engraving is really amazing. The plan today is to yap a little bit of okay. I gotta not get too distracted before I lose all the resin inefficiency. How terrible. But anyways, I want to yap about level 100 because they made a change to it, like the day before release. So like this was like the information we got from the version 6.0 preload data, which means it's like a change that Hoyoverse made after beta pre-release kind of thing, to level 100. And basically, in my opinion, it makes level 100 a more balanced thing and less of like this really concerning thing where sometimes we have to be like annoyed about looking at like no longer are we gonna have to be like, if someone's playing Hyperbloom Raiden or other forms of Raiden or any level 100 character, we're like, ugh, what that person is doing there is completely impossible. I can't get anywhere close to that level of damage just because of the fact that they have level 100. Because that was a thing that like for Hyperbloom Raiden could have happened before with the 40% base damage increase. Now it's just more balanced across the board and it's more acceptable. This doesn't mean I think like the way they've implemented the level 100 thing is good. Like, there's a big difference with that, by the way. I don't think it's a good thing necessarily that they've implemented level 100 in this way, especially because like one important thing is like level 100 is not level 100 is like a very convoluted system to, I would say, in the generalized sense, reward long-term players. You might say, no, it's only for whales. People, I'm gonna outline how like, for the people that are like true whales, so I'm talking people who's, you know, spending a lot of money. Let's say, I don't know, what is a lot of money? 8 patches per year in Genshin? I don't know. What, $2,000 per year on average? Should we say? That $2,000 per year is proper, real big ass whale, right? Like $200 a month. But like, it's also not so insane. But anyways, like someone who's been doing that kind of wishing since like the launch of the game, that kind of whale gains nothing from this. Like this doesn't gain nothing. They gain something. But they don't have an inclination to spend extra money that they didn't already have, because they already have like all their standard character C6s. If you'd been wishing so like 10 times as much, if you're doing like 10 times is probably an exaggeration, but right, but if you've been wishing like 10 times as much as, I should have this yap later when it's more connected, but if you've been wishing 10 times as much as you had before, have then free to play players, my brain is not working clearly, then you're going to get the standard banner characters to C6 way faster. In particular, people that started towards the start of the game when there was less standard banner characters, like pre-Sumeru, right? They would be in a spot where they probably C6 all the standard characters relatively quicker, a lot quicker than other people, and like probably have accrued a lot of masterless star glitter because they do so many more wishes, right? And if they already have, if when they log into version 6.0 tomorrow and they get 50 star glitter because they spent an average of $2,000 per year, they're not going to feel the need to spend extra money. Like I think that's something that people don't understand, is that I don't think this actually is a feature that makes MiHoYo extra money. And you might say it's still a whale feature, but it doesn't really change the behavior of how whales whale, I think. Not to a meaningful degree, because this is not the same as a constellation system where like, because a lot of people still don't understand that you don't need to get you don't get the material only from the specific character. Like I don't need to get Dia C9 to be able to level 100 Dia. I can get Kaching copies and level 100 Dia, or any other character in the game. You don't need C9 Arlecchino to level Arlecchino to level 100. Anyways, but yes, the long and short is that you don't need to be. Oh, the YouTube chat is not refreshed at all. I was not paying attention. You don't need to worry about the meta relevancy of level 100 as much. So this is basically this whole app condensed into a short form without needing to care about the details that much. Level 100 on a meta pressure level of like, oh, I have enough to like level 100 one character, and I heard that Hyperbloom Raiden is really overpowered with level 100. Do I need to feel should I feel the need to use that on Raiden, or can I just use this as my favorite character and it's fine? Just use it on your favorite character and it's fine, because now, like Raiden, like the team damage for Raiden Hyperbloom from level 100 Raiden, assuming like so we'll assume like the context of Lauma because new Hyperbloom buffing unit, and then we'll use Lauma, Yelan, and Xingqiu because that's I think what the highest assumed Hyperbloom team is right now with Lauma, DPS wise, which is like 110k DPS with a C0 level 90 Raiden. If Raiden is level 100, with the previous base scaling, it was like a jump to like 140k DPS. Suddenly she is Muika level, and I would argue better than Muika level for Hyperbloom. You might be like, oh, that's a good thing because like it's a buff for Raiden. Except for in my opinion, not, because like that's so much of a jump that like it's just inaccessible, and how the stupid system works for level 100, right, is not accessible to many players. Like it just feels shy to have it completely inaccessible. Oh yeah, and Nefer's leg is in the wall. I don't think it's in the wall technically. I think she's actually standing on it. Yeah, not in the wall, or it's a little in the wall, I guess. Anywho's, you don't need to be concerned about the meta utility of level 100 anymore, because it's basically across the board. It's basically just equivalent to like a okay constellation or weapon, right? Wherein across the board it's a 10-ish% damage increase for the unit you're level 100ing, for basically all types of damage. It's more like a range of like 5 to 15%, mind you. And for Hyperbloom Raiden is still technically one of the better use cases. This would also apply to like someone like Sethos for Bloom and Aggravate, where it's like a 15% base reaction damage increase. So like that's on paper still one of the more compelling choices for it if you do care about what's the most like damage I can get out of the Masterless Stella Fortuna to level 95 100 my characters. Technically it's still best to potentially consider Raiden or whatever. But now not to a difference that really matters, because like as far as like accessibility of like getting damage improvements for a Hyperbloom Raiden team goes, Lauma's signature weapon is about the same team DPS increase as level 100 Raiden from level 90 is, right? Instead of like the massive 40% increase. So, and it also means that C2 Raiden players don't have to feel as much like it means that like C2 Raiden gains like for like crit DPS Raiden gains about the same as Hyperbloom Raiden does, right? So there's that context too, where it's like, okay, it's probably a good thing that level 100 your Raiden doesn't make the crit DPS Raiden enjoyers feel like they're more pressured to play Hyperbloom Raiden to get the most out of Raiden. Instead, it's just like equivalent damage increase. And anyone with C2 Raiden knows that like you're probably happy with how she performs, even if she doesn't like perform the same as Muika. C2 Raiden is strong enough that you can get the game's content without much issue, right? So, anyways, Roro for 4+ years playing daily is just crazy for everyone who will start a game. Yeah, exactly. Like what? So, anyways, that's my yap. As far as specific numbers, let's finish the yap, because it's not that long a yap, honestly. I should maybe wait, because I might get more YouTube viewers or whatever, but I'll just have to tell people go watch the beginning of the stream or something. What's my Columbina sketch in art? Oh, her cape is so weird. Okay. Well, wait, her cape? You mean her? I mean her hair is like a cape, right? Anyways, so it's a lack of standard 5 stars problem they're fixing, maybe. So I don't know. Anyways, like level 100, I think I'm gonna describe this moving forwards as like, this isn't like the Genshin's, like, I don't like that people are calling it C7, by the way. Like, I've seen some people call it C7. The reason I don't like calling it C7 is because it's not a constellation, right? Exactly what I described before is like, you don't need to specifically wish for an additional copy of Dia to be able to level 100 Dia. You don't have to. You don't have to wish for C7, C8, C9 Skirk to level 100 Skirk. You can use the Masterless Tuna to level 95 100 Skirk at C0, right? So calling a C7 is something I really don't like, because it's not acquired, it's acquired, not really, it's not even acquired. A lot of the thing is, I was going to say it's acquired through wishing, which is why it's like similar to Constellation. Like, I would say it's more similar, level 95 100 is more similar to Constellations than it is to the normal leveling system, but it's still connected, because like what this is like a long-term wishing reward, mostly in a weird disconnected way that functions differently from the constellation system. It's a weird merger of like the constellation system functionally and the Stardust system, which is probably part of why they call it Masterless Star Dutter Tuna garbage. And then you use that to level 95 to 100, and then the base stat increase that you get is like, you know, similar to how the leveling system works, right? So like it's this weird convoluted ass terrible shit burger of a system of multiple different systems in Genshin slapped on that ultimately is just like the conjunction of how do you increase your character's damage in Genshin, right? You increase your character's damage in Genshin by pairing them with different teammates. You increase your character's damage by getting, you know, different weapons for them, by getting different artifacts for them, by getting potentially constellations for them, and then you can increase like also by like your mechanical knowledge, of course, and then you increase by leveling up your character, right? And being that this new level 100 thing isn't connected, isn't the same way you level up characters as you level up before, functionally this is just a new system tacked on top of the existing system, and that's why it feels so shit garbage, right? Is because they're just tacking this on to an existing system rather than it like being just a separated thing. So they're trying to present it as something that's the same when it's not something that's the same, right? That's what feels garbage. I'll look at the Nefer kits later. Hopefully I was right yesterday. Hopefully they'll prove me right, and they'll make it so that Nefer's like no bloom core thing is a separate resource. Not like my rant yesterday is that what I think Nefer's kit needs to justify the no bloom core thing is she needs to consume verdant dew stacks and the stacks that she gets from no bloom core generation in a separate ability with a separate cooldown. If it's the same ability with the same cooldown, like the same limitation on it, the same exact limitation that applies to how she consumes verdant dew, it's the same exact limitations to how she consumes the other bloom stacks. If it's the same limitation, then functionally turning out bloom cores is just a team building restriction that is dickish. Anyways, so what's the change to level 100 thing? Transformative reactions are less. So, anyways, level 100 is, I'll tell you specific numbers in a second. Level 100 is now across the board just like a 10%, 5 to 15%, whatever, but 10-ish% plus or minus a little bit. Damage increase for an individual character. And the important thing to remember, of course, like if I level 100 in Nefer in pretty much not every team, but because you can play like carry in Nefer, whatever. But in most teams, a Nefer is probably not doing, you know, the majority of the team's damage. And that means if you level 100 in Nefer, while it should be like a 10-ish% damage increase for her, actually it seems like Lunar, based on the information we had before, Lunar talent damage increase is actually might be a little bit less than 10%. So she might be one of the ones on the lower range from the value gain from level 100. But I think the reason they're doing that is because of she also has the ability to, you know, trigger hyper blooms and whatever. So that means it depends on the team context again. So it depends on team context. 10-ish% damage increase. But depending on what team you're actually playing an EFA in, how much of an actual team DPS increase is a 10% damage increase on an EFA. And at the end of the day, right, that's my point, is like, it's just another high investment path, but that's only unlocked by people who have wished a lot. which largely the requirement to that is just you've been a long-term player. And if you're someone who whales, if you spend a bunch of money in Genshin, then you will get to that point sooner. Although there is the weird, stupid, again, this has to do with it being a dumbass tacked on system to like a weird, shitty burger. It's still a burger. We can enjoy it in some ways, but it's still a shitty burger. Where, you know, if even if you are a long-term player, you can just have gotten screwed by RNG, where if you won too many 50/50s, you might only have like C3 of a standard banner character, even though you might have wished exactly the same as my main account has, right? You might have wished exactly the same as my main account has over whatever amount of time. But instead of being in my situation where I have two C6 standard banner characters, and only Kaching, by the way, has actually given me past C6. Everyone else is not. So I'm right at the borderline where I've started to get C6 characters, right? And then Kaching gave me 2 copies, C7 and C8 in the last year, which is in hindsight really lucky. That's just like functionally at this point equivalent to damage improvements to Dia for me, because I'm intending this solidifies my feeling of level 100 your favorite units, by the way, is going to be the end conclusion of this. Like, I feel much more fine with the idea of level 100 Dia now that they rebalance things in a way that I think is good. Because now I don't feel like I'm missing out that... I don't think I'm missing out nearly as much by, like, not level 100ing Sethos, right? Like, or not being able to min-max another unit. So, anyways. Yeah, it's similar to Constellations. Like, again, I think it's more similar to the Constellation system than it is similar to the level 100 system. But it's important to know that, like, you know, in my case... if I wanted to get level 100 Dia, I can, because of the fact that there's the free constellation selector thing that you get over 8 weeks of playing the game, and the standard banner selector thing every year, like, if I continue playing the game, I can, like, basically guarantee at this point, probably getting at minimum 2, probably the average will go up more over time, but at minimum 2 Masterless Stellar Glitter Fortuna poop per year, without really wishing, because of the selector thingies, right? Maybe more. Depending on how, like, if they reset the thing next year, the constellation selector thing or not. And if I can get 2 per year without wishing, that also is kind of weird, because it's like, it's not exactly the same as, like, it's weird. The point is, this is a leveling system that's not really the same as leveling. It's more like Constellations, but it's also not the same as Constellations, because Constellations inherently, right, is like you only get the material for the one character. Like, to get Alhaitham Constellations, you have to get a copy of Alhaitham. Whereas level 100, you can get a copy of Kaching and it turns into a damage upgrade for Alhaitham. And so that's like that's kind of fundamentally different from Constellations in a way that's really important to understand. And that's why I don't like the idea of calling this the same as the Constellation system. It's similar, but like not. Anyways, and it's also like more guaranteed value because it's tacked onto the leveling system and uses the base function of the leveling system, but with the tweaked formula for like base stat increase and reaction scaling. It's more of a guaranteed value damage increase compared to Constellations, where like plenty of characters Constellations are bad. Or not bad. Bad implies they're like actively negative. Plenty of characters Constellations are actively mostly nothing in practice, right? So level 100 is actually more guaranteed value than that. So that's a good thing, right? The fact that the good thing is that you can basically use level 100 and whoever you level, you know you're getting around a 10% damage increase. And that's essentially it. How much that 10% damage increase will matter will depend on how much of the percentage of the team's damage that unit is doing, right? So like level 100 Escoffier is not the smartest play. But if you love Escoffier, you know, don't let me stop you. Level 100 Escoffier will see the most value in a context. Also, no information has come out about talent scalings now that we have the preload. So it seems to be as just the base stat increase and then like base reaction increase, which is what was expected. So the only thing we really learned now is that they changed the base reaction scaling. So anyways, that's what they changed, and that's what I think is good. because again, it puts everything at like the 10-ish% range. But before, basically, the increase from level 90 to 100 for base reaction damage. So the most obvious context, again, is Hyperbloom Raiden from like a meta perspective. She's the easiest example. Was about a 40% base damage increase. And the team DPS increase from this was like around a 30% increase. Like a humongous increase from level 90 to 100 to a degree that like it was concerning to me, because it means like that being the case, the case being where the base reaction damage increase going up by 40% meant anytime someone saw like footage, anytime anyone saw footage of like Raiden or any other character that can trigger transformative reactions, if you didn't know how the game's base reaction damage scaling worked, you wouldn't be able to know that when you were seeing Raiden footage with Raiden at level 100 or other characters level 100, that the way that their damage scales at level 100 is meaningfully higher, to a degree that it like makes the performance you're seeing inaccessible to you if you haven't been playing the game a long time and had a bunch of like standard banner units you lost 50/50s to or whatever in some conjunction. And like, because that's the only system for getting it, right? There's no alternative system. This system for level 100ing could be so much better if there was some alternative. Even if it was like something that was very not worth it as far as like how grindy it would be in another way. If it was just like something really terrible and ass, like you can spend 6 months grinding heroes wits or whatever. Or actually, honestly, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna say I want this, because I maintain that I think dire difficulty having no real rewards other than cosmetic rewards is a good thing. I think it's a good thing that this is a nothing reward. But what if they gave level 90 the Masterless Tuna as a level 100 or as a clearing dire difficulty reward on a more accessible level, which is the bigger problem? What if, because that would still be inaccessible to most players, right? And that would actually be more concerning to me. I would actually say, okay, if people are calling the level 100 thing 4 whales, it would actually be more of a whaling incentive if they made it a dire difficulty reward than how they have implemented it. Yeah, I actually think it might make it worse. So, but anyways, let's say they gave 2 out per year for free. Let's say, I mean, who knows, they might do this. They might do a surprise here. Thanks for playing Engine Impact for 18 billion years. And what if they gave it in the mail, just randomly during the anniversary, and then like during Lantern, right, as like rewards? We might have that. Like we've heard nothing, to be clear. Like we never had them, for what it's worth. When they announced like the reroll feathers, they had never announced that I don't think they did, at least. They never announced that they were going to give 2 reroll feathers to every account when we logged into version. Was it the Skirk patch when they added rerollers? Yeah, we did. When we logged into version 5.6, 7, whatever, when they added rerollers, no one expected to get 2 rerollers immediately when we logged in. They did. Oh, okay, never mind. I lied. Okay. Well, the hope is doomed then. Okay. Yes, I'm still talking about level 100. I was hoping that maybe they would give Masterless Tuna for free on login, like they would give 1 for free or something, so that but I don't know. Anyways, they're probably not going to. But let's say they did. Let's say they gave consistently 2 per year for free at minimum to all players. That could be a good thing, right? Like it still wouldn't like fix the fundamental problem though of like, in my case, if you want me to like list the characters that I like playing enough that I'd really like the ability to fully min-max them, and this is what I dislike about the level 100 system, is the fact that like the full min-max potential of me being able to increase this character's damage is locked away behind something that I can't necessarily get. Which is Dia, Skirk, Lanyon, Sethos, Yai, Raiden, so that's 6. And these are ones, because I'm the conjunctional player who I would care about ones that I can use where I would actually notice the upgrade. I don't think I really care about using them on Emily because while Emily is doing a lot of damage, she's not doing so much damage that I feel like I'd really notice it. But I don't know, it would be a consideration. And there's nothing like really that meaningful for like reaction shenanigans. There's a lot of electros. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. I have electro bias. Chlorine would be a consideration, but like a lower tier one. Actually, Arlecchino. So let's have 7. I mean, we can list Kave there. Honestly, actually, I would love to be able to use it in Kave. So there's 8. And honestly, as far as min-max potential goes, I would like to be able to min-max Nilu teams too, to the full extent that they could be min-maxed. You know, yeah, it's only 10-15% more damage, but like, hey. So, by the way, level 100 for a Nilu team, you don't necessarily use it on Nilu. You might. I don't know how this change actually affects Nilu teams and which unit you would want to use in a Nilu team, but I think it's still like you level Barbara or Kokomi. You would level the unit that is most likely triggering the Bloom course the most often. So, anyways, I have like probably easily 10-ish. Mualani might be a consideration too, because, you know, I have like 10-ish characters. Bennett, honestly, actually, now that I think about it. 10-ish characters. If not more as time goes on. Like, the amount of characters I have right now is far higher than the amount of this resource I will get, even if I was just 95ing each of them. And chances are they will continue to release characters at a rate that is higher than the rate at which I will acquire this resource, right? Like they will continue releasing characters specifically that I enjoy min-maxing, and that's what feels terrible. Is like I can't just like, you know, like fall in love with a new character release and like play them all the time, become a main of them, and I can't min-max their damage, like, and that's what feels shy to me. And there's so many variations of like how they could implement this in a little bit better of a way. You know, another idea again is like, why isn't there a separate resource you get for 4-star characters for leveling them to level 100? Or why isn't it like getting past C6 of a 4-star character gets you like 1/10 of a masterless tuna? So it gives you a material that can be crafted into a masterless tuna after you get 10 copies of it or whatever. There's so many like minor variations of the system that could make it more tolerable and more accessible to more players. But as it currently stands, it's just this convoluted mix of nothing for a lot of players because it's just inaccessible. Even to many long-term players, because if you got weird average distribution luck where you just have C3 of every standard banner character, like you've lost the same amount of 50/50s as I have on my main account, done the same amount of wishes, but then you lost them in a different way, like more averagely, so you don't have any particular character C6, you were farther away from being able to level 100 characters than I am, and that feels shit too. So discuss the Nefer kit with the Jeff right now. Is the Jeff down for that? I'm down. So anyways, the if you want numbers, the base reaction damage, I think I mentioned this before, hopefully I did. The base reaction damage for transformative reactions for like Hyper Bloom, Overload, whatever, was reduced from 40% increase to 15%, from 90 to 100. And it's still the same thing in the half-seas. Did the Jeff say he was down? Did he mention that, or is that something you want to see? Is the Jeff still streaming? He is. Okay.
If I were to make a guess,
What's he doing? He's still on his like. I popped in very briefly before to see if he was down with yapping about level 100 with me.
I don't really believe in any form of alcohol.
Okay. He's doing a me kind of yap where I do at the end of my streams or in the middle of my streams somehow. Yeah, he seems really tired. I don't think I asked before if he was down with chatting about level 100 today, and he's like, I'm dead tired, and then he just keeps on streaming. Yeah, I don't think Jeff is in a let's talk about Nefer's kit mood. I will hopefully try to talk with him about it tomorrow. I've been trying. But like our schedules are mismatched, and his sleep schedule seems just as apt, if not worse, than mine. In particular, from a context of he seems to get tired easier while streaming than I do. Well, I can be tired and then just start yapping. Regardless. So, anyways, yeah, he's talking about life and all that. So I don't think now is the time to talk about that. Was a Jeff. I'm pretty sure he would say the same thing I asked him earlier if I asked him about talking about Nefer's kit. But hopefully soon. this week, but it's going to be reliant on Jeff
Please rest assured
being
that I will
interested in
move on.
yapping with me. And probably not being dead tired and talking about whether or not he believes in the afterlife. But look, I've done the same thing, don't get me wrong. So level 100 is so limited you have to decide between your favorites and optimal characters to boost. Yes. So like that's my point, and like how I think the fact that this is now in the 10% range means like just use it for your favorites, yo. I just like if we're going to see this, by the way. Mark my words. We're going to see situations. Let's say if I level 100 Raiden. Or actually, it's going to happen with Dia. But let's use Raiden. Because it's more... The reason I think Raiden... It's going to piss me off more with Dia than it is with Raiden. Because Dia... Like, when I level 100 Dia... Yes. Yeah, sick. Dia should be in the neighborhood of, like, 10% or higher damage increase for Dia's damage from level 100. Cool. I like being able to min-max a character I like a lot. I like, and I think it'll be interesting to see like a C6 level 100 Dia and how that compares to like a highly invested Arlecchino. Right. But how do I have 3k attack on Nefer? I can go over that later if you remind me. My Nefer with Skyward Spine can buff EM by 250. But anyways, I'm going to enjoy level 100 Dia, but like Dia's teams, generally speaking, even with C6, right? She's going to be with C6 in particular. She's going to be doing the majority of the team's damage. Even this team, she actually does the most of any unit's damage on the team, even more than C2 Farina. I'm fairly certain. I haven't done specific calcs with my specific investment, but I've seen calcs of a lower investment version of this team, and Dia does meaningfully more damage than Farina, like at C0 Farina compared to C0 Farina and C1 Dia. So a C3 Dia compared to a C2 Dia is going to be the same relative ratio. It should be about. Actually, it might be even more exaggerated towards Dia's damage, but anyways, yada yada yappity yap. Like a 10% damage increase for Dia in Dia Overvape is probably going to be in the neighborhood of like a 5% team DPS increase with C6 Dia, is my estimate. I don't know exactly how the team is going to play, like the team dynamic is going to work, because C6 Dia, for anyone that's not aware, does extend the duration of Dia's burst, so that changes how rotations might work in a little bit. And like a 5% damage increase is like, okay, damn, nice. But let's keep in mind that a 5% damage increase is in the neighborhood of like what you can get from better artifacts. And like, I'm not saying my artifacts are going to be bad. Like, my artifacts are, really good on Dia. They're going to be near as good as I can sensibly make them. But in this team in particular, post C4 Dia, actually, it's worth noting that like my ER stats on Dia are going to be dead stats. And therefore having like HP percent or attack percent instead of this ER here would be better. Having more crit here or HP percent or attack percent instead of the ER here would be better. Having HP or attack percent here would be better. Having attack percent or more HP percent or EM here would be better instead of the ER, because C4 Dia in this team should make Dia need 0 ER. In a normalized context, I think ER still might be a little bit valuable, to be clear, to have in Stygian Onslaught. But like right now with a non-C4 Dia, this is enough ER for this team when not playing in Stygian. And that's pretty notable. In that, like, I have stats that could be turned into other damage stats that result functionally in a better than 5% damage increase for Dia. Or better than 10% damage increase for Dia, potentially. Like, there's further things that you can do to min-max Dia that are technically accessible. It's just accessible by spending a lot of resin over time. And not necessarily worth it, but, is there. And someone like Raiden is a little bit weirder of a case, though, because for Hyperbloom Raiden specifically, not Crit Raiden, there is more of a clear ceiling on how much you can scale up transformative reaction damage, because the amount of value you get from building extra EM, like past like 1,000, this also includes like your buffs and whatever, but like especially past like 1,300 EM, which is oftentimes what you can end up getting to with like EM buffs on the team. It'll be even easier in the future to get past like 1,300 EM. And like, point is, there's actually like real reduced value from EM, having a ton of EM. Unlike on like other stats for transformative reaction scaling. And that means like being able to scale the base damage from leveling your character is one of the most important things you do. It's why like if you're going to play Hyperbloom, you really want the Hyperbloom trigger to be level 90. Like that's like one of your priorities investment wise, like more important than than getting good artifacts, because you know min-maxing your build is basically a matter of like you get EM like min-maxing Hyperbloom Raiden damage is a context. What is flop in here actually? It's at 0.7%. That might increase with Llama, we'll see. You get EM main stats on 4-piece Flowers of Paradise Lost, and then you try to get as much EM as possible in substats in your Flower and Feather. That's all you do. That's literally all you do. To min-max Hyperbloom Raiden's damage. But the actual value you get from having like trying to get like 80 more EM on your Flower and Feather is not that significant relative to like the damage increase you would get from like leveling your Raiden more, including level 95 and level 100, with the reaction nerf from a 40% increase to now a like 15% about increase from 90 to 100, and half that from 90 to 95. Like it's one of the few paths available to potentially increase your bloom damage. And there's going to be people that are just like, this player is using level 100 Raiden, that's completely unapproachable. But then you will see those same people potentially see footage from Hyperbloom Raiden that is level 90 being used with Lauma. Like both contexts, same team context. Lauma, Xingqiu, Yelan, Raiden, Hyperbloom, 4-piece flop, whatever. One of them has level 100 Raiden. One of them has Lauma with her signature weapon. They will functionally be about the same team DPS. But what we're going to see is that people are going to like say, level 100 Raiden, not relatable, way too much damage. Like there's just going to be misinformation about it, that like people are going to draw conclusions that something like level 100 Raiden in a Hyperbloom context, while it is not, it's a 10% is significant. Don't get me wrong. 15% damage increase for 15% base damage increase for Hyperbloom Raiden is not an insignificant increase. But it's the same as Lauma's signature weapon. And I don't know if you've seen coverage on like people yapping about Lauma's signature weapon, like say Mr. Zajev, when he's not dead tired, probably would tell you, hey, this signature weapon probably ain't worthwhile. Why? Because for the amount of pulls it takes to acquire the signature weapon, for the damage increase it is for the team, it's like fine, but you could also use those pulls on characters. And generally speaking, getting more new characters is probably better than getting the signature weapon. But like Lauma's signature weapon is not considered, for the current context of the game, that good of a signature weapon, and it's about a 10% DPS increase for the team, from what I've seen. And level 100 Raiden for Hyperbloom is about a 10% DPS increase for the team. And quite frankly, like the point of this is that there are still alternate methods for increasing team damage, and I'm willing to bet like there will be very few people, because of the perception that the people that that have good knowledge about Genshin say that Lauma's signature weapon is bad and not worthwhile. And when there is that perception of a signature weapon, nobody complains about anyone using it.
I'm quite used to it.
I could use Lauma's signature weapon in a video of mine, and nobody would complain. Not, like, I almost bet you not a single person would complain about me using Lauma's signature weapon. But if I used level 100 Raiden, people would complain. The Apple Play Store censored Lauma? Wait, what? I want to see this. On at level 100 Kuki. Because Kuki is already, like, you're gonna, like, the level 100 for Kuki versus level 100 Raiden will exaggerate the gap between Raiden and Kuki as far as who is an ideal bloom trigger. If you want a level 100 Kuki, don't let me stop you. But I maintain, like, I think you should level 100. This resource, for the vast majority of players, is going to be so limited that you should level 100 your favorite units. Or level 95 of them. There's a pick in Discord. Which channel? Do you want to ping me quick, Sylvia? So I can find it? Or is it just recently posted? Let's see. I found it, I think. Never mind. I found it. Thank you. I mean, it's okay. Alright. It looks so much better, though. I like it. It's so much nicer looking. She's got some like nice little flower. Here, let me show it. It's so much better. She's got some like nice. Where's my button? There it is. It's so much better. It looks so much better. It just looks better. It just looks better. You can have the big boobs and it looks nice too. Like all they would have, please give me is this is alternate. Yeah, they give completely different vibes. They give completely different vibes. It's wild. The background also like being the same tone also like is manipulating my brain a little bit, I think. But so anyways, yep. By the way, I'm gonna I might become an anti-burster on Llama. Like Llama's burst is worth using, not necessarily like to a degree where you have to build, like it's worth building energy for to be able to use it every rotation. In most of her team contexts, not everyone, but like also it's like not like the end of the world if you don't. So like I might become an anti-burster on Llama because I don't know if you've seen her burst animation, but like it's some of the most like I don't know, she has some of the largest tatas of any Genshin lady, so I guess it makes sense that there's a bit of a jiggle. But it has some of the most look at the booba jiggle with like it in the focal point of the camera in the burst animation, and it's not my vibe. But I don't know. Anyways, I don't give me the flowers. I just want the flowers would look so much better. I just it's as uncomfortable as Mizukis for me. Yeah, I just want give me the flowers. It's so much better. Anyways, combat data updated. Please rest assured that Mihoyo will not blow the roof off. They care about the game's balance. Level 100 is no longer something to be that concerned about. That's the vibe. It's something that when you can do it is a one of the high investment options for being able to increase your character's damage, but no longer is it in the territory of like this is something you will. This basically almost never should result, like level 100 should almost never result in the difference of whether or not you will clear content. Like for some specific instances, to be clear, like if you're trying to do like a Stygian Onslaught dire clear, and you have two teams that can clear the two of the bosses, and you have one team that is just like you've spent 10 hours trying to optimize it. You understand the nuance of the full team and how to optimize it against that specific enemy. You've tweaked around builds as much as possible. Like let's say if I couldn't clear dire difficulty in the current Stygian with my Dia in this team. That's what I did. I spent like 10 hours doing that. It took a long time. If I couldn't, but if the end result of that was like I just can't get this past 5% of health. That would have been a situation where like, okay, maybe level 100 Dia is the difference maker. But also in my case, like I have a better path than level 100 Dia that would be more efficient, which is like C4, C5, and C6 Dia still. Would be more noticeable in many ways than level 100 Dia in that context. So, anyways, how good is level 100 Raiden for Quick Bloom Aggravate though? It should be about a 10%. Right, Raidens should be like in most contexts. Not necessarily aggravate, but for like hyper bloom, like electro units that are triggering bloom reactions, transformative reactions. Like I can tell you, Sethos is still tempting to level to 100 for me, right? Also, level 100 Sethos makes him more tanky. That's that actually okay. Actually, maybe that's another conversation I hadn't even thought to have. Is what is the value of level 100ing certain characters because they're just more annoying to play? Level 100 was being blown away out of proportion by people just to rage. Yeah, I mean it was and wasn't before. Again, because like level 100 Raiden, I think, was potentially a problem balance-wise. Level 100 Sethos, like if level 100 Sethos was getting a 40% base reaction damage increase, anytime I use Sethos, I'd be like, in the future, I would have to be like, hey guys, my Sethos is level 100. Do not take the results my Sethos is getting as representative of what you can get. Like, level 100 Sethos scales in a fundamental way that is unrelatable to someone with a non-level 100 Sethos. Like, you can't get the same damage I can get by having better artifacts. Like, that was the problem, is there were contexts like that before. Now, not really, because, like, even if I level 100 my Sethos and it is going to be it would be a meaningful damage increase for him, there's a lot of skill optimization for how well you can play Sethos. So, you know, getting level 100 in attack or HP skillers is not worth it. It's pretty much universally across the board a 10% damage-ish increase for the unit level 100ing. The question you need to ask is how much of that unit's damage is actually, how much of the team's damage is actually being contributed from that unit. Because someone like Arlecchino or Mawika, in most of their strong teams, not everyone, but in a lot of their strong teams, especially like the higher investment you go on them, like if you get a C1 Arlecchino, the more this is the case, right? The more percentage of the team's damage the unit is dealing, the more, like a 10% damage increase for Arlecchino is basically a 10% DPS increase for the team. A 10% increase for Mualani is about a 10% increase for the damage to the team, right? I don't know if specifically Mualani for sure gets a 10% increase, by the way, because I think HP scalers technically gain a little bit less value than, like, anyway, whatever. Yada yada yappity yap. I did just have the realization there that, like, because Sethos dies so often, level 100ing him both because it gives a damage increase and it makes him more tanky. I'm willing to bet I would notice. I'm willing to bet I would notice him being more tanky. It's also actually worth mentioning, funnily enough, I didn't think about this, that theoretically, if you level 100 multiple units, like, it's harder to build fanfare with Farina if you have level 100 units. Because having units have more HP means you need more healing. Like, the same amount of healing heals a smaller ratio of their HP. And Farina gives fanfare, gives damage bonus based on the ratio, not based on the total healing. So, give Arla here her C7 on poems only. You're trying to trigger me into making me have the rant I already had. On poems only, the change to this does lean me more towards just level 95, 100 Arlecchino. Yes, I will say. So yeah, that's it. That's the level 100. Yep. Let's go use the resin quick before I waste any more. We're gonna go here because we need to, and we'll look at the Nefer kit and be sad. We're gonna go here. Because I need to level 100 Xingqiu for Nilu. I don't need to, but I think there's a good chance I will like it, and I at least need to see how the team performs with Xingqiu for realsies leveled up. So yeah, I don't know. Level 100 is, I think, fine now. It's, again, mostly a nothing burger. The shitty nothing burger for even the people who can access it a little bit, like me. Like, I still kind of hate it, but I still am going to enjoy being able to level 100 Dia, right? And I don't know. I still might make I haven't reached out to any sponsors to see if they're interested in this, but I still might make a video where, because of the fact that I have C6 Yelan, I can do a really stupid ass concept video where I can wish specifically on Yelan banner, trying to get dupes of Yelan for getting Masterless Tuna to level 100 a unit. And so the concept of the video would be like, how much money does it take to level 100 a character? And I would either leave it up to a poll that I would probably post at the end of the video for people to decide on what character to level, and I would either let them. The thing is, if I let everyone choose any character in the game, they're gonna choose Chi-Chi. Let's be real. If I do that poll, if I do that video, and I'm like, here, I don't want this to, like, adversely affect my account. You can choose whatever character you want. People are gonna choose Chi-Chi. So I might do like here a poll of you can choose between Sethos, Lanyon, Kave, who's another lowish value but like not zero value unit that I would enjoy having level 100 on. Aloy, I don't have her unfortunately. I would choose her. Would it piss people off if I put a 5-star I don't like in that grouping? Amber, actually, you know what? I would do Amber. Maybe Lisa in the list too. Amber, Lisa, Kave, Sethos, Lanyon, and then I would let people pick between. But like, I think it would annoy people if I put certain units in that list. Like, I'll hate them. Have a group of, here, pick these low value level 100 units to be, and then like at the end of this list is I'll hate them. I'll pay you to play Gaming. I'm broke, please say no. I mean, look, I'll do anything with money, within reason. So anyways, like, that's I think where I'm at with that video concept. I think it's a funny video concept, but I would either just like use it on Lanyon, because Lanyon, quite frankly, is one of the lowest value units to use level 100 on, because of a couple of reasons. One, because her teams are not balanced. Like, she's doing a good chunk of damage in the teams, and increasing her damage will be noticeable, but it's unlikely to be in a way that results in her ability to clear content. And then secondarily, she has multiplier-based EM scaling damage with her passive, and multiplier-based EM scaling actually gains some of the least value from level 100, from what we've seen. So that's so this is a context where I think Lanyon might, like, Lanyon's personal damage, not the team DPS, is probably in the like 5 to 8% range, and that might be optimistic. And making her more tanky is not really that important, yada yada. Like, it would be an increase, but like not a significant one. Especially with her she's not doing 90% of the team's damage, right? It's not a hyper. Lanyon is not a hyper carry DPS. So like it'd be a pretty low value in a way that like I think it would be fine, and I like Lanyon, so min-maxing Lanyon would be cool. So maybe it'll just be like a level 100 Lanyon. But I also kind of like don't want to have Lanyon tainted at all by top-ups, even if I don't spend the money for top-ups. Even if the top-ups are sponsored by some whatever service. Even if they're sponsored, I don't know that I want to do that. But anyways. Pyro's also good. Yeah, the Traveler is an interesting option, actually. Maybe I would have to put Traveler on the list. Maybe it would be a choice between Amber, Lisa, Kave, Sethos, Lanyon, and Traveler. Because Traveler is interesting to have level 100 just because it's multiple characters, not one. Even if they're all kind of cope. So, anyways, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Level 100 is fine. It exists. It's cool as a min-max potential thing. I ain't gonna go crazy caring about it that much. I can tell you, for the units I currently enjoy the most, who I feel like I would see the value of level 100, I am planning on trying to get level 100 Dia, which is the one that will be like, I should be able to do this without much problem. I don't know why I did bring it first, it was kind of pointless. I'm gonna level 100 Dia because I'm gonna start with 2 Masterless Tuna when I log in from Kaching, and then I should be able to acquire an additional one in the worst case from the constellation selector thing, but some of it's going to depend on how the banner goes tomorrow, and we'll see. But yeah, my intent is to get level 100 Dia without doing a bunch of money spending. I want to earn level 100 C6 Dia. So we might do Dia grinding streams still, like I kind of originally was planning, to try to get an extra copy of Dia from Chronicle Banner while she's running, in order to level 1 to get her C6 sooner, but also just to be able to... Oh, there's still a bird. But also just to be able to level 100 her. So yeah, for sure, without having to wait a lot longer at least. But tomorrow already? Tomorrow indeed. Yes. Tomorrow for me it's tomorrow night. So yeah, the patch should go live at like 10 p.m. for me. We'll be doing so tomorrow's stream will be later because we'll be doing a waiting room stream. I'll probably go live slightly before maintenance happens. I think about who I should level 100 in 2 years when I can actually start getting Massless Fortuna. Yeah. And when you get that, you'll be like, wow, this doesn't really change how I can use the character. And if you really wanted to min-max, most people are going to want to min-max like 5-star characters, realistically. They're going to want to min-max 5-star characters that have another avenue. Another obvious avenue which is like constellations or signature weapon. And like, you probably should think about that more and what that does to your character unless they have really garbage constellations before caring about level 100. But it's like a little bit rough if you're like, you know, an Al-Haytham player with his garbage constellations, and for some reason the fact that Mihoyo refuses to let you get even a constellation for free. But like, he has bad early cons, so they're not even really worth pulling, and like level 100 will be one of the ways to scale his damage in a way that's more noticeable than his constellations even, and makes it a little weird and unfortunate, right? So anyways, yes, level 100 Bennett is gonna be one of the more compelling choices. I think the fact that the transformative damage, they decrease transformative reaction damage. You know, I should put free net healing. Oh, I don't even really need it. D is gonna take all damage, but the fact that they reduce the transformative reaction scaling again is a good balance change, but it does mean again on a mega meta level there's less need to concern yourself with level 100ing someone like Raiden, and more reason to maybe consider someone like Bennett, who can be a 1 to 2% damage increase for many characters, rather than, you know, you getting a 10% damage increase for one character, right? But I ain't doing that because Bennett works well enough at level 90 for me, and a 2% increase isn't so significant that I want to do that. And also, I think the game is like, I feel like they've been pretty clearly making new main DPS units that don't necessarily want Bennett in their best teams. Like, Skark is an attack scaling unit that doesn't want Bennett in her best team. Flint is an attack scaling unit that doesn't want Bennett in his best team. Nefer, I don't know, I haven't looked at her kit yet, might be an attack scaling unit that doesn't want Bennett in her best team. I suspect, well, actually she might. My suspicion is Nefer is not an attack scaling unit. So maybe the more correct description is Nefer is going to be a main DPS that just is not attack scaling. So like, the last 3 main, that is to say the last 3 main DPSs they've ever released haven't wanted Bennett. And if that trend continues to any meaningful degree, for like main DPSs they release not caring about Bennett as much, the lower value level 100ing Bennett is, right? Never's EM focus, that was my expectation. So I'm not surprised. The point stands. I just phrased it poorly before. The point stands is that they're releasing main DPS units who do not care about Bennett in their best team. Yeah, Sucrose is the new Bennett for not correct. And level 100ing Sucrose is not really relevant. So, oh, she is a tag EM hybrid? Oh, frick. Ah, frick. Oh, then maybe Bennett isn't her best team. For now, at least. She's a tag EM hybrid? Bro, okay. I'm gonna call it, without even looking at what exactly the scaling is. I'm gonna call it, I think I'm right. I think I'm right. I think Columbina is going to buff EM and attack. I don't know for sure if it's going to be full team EM or if it's only the on-fielder or full team attack. I'm going to call it Columbina is going to buff attack and EM. Otherwise, she wouldn't freaking have that in her kit. That's my theory. I don't think she'd have it in her kit. Never, that is. She's dual scaling, but attack scaling is low. Yeah, so, okay. I don't know. I don't think she would dual scale at all if that wasn't an intended aspect for Columbina. I heard Columbina's a main DPS LOL Malika style. Yeah, you heard that from the person that has gotten, like, information wrong constantly lately, by the way. And everything on a design level, what they're doing, is heavily indicating towards... Columbina might have a main DPS playstyle. Might. But, like... This, like... So, I sincerely hope they are wrong. Because... I also hope they're wrong on a level of, like they could make Columbina a best-in-slot unit for non-cry teams because she works like Muika. Like, they could make her just only, like, not even an on-fielder. Just works like Muika on a level of, you know, she has a 5 billion% scaling burst when you press Q on her. It activates buffs, and it does 8 quadrillion damage as soon as you press Q. I sincerely freaking hope that's not what Columbina is. Anyways. You're going to level 100 travel when you get the chance because you like the traveler, also because so many people are going to be mad or confused because it's traveling not optimal in the slightest. I mean, as far as the value you get from, you know, the number of different character kits that get improved by level 100, technically it's one of the most efficient things to do. if your priority is just having the most units level 100, you can get like 7 characters for the price of 1 level 100. Anyways. We need to save this? No. We need to... No, we'll condense tomorrow. Should I save 1, though? Wait. How much resin do I generate by this time tomorrow? This time tomorrow... I'll have 180 resin. How much time does it take to generate 20 resin? No, it'll be fine, because... Yeah, I'll condense... No, wait. No, frick. No, I have to have... Sorry. So, my brain is waffling here, because... just in case anyone's not aware... When you condense your resin, it's, you know, condensed resin is being changed to be 60 resin per condensed rather than 40. And that means if you it should be that you can condense resin before the patch drops. So like right now, I could carry this 5 condensed resin into the new patch, and this would convert what used to be 40 resin into 60 resin per. 100 extra resin. Which, to be clear, is not like that matters that much. It's 100 resin, but at the same time, I'm gonna need me some resin to farm for new characters. So like, it's 100 resin, and makes sense to carry over. So what I'm asking myself right now is, being that I will have 180 resin tomorrow at about 2 p.m. my time, and the maintenance should start about 3 hours from now, like 25 hours from now. So 3 hours, you get 1 resin, so 20 times 8. Divided by, okay. Okay, theoretically, I have barely, so it should take 160 minutes to generate 20 resin. So after I generate the 180, right? And that's a little bit under 3 hours. So theoretically, I should be able to do 5 condensed resin tomorrow, and that means before maintenance, barely. And that means I should be able to, as long as I don't forget, I should be able to use all 5 condensed resin I have here today. Cool. Woo. But yeah, I just on a design level, how they've been balancing cleanse, presumably what Nefer's going to be balanced like. The fact that Ino exists and Ino is simultaneously as cope and as good as she is for a free character. Like, I maintain that she's actually pretty good for a free character. I think the people calling Ino shite are brain rotted by Genshin power creep so much that a unit that doesn't humongously increase team damage is apparently garbage. And the yes, I'm sorry, that includes you, Mr. Sejef. I think you're brain rotted by Genshin power creep at this point. I think Aino's actually a pretty good character, particularly for a free character. And I don't feel like fully going over all the context of why I think she is a nice addition to the game and good. And like, yes, I kind of hate the fact that you need to have 2 Nog Cries to make her do decent Hydra application. But also that doesn't even necessarily, it's not even that big of a deal in some contexts for her to do extra Hydro application, because sometimes you just need Hydro, and having Hydro that just happens with low energy cost without doing normal attacks for a lot of the kinds of players of this game will be a good addition. So anyways, yeah, it's not a meta context, but that's because the meta context is just, oh, unit doesn't cause DPS increase? Bad. Garbage. Poo-poo bear. Right? That's where the rhetoric of I know is bad is coming from. Isn't an objective DPS increase? Garbage. Okay. As if there's no character, as if there's no nuance to things other than like just whether or not the amount of buffs and amount of application they do results in a damage increase. And the amount of like multiplier damage they personally have. Like, there's more nuance to things than that. And having especially alternatives for Hydra application, sustained Hydra application, that's also consistent, unlike this lady. One of the most frustrating things about Freenet in this team context. Good lord. One of the most frustrating things about Freenet in this context, team context, is her inconsistent Hydra application. Like, having alternatives for Hydra application that is not normal attack based, and she buffs a little bit. Like, anyways, Aino's kit is not incredible, mind you, but like, Aino's kit and the way that other kits are being designed really makes me think that Columbina is not going to be. And the fact that Freenet is a problem in this game. Like you got, like, this maybe the simplest argument for most people is like, Freenet is still a problem, even though like they've been going out of their way. They've done a decent job in Natlan making mini units less Freenet reliant. But at the same time, she still commonly pops up all the time in different teams. And then secondarily, Aino can't do lunar reactions. Yes, she can, and she does with another Nogcry unit. She doesn't need to enable lunar reactions. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you're overestimating what lunar reactions do. One of them is a side grade to normal electrocharge, and like lunar charge is good because a Nefer is good. Lunar charge isn't good because lunar charge is good. Lunar charge is mostly whatever, but a Nefer is a good unit. So like, why does Aino enabling lunar charge matter? That it doesn't. It literally doesn't, basically. To be clear, other than making enemies that specifically want lunar reactions, but they haven't done that yet. I know someone said like the new boss does. No, I'm pretty sure the new boss, from what I saw, said lunar charge does this, or lunar reactions do this to it, and then other reactions do this to it. So like, I don't know. With how they've been balancing the lunar reaction so far, where one literally doesn't exist, it doesn't do anything different, and then the other one does something different, lunar charge, but then in practice doesn't really do anything that different as far as damage potential. Why did she need to have it? It doesn't matter. So anyways, so Freenet is a problem, right? Like, she shows up in too many teams randomly. She's even though like they're making non-cry units actively do most of their damage in a way that doesn't scale with damage bonus, Freenet is still a potential choice. Like, if you have a Key of Conscious suit, I'm pretty sure non-burst Freenet, where you skill every other rotation, is the best Hydro option many players are going to have for Flins. Like, building full HP, build Farina as if she's Nilu. Put as much HP out as possible on her. You don't give a shit about her damage. You put her on 4-piece tenacity, you put full HP, as much HP as possible on Key of Cautious Suit, and Farina will buff the team's EM. Like, if you're doing Flynn's Farina and Nefa, no burst Farina, you just sit at 50% HP the whole time. I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the best option for mini players if you have Key of Caution Suit. If you don't have Key of Caution Suit, then don't. There's no real... Well, okay. It's not that you don't. There is still value to actually having Farina, because, like, the damage bonus still does a little bit. Because you're not doing 0 damage through non-lunar talent damage, right? So you're doing some damage that still scales in damage bonus. Anyways, but then you have to, like, put in a healer if you actually want the damage bonus. So, like... The point is, they're going out of their way to make Farina not... Farina, anytime Hydro has been relevant, Farina tends to pop up in teams in the last couple of years, right? If Hydro relevant and damage bonus relevant, Farina tends to pop up in teams. And they are going out of their way to make damage bonus not relevant with new characters, but make Hydro quite relevant with the new characters. I wonder what that indicates. Like, I'd be so surprised if Columbina is only a main DPS. She might do both. She might have multiple modes and whatever, but, you know. I think making Farina potentially less universal is a good thing. The concern is how much is Columbina just going to be Farina power creep. There is the possibility that Columbina just is a much better Farina. And, like, easier to use with less, like, team restrictions with healing. I think that would be unhealthy for the game, but I think they can. It's very much possible, I think, for them to balance Columbina in a way that doesn't just straight up power creep Farina. I hope. Although I will say, just on the baseline of assuming Columbina at minimum is going to be a very compelling alternative to Farina and will be better than her in many team contexts, particularly newer team contexts. This is going to be a sad video that I'm probably going to end up making. I think it's very likely that Columbina will just be almost always basically... Like, she's just going to entirely power creep Yelan. Your Farina bias is showing? Okay. I literally just said Farina's a problem. Like, it's not Farina bias. It's... the way I engage with Genshin's meta is not by main DPSs that are overpowered. I engage with Genshin's meta by the supports. And Farina Hydro is too often a really good element to have for damage dealing in general. And damage bonus is often pretty good to have for damage dealing. That's all it is, yo. And then she also does some of her own damage on top of that, which is good. Like... Why is that? That's Farina bias? I've grown to dislike Farina as time has gone on, yo. Like, because I don't like how often I feel like I need to use this character. So anyways, I'll look at the Nefer. I'm surprised we got animation so quickly. It's a little abnormal, but anyways. Did they send out the beta earlier or something? Anyways. I'll take a drink. As far as power creep goes, I'm pretty sure that, like, this is gonna be a sad video from a support level. I'll probably okay. If Columbina is a main DPS, then she's gonna power creep C6 Yelan at C02. But if Columbina just support versus support, I'm pretty sure Columbina C0 will be better than Yelan C6. You don't like that she takes the credit for your Lanyan's team? She doesn't take the credit for Lanyan's team. I mean, well, she does in a way, because... But Farina is a problem not for Lanyan in that, like, she's taking credit for Lanyan for how the team's dealing damage. It's just that there's no other real alternatives for a unit that buffs the team's damage while also, like, making sense in the last slot. Like, there just isn't good Farina alternatives, right? I plan to try I know and Nefer teams, because the healing requirement is annoying as shit. So, anyways, but like every freaking NMO DPS is reliant on Farina. Like the NMO team DPS format is Bennett, Farina, Farazan. That's NMO DPS teams. As Farina would say, yes. Boring. So like, And the difference with DPS Lanion is that DPS Lanion, for me, is very engaging because of the dynamic of like the quick swappiness for it using Fars and charge attack, and the timing of when I use Lanion's skills and burst and yada yada. So, anyways, I think it's very likely that Columbina C0 is going to be better in practice for like an off-field supportive utility level for both. Not necessarily like stronger damage than C6 Yelan, but the buffs will be more important in more context than the damage that C6 Yelan deals. And therefore, I'm pretty sure when I go and like do side-by-side comparisons of let's use the same team, but we swap Columbina out for C6 Yelan, I'm pretty sure C0 Columbina is going to beat her. And that feels a little weird to me, but that's kind of the state of Genshin right now. Like you got to realize Yelan is hanging on. Yelan is like randomly showing up in good teams because like as best in slot in teams. Like for example, the best option for Hyperbloom. Lauma, Raiden, Yelan, Xingqiu. Yelan's hanging on by a thread because of how ass of a job they've done with giving good Hydro options. And she is a pretty decent character. But like she's hanging on by a thread. It's so very easy for them to make a unit like that is going to replace Yelan in those teams. And the only reason Farina is not better is in those teams is because like Hyperbloom does not really care about damage bonus like at all, obviously. And then Farina does worse Hydra application and worse damage if you like Farina does negligible damage basically almost if you don't have a healer. And having to put in a healer is obviously bad for that team. So, like, you don't, right? Like, those kinds of situations. And I think Yelan is barely better than Ino in that context. And, like, a big part of the reason that Yelan is actually better than Ino is because of the fact that Lauma's kit disables the Bloom's critting when you put in a second Nograi in the team. So having Ino is bad. But if they release a unit that actually buffs enough to compensate for the Nefer, or sorry, for Lauma kit turning out Bloom's critting, it doesn't matter, right? And it'll just be much better than Yelan. So I think Yelan is gonna be completely power crept by Columbina, and that's a little weird. I think that's a little feel bad. And I think that's maybe important to say from the context of anyone considering pulling Yelan since she's rerunning. In the second half and whatever, but yeah, I don't think right now. I think you should hold off if you don't have Yelan. I don't think you should be baited by pulling Yelan if your concern is having the most versatile. Like if your concern is value for your pulls. Like if your concern is I want to pull Yelan because I like Yelan, then obviously it doesn't matter. Pull the characters you like, play the characters you like. She's still gonna be a usable character. The game is not power creeping to a level where it's like, oh, Yelan garbage because Columbina exists. That's not what I'm saying, right? But if you want to like get the highest value for your pulls, the state of the game is such that like I think Yelan is she's on the edge. Hoyoverse is like letting her stand on the edge of the cliff, and at the bottom of the cliff is most of the units in the game. And she's teetering. She's teetering. And then there's concern of like Farina's not that far away from the cliff edge either, it kind of feels like. But we'll see. Farina's like she could walk away from the cliff edge easily. Yelan's like no, she's already like hanging off of the edge. That's my vibe. But anyways, if you like the character, it's not hard to use her, right? I've been like for what it's worth, I've been getting more appreciation for Yelan lately. Anyways, is there any important information they gave here? Okay, Dia's on a banner. Crazy. Anyways, wait, can you get Zyphos from this weapon banner? You can. Also Sethos. I guarantee I did not think about this as a factor, by the way. I don't like when you go here, there's no music playing. But I didn't think about this as a factor. The fact that like I guarantee you, the fact that it took me 70 pulls to get one copy of Sethos, I guarantee you like first 10 pull when wishing for Dia, I'm gonna get a Sethos as an off right up. I almost guarantee it. Like it's just gonna happen. The 4-star characters is only like friggin' 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 4-star characters. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get like 3 copies of Sethos. The game is gonna troll the shit out of me. It's just going to do it. Anyways, there's not a high chance you get Zyphos. I wanna be clear. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So like the chance you get Zyphos is like a 1 in 40. So like, don't wish in this banner specifically because of Zyphos. I want to be clear. Actually, wait, is it higher? Is it higher if you wish in the weapon? It might be a 1 in 20 if you wish in weapon banner. Because I don't know if you get. Do you get 4? No, you get 4-star characters and 4-star weapons. I think the 4-star characters and 4-star weapons are the same regardless of if you choose weapon or a character, right? I could be wrong on that. I don't actually know. But anyways, like a 1 in 40-ish chance. Assuming they do what. So normally 4-stars, like for like standard banner, for example, is the closest equivalent actually to Chronicle banner because these aren't rate up 4-stars, so it's not like the limited banner where it's a 50% chance to get a standard banner, the featured 4-star characters, one of the 3 featured 4-star characters, or a 50% chance to get any of the standard banner weapons or any other 4-star character in the game. And then, but if you lose that 50-50 for the 4-star featured character, your next 4-star is guaranteed to be the featured banner 4-star. Not the specific one you want, but like one of the 3. This banner, I believe, is more like the same as Chronicle or Standard banner, but with different possible 4-stars where you can't get any 4-star characters other than these 7, right? So that means you have a substantially higher chance of getting these particular characters, which is impactful, particularly Farazan, maybe for a lot of people. So, anyways, how good is the Chronicle banner if you don't have any of the characters? Not very good. But again, this is like treat the Chronicle banner. This is your opportunity to get these characters if you want them, mind you. Like I'm pulling Dia because I like and want Dia to be her max potential. I've enjoyed using Dia a lot, and I planned around and want to pull Deeps of her. Like value wise, as far as like how much will this improve your account strength is relatively low. Mind you, like if you get Lauma, Nilu Lauma is going to be pretty good, but that it's still like something I don't think it's on a level of you should feel like you need to pull Nilu for Lauma. Like you shouldn't. You should pull Nilu. You can get Lauma and then you can pull Nilu if you want to play Nilu, right? So anyways, the weapon banner is kind of interesting, but it's weird and it's. Weapon banner is always trepidatious. Tread with caution. 5-star standard character. Is this immediate? This is immediately available, right? Yeah, just after. Okay, cool. Sick. So I'll be able to get C4 Dia immediately. That's what I thought. And then this is login things. Okay, split over multiple days. Cool. Ujola cat? We get a cat? I don't know why my voice broke there. I was just trying to have emotion. I'm sorry. That's what I get for having emotion. I feel really weird having no music in the background, but we gotta yap about things. Our Conquest? Yeah. Clanker? Yeah, okay. Wait, we have a second Clanker now. They literally call it a Click Clank. I like the fact that we're calling a Nefer Clanker. I think it's funny. But we have Clanker too. But she's not a robot. She's the clank maker? Okay, Primo Gems music, yep, cool, nice. Battle Pass exists, TCG exists, cool. Alright, that's all, that's everything here. Banner review for Weapon Banner. This is a shit Weapon Banner, by the way. It has no fabs. As soon as you have no fabs on Weapon Banner, it's a garbage Weapon Banner, just saying. Especially being that both of these weapons are functionally supportive oriented weapons. And like Llama Sig is much better than Nahida Sig. It's still just pretty decent, but like it's decent from a context of there's not very many methods of improving Bloom Team damage outside of doing high investment things like pulling extra 5 stars like constellations or weapons. And I think Lauma's signature weapon is something that makes sense to get before you consider doing like, probably at least, before you consider doing something like Nahida's C2 or whatever, in my opinion. So that's where it's at. But like Nahida's signature weapon is not really a good one to be paired with. Yeah, so yes, they fixed level 100 balancing. You can rewind the stream if you want to hear me yap about it. I yap for like a good hour about it, I'd say. No, less than an hour. Well, actually, I don't know. Anyways, because my yappy style, so disconnected, rambly yaps. But we use chip brain instead of. If we're using clinker robots, can we use chip brain instead of bird brain? Maybe, yeah. Clinker feels like a. Okay. I didn't get that vibe from Clanker, but I can understand why you feel like it might be a slur, but I don't know. If the community decides Clanker is a slur instead of a meme word, I'll stop using it. Right now, I think it's just a funny word. I'm not going to use it that often. Yeah, his weapon pattern is garbage. It has no favs. It has Raiden's signature weapon. Sorry. Look, to be clear, Raiden's signature weapon is running. It's on Chronicle banner. It's called Staff of Scarlet Sands. To be clear, I don't. We're gonna see what happens with Lauma and Hybrid Raiden. Hybrid Raiden has struggled to keep up, I will say, with the power creeping in Abyss. But we'll see how it does. Like we'll see if Hybrid can a non C2 Raiden, Hybrid Raiden beat Dire Crab. Wait, is it a crab? The dire difficulty bloom boss, right? That's the thought in my brain. Can dire difficulty be beaten by Hybrid Raiden non C2 with Staff of Scarlet Sands? If that is possible, then Hybrid Raiden is still alive enough to like consider Staff of Scarlet Sands for her. But anyways, both of Raiden's signature weapons are running. Cool. Sack Frags is something you don't need a lot of copies of. Stringless is not something. Flute, and then yeah, like this is just a really bad weapon better. So it makes it like super to go for, in my opinion, because I think the value of the other 5-star weapon and the 4-star weapons significantly determines how much it is worth the risk going for something like a 10% DPS increase for Bloom. But I don't know, if you're bent on like, let's say you're bent on having the min-maxed of most min-maxed Nilu teams, C2 Nilu, C2 Nahida, Lauma with signature weapon, and then Key of Kachasuit on Nilu is like not like that's not the priority order, but like that's like basically the functional stopping point where the damage, anything past that investment point, the damage really kind of stops going up. So yeah, anyways, also Aoife's weapon is running. Aoife's signature weapon is running. Aoife gains kind of, I would argue Aoife gains more value. Why did they not align these properly, by the way? This bugs my brain. Staff of Scarlet Sands is under Sino. Tignari's bow is under you. Why is this not under Wander, this under Dia? Like, it's aligned. It's aligned to a grid. Explain this. Explain yourself, Hoyoverse. You've committed a sin. Anyways, like what aesthetic was this done for aesthetic purposes? Like the fact that they wanted this series of weapons next to each other? Anyways. Confirmed or denied that level 100 gets 12-15 talents. I mean, that was not the supposition that you got talent level increase with level 100 was something people were just totally hypothesizing because like previous level increases gave talent increases. But MoHoYo never announced anything, and there was never even an actual hint from any leaker that was the case, I believe, either. Not anyone worth believing. And we now have the version 6.0 preload data, and there's been no information about it. So like 99.9%, you don't get talent increases from level 100, which is a good thing. If you do, if you do, we're gonna have to make another level 100 yap video. Because that does, like, if you do get talent level increases, that does really change the formula. Like that changes the formula from like, it doesn't even make sense to level 100 Raiden. It makes sense to level 100 DM more than Raiden. Or not really. To be clear, not on a meta level, obviously. But Dia would, if you get talent level increases, Dia gains more from level 100 than Raiden does. Well, for Bloom Raiden, not crit Raiden, obviously. Anyways, I don't think there's going to be talent level increases with level 100. It's highly unlikely. We probably know by now. Anyways, but yeah, sorry. The Aoife signature weapon is basically Tole Remembrance, because Aoife's damage essentially directly scales up with attack speed, and that weapon gives attack speed. So yeah, if you're an Aoife main, maybe a consideration. And like you could lose to a pretty decent weapon. Like if you're going for Tole's if you're going for any weapon, losing to Tole's Remembrance is probably bad. For most people. But if you purposely want Tole's Remembrance and you lose to one of the other weapons, you probably don't feel bad, right? So still true, if you lose 350 in a row, the next one is Capturing Radiance. Hopefully I remember in my wishing video for... Actually, no, I'm not going to have an opportunity to do it. Well, maybe I should. Maybe I might have a... We'll see. Maybe I'll have a short yap, because... So Capturing Radiance is quite simple. So it is a pity system for 50-50 losses. The way that it works is when counter equals 3. So when counter equals 3, the next 5-star that you get, that isn't like the normal guarantee, because if you lose a 50-50, then you still have the normal guarantee system, right? So your next non-guaranteed 5-star, when counter equals 3, and you're wishing on banner, it's guaranteed to be the featured 5-star. We'll say llama, right? But the counter equals 3. Why am I using that phrasing? How does counter get to 3? When you lose a 50-50, counter go up by 1. When you win a 50-50, counter go down by 1. So that's how when you lose 3 50-50s, counter equals 3, right? 0 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. You have a guarantee. And the nuance here, though, and this is important nuance, which is where we're continuing, is when you trigger. So when you get counter equals to 3, you are guaranteed to trigger the radiance. We will trigger. It's guaranteed you see the animation. And when you trigger radiance, so when you see that animation from the special fancy wish thing, counter does not go to 0. The counter goes to 1. This is big. This is very big. As far as we understand, this is how the system works, by the way, based on the data we have. And this is where the misinformation came from originally, by the way, where we thought there was a significantly increased chance at having 2 50-50 losses. But there's not. What it instead seems to be is that when version 5.0 started, MiHoYo also started everyone's counter at 1. Like, regardless of if you had lost a 50-50 or won a 50-50 before version 5.0, MiHoYo started everyone's counter at 1 with version 5.0. So this skewed the data in a weird way, which is why for a long time we didn't actually know exactly how it worked. But now we've extrapolated out where we're like very confident this is how it works. So anyways, when you trigger Radiance, counter goes to 1. So that means when you trigger Radiance, if you lose 2 more 50-50s, that's +1/+1, you're at 3 again, your next one is guaranteed. Even though you only lost 2 50-50s. But if you trigger Radiance, lose a 50-50, counter goes to, trigger Radiance, and then you win a 50-50 next, counter goes to 0. So then you'd have to lose 3 50-50s in a row to guarantee triggering it. But if you trigger Radiance, lose a 50-50, counter go to 2. Lose a 50-50, counter go to 3, guaranteed. But if you trigger Radiance, that was not what I said. Trigger Radiance, counter at 1. Next one, you lose a 50-50, counter at 2. Next one, you win a 50-50, counter go back to 1. Right? It's always -1/+1, and it can't go negative either. It can't go negative. You don't get punished. You do not get punished for winning too many 50-50s. That would be really funny, though. You win 8 50-50s in a row, and you're at -5 and you're capturing Radiance counter. So, anyways, like right now, my main account, I think, is at 1. Because I believe what did I have? I won 50-50 for Skirk, 1 50-50 for Skirk, C1. 1 50-50 for Nefer. I've won a lot of 50-50s lately. I've gotten really lucky. The amount of characters I've gotten for the wishes I've spent has been really lucky in this account. I haven't done a bunch of top-ups at all. Like, the amount of things I've got on my account the last few patches has made it seem like I did top-ups. I haven't done anything. I haven't touched the screen of skins. I haven't touched the screen of sins in like 6 months. I ain't kidding. There's some people that think I'm like a giga whale or something. I ain't. Anyways, it's a weird system. I think it's an amazing system. Is it convoluted? Yes, but there's some nuance to this, by the way, that like there's details there that yes are important. But honestly, what I just mentioned, where it's like counter go up by 1, win, lose 50-50, counter go down by 1, win 50-50, when counter equals 3, you get guarantee, and when fancy animation trigger, counter reset to 1. That's all you need to know to start planning your pulls properly around Radiance. So like on pull arms only, to contrast for this account. So on this account, my counter's at 1. There's functionally nothing different for me right now, other than like keeping mine for the future. So like, if I'm wishing on, and remember, Capturing Radiance doesn't exist on Chronicle banner or Weapon banner, it's only on the featured character banner. So if I wish on Llama banner and lose a 50-50, my counter's at 2. And so, you know, it's still mostly nothing has changed at that point. But on pull arms only, I triggered Capturing Radiance when I got C1 Escophier. And then I wished for C6 Eons on. And got... I got about too many 5-stars in going for C6 Eons on. And I got an Emily C3, but it was 50-50 loss to Jean, Emily, and then I believe another, was it another 50-50 loss to Jean? Does anyone remember? I should go double check the footage of that. Anyways, it was two 50-50 losses is my point. So Capturing Radiance trigger on pull arms only with Escophier C1, lost 50-50, 2, lost another 50-50, 3. And then my normal guarantee I used to get a Nefer C0 on pull arms only. So I should have a Capturing Radiance trigger for Flint's on pull arms only, right? Even though I've only lost two 50-50s. So we'll actually be able to see this in action soon on my pull arm only account. Where when we get a 5-star, it should trigger the animation, should be guaranteed to be Flint's. So yeah. Anyways. With a counter at 2, you got a 50% chance to trigger Radiance. No, that is misinformation that came from what we were originally guessing the Capturing Radiance system mechanic worked like. Because of the fact that when version 5.0 started, the current stuff that fits the data is that everyone started with, like, it was weird because like we had like weird anomalies and like not being sure why like people were triggering Radiance when. There's also this is the least important part, and I didn't mention it because it's literally not important to know, honestly. It's so unlikely that the vast majority of players will never see it happen, but it's also not so unlikely that it's impossible. Capturing Radiance can technically trigger on any non-guaranteed 50-50. Where is it? It's somewhere nonsense. So consolidated probability, no, it's including Capture Radiance. Where's the stat? I forgot where it is. It's something nonsensically low. Oh yeah, the base probability triggering Radiance is 0.018%. But this 0.018% is only rolled when you have a non-50-50, or when you have a 50-50 5-star. This is, whenever you get a 5-star that's not guaranteed, this is rolled. So like every time you do a single pull, the 0.6%, right? Like imagine how rare a limited 5-star is, right? With a 0.6% chance. Sorry, not limited 5-star, just a 5-star in general. The base probability of 5-star character with any wish is 0.6%. This is 0.018%. So like 4 times, is that what it, wait, I'll just do the math myself without dividing decimal things. Makes my brain stupid sometimes. So divide by 0.018. Oh, it's much, yeah. See, that's why I do it manually. Did I type that correctly? 0.6 divided by, is that correct? Is it 30 times? Jesus Christ. Anyways, it's this tiny percent chance is much less than 0.6% at a baseline. But it only rolls this when you get a 5-star that is not a guarantee. It only rolls this 0.1, whereas like this 0.6% rolls every single time you do a wish. That's not in soft pity, at least. At soft pity, this number functionally goes up, which is how this number is extrapolated out. Anyways, This 0.018% is nonsensically low. Like, so low that, like, the vast majority of players will never see a capturing radiance trigger that isn't from this, like, pity counter system. It is essentially what it is. And, like, there's some minor nuance to, like, the exact details of this, but the important thing is the 3 consecutive losses thing, but then also remembering that the tracker gets reset to 1 when you trigger radiance, not 0. And in version 5.0, everyone, when we were trying to figure out the capturing radiance system, everyone got misled and confused because of the fact that it seems like MiHoYo started every account at 1 50-50 loss, the equivalent to 1 50-50 loss, so the counter was at 1. So it made the data really weird initially, is what it seemed to be. That's what it's thought, at least. But anyways, could be wrong. If I don't end up getting guaranteed flins with polearm, when I get a 5-star polearms only, if it doesn't trigger radiance, like the animation does not trigger, that means this actually does not represent the full nuance of it, which would be annoying as shit. Because right now I kind of like the simplicity of it. It's not super simple, but it's simple enough that it's like, yeah. So anyways, we'll see. How do I get condensed resin? Frick, how do you get condensed resin, chat? Does anyone remember? I know you get it in Leeway. I think it's a reputation request in Leeway, if I recall. So I think you don't unlock this in Leeway until you do the Archon quest. But there should be a quest that pops up to go and like talk to this reputation person that's over here. So it's not on the map. You haven't done the quest to unlock it yet, I think. And it's like reputation level 3, and the reputation is just like a weekly system where you fight some like monsters or whatever, or do exploration and yada yada to get level up. So level 100% it. Level 100 Bennett is bad. No, it's not bad. It's arguably one of the better ones, but I think it's kind of boring. I think you should level 100 your favorite units. Like, it's simultaneously high value and low value to level 100 Bennett, in my opinion. But yeah. Like, if you want Arlecchino's damage to increase, you shouldn't level 100 Bennett. You should level 100 Arlecchino. Right? What are we doing? We should level 100 Xingqiu. Should get that out of the way. Which means this is my last day of resin before tomorrow. I need how many heroes? What's equivalent is this? How many years? This is 1928 divided by 4. 482 plus 260. I'm gonna need minus 171 for Xingqiu, minus like 405 for Laoma. That's gonna leave me functionally 160. That's enough for I know. Okay, let's get more then. Actually, we'll get. I wanna go here. We'll get I find the Fontaine routes to be pretty nice. Let's do more is weird, man. The reason I hesitate on the more is because I've been intending to get in the habit of doing the artifact route, and that might be actually something we do in the stream. Oh, we need to go look at Nefer kit. Okay, sorry. Let's go teleport here and we'll look at Nefer kit. Level 95 Bennett. Level 95 Bennett is probably a 1% DPS increase for your damage dealing units. So, yep. The gotcha calculator I was using is still using the old hypothesis. Yeah, that is definitely the old hypothesis with like the 75% chance for getting the guaranteed character with a 2 streak is definitely wrong. That is like 100% known that theory was wrong. So yeah. Anyways, while it's storming here, let's go look at Nefer kit. I'm not gonna show it on screen because that is me asking to get smited by whalers. I don't have a problem usually showing kits, to be clear. Sorry, my brain. I don't have a problem showing kits when we're like basically close to release anyways. But we ain't close to release. Okay, Nefer kit. I'm gonna look at weapons first. UGC MC kit. Oh, I have to look at that too, I guess. Updated Nefer kit information. Nefer animations. Nefer enhanced charge attack animation. And there we go. Okay. Get the vibe. Get the vibe for a second. Listen to Frina giggling. Here, I'll give you no UI even while I go and look at things. Give you my live reaction, read through of Nefer's kit. Usually I don't like to do this because realistically I'm gonna misread something and misinterpret something here. I wanna stipulate this. I am going to read through this and I'm going to misinterpret something, okay? Probably. But the fundamental thing of what I yapped about yesterday, where what I want to see in Nefer's kit is with her, to justify her gimmick, I'm just assuming that the no bloom core thing is true, having not read this yet. To justify her gimmick of no bloom cores, what I want to see is her kit be able to use the Verdant Dew stacks and the stacks that she gets from no bloom cores. Like she functionally, you can treat it as she can, as far as I understand, unless this was misinformation, but it's probably not. She functionally converts bloom cores to stacks that increase her damage in some form. But for there to actually be interesting mechanical nuance to justify that, in my opinion, they need to have separate abilities in some level with like separate cooldowns, separate ways to use it. Use the stacks from bloom cores relative to the stacks from Verdant Dew. If the same ability uses Verdant Dew, is the same ability. If the same ability uses Verdant Dew is the same ability that uses the stacks from bloom cores, then functionally that is no different than if they just didn't have the stacks from bloom cores and just increase the scaling that Verdant Dew scaling does. Okay. So now let me read through. Normal attacks. Performs up to 4 kicks. Okay. This means... Wait, is she Catalyst? That was rumored before. She has 200 base EM, by the way. I love... Mahoyo, I kind of dislike this 200 base EM thing. Like, if you're going to give 200 base EM, you should go retroactively give previous characters in the game that scale on EM 200 base EM too. Like, frick you. Am I allowed to say that? Like, frick you for giving new units that scale on EM 200 base EM, but not updating old units to give base EM? I think it's just dickish, in my opinion, to make EM have a base stat now. Well, apparently the Hoyovers disagrees with me. They're like, no, this is our sales tactic. Yeah, Kazuha, Lanyan. And like 4 stars would have less. Like Lanyan would have 120 base EM. Anyways, sorry. So I haven't seen the animations yet. I'm gonna look at the animations after reading the kit. But 4 kicks for her animations, that seems like maybe some fun normal attack animations, which might make unconventional playstyle for, because one thing I'm hoping to see as I read through this, that it would also make me accept the no bloom core thing, is if the no bloom core passive, like she can generate bloom cores until you like activate her skill. So if you want to generate bloom cores with Nefer, you can generate bloom cores by not activating her skill. I hope it's not just no bloom cores ever if she exists in team. I hope it's no bloom cores only when using ability. That would be tolerable too. And then that would open up some shenanigans. But anyways, her charge attack. She enters the slither state. Okay. Consuming stamina to rapidly move forward up to 2.5 seconds. Okay, so this is probably mostly an exploration ability like Lauma. But she turns into a snake. Okay, I mean, look, if she turns into a snake, I might be convinced, just on the level of I like snakes. But if I pull this character just because I like snakes, that is not because I like the kit design. It's because I like snakes. Okay, just saying. Anyways, when the skill button is released, the duration ends or stamina runs out. Nefer will exit the slither state and consume a certain amount of additional stamina to deal dendro damage to opponents. Okay. Additionally, unleashing elemental skill, Sinet strategy, Dance of 1,000 Nights, or sprinting while Nefer is in the slither state will not cause her to exit the state. Okay. So does that mean you are intended to do a charge attack, enter the slither state, and then use her skill? That's what that kind of reads like to me. So maybe this actually will be important to use in combat, unlike Lama's thing. That's funny. Anyways, the charge attack, this is all attack scaling damage, and it's all very low scaling, except the charge attack has a little bit of okay scaling, but not really. And charge attack stamina drain is 18.1 per second. Okay. That's highly specific. Is that the same as like the other special sprints things? I don't know. Anyways, elemental skill. Dance that dissolves dynasties. Blah 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 blah. Words. Nefer charges forward, dealing AoE dender damage and entering the shadow dance state. Okay, more states. While in the shadow dance state, if you have at least one verdant dew, or charge attacks will be replaced with the special charge attack, Phantasm Performance. As two initial. This is just, bruh. This is just Navia. Guys, this is just Navia. This is just Navia, but Dendro. This is exactly what I didn't want, based on reading the skill. I haven't gotten to the passive yet. We'll see. This is just Navia. This is just Navia. Except I don't know if she can be quick swapped yet. I don't know that for sure. That doesn't mean her gameplay is gonna be boring to me. It just means she's green Navia with 2025 numbers probably. So, like, and probably less team versatility. This is exactly what I kind of didn't want, because I want them to do new things, not the same thing they've done before, but new colors. So, anyways, like the cooldown is 9 seconds. You have 2 initial usages. You build stacks of things through a reaction triggering mechanic. You do 2 skills per rotation and get a big front load of damage. Anyways, okay. It doesn't say the skill does lunar bloom damage, by the way.
The sun feels almost as hot as those studio lights I'm in front of all the time.
Which is interesting.
There
Listen, blind. We'll read the rest anyways. If you have at least one verdant dew, her charge attacks will be replaced with a special charge attack, Phantasm Performance. And this scaling is all in her skill scaling, by the way, so this means you probably almost assuredly, for normal gameplay for Nefer, you almost assuredly do not level her normal attack. You probably just level her skill and maybe her burst, assuming her burst does damage. So anyways, Phantasm Performance, 2 hit damage is 54% plus 108.9%. Phantasm Performance, 3 hit damage, Shade, 216% EM. Okay, so usage is 3. What the frick? Okay. Okay, so the special charge attack, Phantasm Performance, has 2 usages. Okay, we're gonna have to read the rest of the kit. Maybe it could be wrong. Based on the fact that there's a bunch of different scalings here. And then there's the Phantom Performance usages thing. Means I could be wrong, and it might actually work differently than Navia a little bit, and hopefully a good way. Anyways, burst. Grant revelation of the mysteries of blah 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 blah. Deal AoE dender damage. She consumes all veils of falsehood. Okay, cool. Don't know how she gets that. Probably in her passive. Increase the damage dealt by the current elemental burst. Wait, so is Veils of Falsehood her bloom conversion stack? Wait. Is my hope coming true? Is the bloom core conversion thing only for her burst, and then her skill is verdant dew? Is my hope coming true? Please? Anyways, this is big ass scaling, by the way. It doesn't say it does lunar bloom damage. Is that just missing from the text of the kit? None of it says lunar bloom damage. Let me check the other post that said clarification on updated Nefer kit with additional info. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna close the original one. Okay. Again, I don't want to get smited by Mihoyo. I'm gonna go here. Give me a second. I need to show you why I'm laughing. Okay, so I'm gonna go into my photo editor. I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna blur it. Okay, ignore everything I just read before. Quite frankly, ignore everything I literally just read, because this new one that says updated Llama kit or updated Nefer kit has 5 billion more lines of text. It's so much more. Oops, I just okay. File, new, paste that. Okay. And then let me go to the previous one. It's so much more. It's so funny. I was having it in my brain a little bit. I was like, it's slightly surprising that this like doesn't have that much text because like most Genshin character kits have way more text like for like saying it does this highly specific thing in this highly specific condition in this highly specific state. And like it was like, oh, this is a surprisingly simple kit description for once. And I thought it was because like her passives were gonna have a bunch of like words clarifying what the things were. No, it's that this initial imagery for some reason was just very incorrect. So anyways, I'm gonna blur this effects, blur, just blur it a hecking lot. There we go. So it's not readable. There. So Mihoyo doesn't smite me. Okay. So, let me grab my thingy. There we go. Bam. So this is what I was initially reading, where, so this stuff down here is the scalings. This is just like lore text right here. So the actual ability description of her skill was this little section here, right? This little section here was her ability description. And then I clicked on the updated kit. Because I was like, okay, where's all the, because I was getting confused of like, where's all the clarification of what the different, because she had like 500%, she had like 10 different things in her scaling, like, for the description. So you understand why I laughed? So if you're looking at Nefer's kit from the same source that I was originally, and you are looking at the one that is really short, this one, ignore that one. It's probably near useless because it just doesn't have the real information. So it's gonna take me a second. It's gonna take me a little longer to read through this one. Oh my god, it's so funny though. It went from like, oh, this is really simple, to this is one of the more convoluted walls of text I've seen. But that might be a good thing. That might be a good thing. Okay? Okay. That might be a good thing. I'm not gonna tell you where I found it, sorry. I'm too scared of Mihoyo smiting me. For day one leaks. It's not that hard to find if you do some Googling, I'm sure. But anyways, I also am not going to tell anyone to not tell you in chat where they found their information. But, you know, I'm not going to become the tier 1 source. I mean, I'm giving you React information, not, I don't want to be the source of information. So, Twitter, I bet. I mean, I don't use Twitter, but, you know, yes, you can, people share things on social media. Crazy. You can find multiple ways of doing this. Anyways, okay, so I'm gonna come back to the skill because clearly the skill is what her kit revolves around and has a big ass wall of text that we need to read and understand. But it does say it does lunar bloom damage in there, by the way. So I'm gonna go read her burst quick, and then I'm gonna read her passives, and then because I think the passives. Oh my god, her constellations, by the way. Guys, she has. Okay, hey, we have a good example. What is this character? This is maybe a good thing. Like, this much text means hopefully there's nuance to her kit, and it's not like the situation I didn't want where like she's just super lame. You know this constellation? She seems to have this wall of text for her constellations for C1, C2, C4, and C6. I'm not kidding. Never kit written by Dostoevsky. Just show the text. So Jeff is also doing it. It's fine. I'm on YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube right now, Penguin. There's a difference. Sorry. YouTube has systems, and Hoyoverse has systems. I know for a fact that scan through content on YouTube. Twitch is a little bit different in that I could just, one, the VOD is by default temporary, and two, I can just like if I show it, I have to delete the VOD. So I'm not going to. It's probably fine, mind you. I'm like 90% certain it's fine. But it's really not hard to find yourself. I'm sorry. And I'm gonna basically read things verbatim other than the fluff. The constellations, we're not looking at the constellations right now, they're just really funny though. It was just really funny scrolling down and seeing how long they are. Oh, okay. This went from like, oh, this should be a simple character. This is a good thing. It's probably a good thing. Thanks, Mahoya will know type of it. A master's thesis more at OC's skill and cons. Yeah, there you go. Are they OP? I don't, bruh, sorry, I'm still reeling from how much text there is in this kit. Oh boy. Anyways, it's so funny. Okay. Non-big wall of text passive. She has a wall of text passive. Non-wall of text passive. We're going passive. Actually, no, the burst is short. So burst, grant revelation to the mysteries of the blah, 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 blah. AoE Dendro damage. When unleashed, she'll consume all veils of knighthood. After absorbing Seeds of Deceit via the passive talent Wager of Moonlight, Nefer gains this effect, thereby increasing the damage dealt by her Phantasm performance. Okay. Phantasm performance is part of her skill description, by the way. Veils of Knighthood is something, I think, from... Yeah, Veils of Knighthood is what her stack is from her passive. Okay. Each stack of Veils of Knighthood increases the damage dealt by Nefer's Phantasm performance by 10%. Why is... Okay, that's funny. The line for each stack of Veil of Falsehood increases damage dealt by Nefer's Phantasm performance by 10%. But Nefer's Phantasm performance scalings are in her skill scalings, not in her burst scalings, but the description for the Veil of Falsehood increasing her Nefer... the Phantasm performance damage is in her burst description. Okay. The initial maximum number of stacks is 3. Okay, so there's a pretty strict limit on... So my assumption is when you trigger blooms, you get Veil of Falsehood stacks, which means there's a pretty strict limit. So that means Zajeff's hope that Xingzhou might be best in slot, it might not be true, because having extra Hydra application past three bloom generations in a set amount of time might not be relevant. Might not be relevant. I don't know for sure. We'll see. With each... This is just vibing thing. I should shut up and finish reading. Anyways, increases Nefer Phantasm damage by 10%. Maximum stacks is 3, which each stack lasting for 9 seconds. Each stack's duration is counted independently to increase the damage of the by the current. This must be a translation problem. Okay, so that's a little bit weird. I think this is a translation issue to some extent. I believe this is basically just her burst does more damage based on the stacks from the bloom conversion thing. And it says 1 hit damage is a lot, and 2 hit damage is also a lot. But this one doesn't say lunar bloom damage. Her skill description, I can see at the end of it. I haven't finished reading that. I just glanced through it. It does do lunar bloom damage. Her burst doesn't do lunar bloom damage. So that means the scaling value is different comparison-wise. Also, lunar bloom talent damage is, I believe, functionally... The simple comparison is multiply lunar bloom talent damage scaling by 3, and that is to bring it up to like compare that properly-ish to the equivalent scaling of non-lunar bloom talent damage. But this is kind of interesting in that her burst, if it doesn't do lunar bloom damage, but has this big of a scaling, like it's... So the 2-hit damage... I don't see any clarification of why there's a 1-hit and 2-hit here. So I don't know if you get both hits. You should get both hits, I assume. It just says it does the damage. But it's probably just a delayed effect. I don't know. It's weird. The description of how this burst is dealing damage is a little goofy. So anyway, 60 energy cost, 15-second cooldown. 15-second cooldown burst is kind of interesting considering her skills starts with 2 usages. And it's a 9-second cooldown, which implies she's doing like 18-second rotations at shortest. But then burst can fit in shorter. So this means you could do burst plus... Like you do something... You could do 15-second rotations, but they're not going to be 15-second consistent rotations, or like some rotations you'll do 2 skill, some rotations you'll do 1 skill. So it'll be dynamic rotations, which makes me more likely to enjoy this character. But again, it's like Navia-ish in the same way. But okay, so anyways, burst does damage. How much damage? I don't know. Go ask Jeff. That's not the question I'm going to answer right now. I don't exactly know the relevancy of it, but her burst does damage. It's interesting that it says it doesn't do lunar bloom damage as all. But that's why the scaling is so big, presumably. If this was lunar bloom damage and the scaling was as high, I'd be like, concerned. but it's not. Like, it doesn't say Lunar Bloom damage, so that scaling makes more sense. It's not that insane of a healing scaling, I don't think. Okay, so passive, the short passive, Nefer's EM, each point of Nefer's EM beyond 500 will increase her attack by 0.4. A maximum of 200 attack can be gained in this manner. That's not very much attack. That's I will say anytime there is a stat conversion passive, if it has a cap, it's an ass passive. This is a passive that's garbage, I will say. But let's see. So how much EM does that take? 0.4, so 200 divided by 0.4. It takes 1,000 EM to max out that passive. So you build her with 1k EM and she gets a 200 bonus attack. But like, whoop-de-doo. What's her base attack? She has 344 base attack. Bruh, they're making a whatever. They're making a mostly EM scaling unit. And she has 344 base attack. Like, the fact that she has... What's her weapon scaling? Let me go check. 6.1 weapons. I don't know what these 4-star weapons are. These 4-star weapons are either gacha weapons or story weapons. Okay, that 4-star weapon, that seems like a Nefer weapon. That's probably a gacha weapon. Yeah, it's probably a gacha weapon. Oh, wait. Oh. It's crit damage substat. Ah. It's probably a gacha weapon. Wait. They're making gacha weapons that have crit? Wait, also... What the frick is this? Sorry. No, the 4-star weapons are throwing me for a second. So the 4-star weapons, there's a catalyst. Wait, I assume it's a catalyst. I actually don't know for sure. I'm just guessing based on the name. Frost Star. At level 90, it's 510 base attack, 55.1 crit damage. So they're actually releasing a 4-star weapon that has crit substat. Crazy. But it's probably a gacha weapon, mind you. So, not that impressive. Like, wow, crazy. They're actually making 4-star gacha weapons maybe okay. Rather than, well, okay. They've always been maybe okay. But now it's like maybe actually pretty decent. So anyways, for 10 seconds after a charge attack hits opponents, elemental mastery is increased by 72. For 10 seconds after an elemental skill hits opponents, elemental mastery is increased by 48. This is at R1, so those values should double. So like at R1, this is 55 crit damage, 510 base attack, and like 130 EM. 260 at R5. And that means the refinement scaling is probably not that crazy, by the way. Like that's probably a pretty low value refined scaling, so it's probably a pretty decent. It's probably gonna be Lamas. It's probably gonna be Nefer's best 4-star weapon, other than Widzith. Sorry, because Widzith exists. Like for reference, Widzith with half uptime, right? We should go compare to Widzith. So that gives 130 EM at R1, like 260 at R5. This is just shitty Widzith, actually, isn't it? this is just shitty Widzith. It's the same base stats, but an R5 Widzith, right, gives you attack, and she does have some damage and skills and attack, so at the very least, she gains value from the attack. The elemental damage bonus, she's going to gain the least value of, probably. But her burst, if her burst is not Lunar Bloom damage, her burst should scale with damage bonus. So it shouldn't be useless for her still. So none of these should be useless. They all should be pretty decent, but like just comparing the EM passive alone, right? If we have every other rotation uptime, because Widzith is every 30 seconds, right? If we have every other rotation uptime, you can treat Widzith as on average, for example, giving 240 EM. That's assuming you got the EM buff specifically, but all the buffs are at least beneficial in some way, is my thinking. So like, on average, an R5 Widzith is the same as R5 of this probably Gacha Catalyst. So, Widzith is 1/3 chances to be good. Why are you assuming the other two buffs are bad? Like, she gets damage from attack still, and she should get some damage from damage bonus still. I just don't know exactly how much. So, like, no, it should be 480 divided by 6. Okay, but 1, you can optimize around Widzith. 2, the other buffs still get value. I just said this. The other buffs still get value. She gets barely anything from damage percent and attack. How much? I don't like people saying barely anything and not actually being able to back it up with a number. Like, to be clear, I hate Widsith. I am Widsith hater. There's a reason this shit ain't equipped. I am Widsith hater. I would rather use this new weapon than Widsith on her. She's a new 5-star main DPS. She's going to have high enough scalings that I don't feel like I'm going to need to use Widsith to clear content. I'm a Widsith hater, don't get me wrong. But I am on a level of how do you actually calculate the value of Widsith with its stupid RNG bullshit. I do not think you calculate by dividing by 6. I do not think that makes sense for what the actual value of Widsith is. Anyways, burst adds 10% DPS. That's pretty decent. So, and there's like front-loaded damage utility. If burst is adding 10% DPS at a baseline, and this can give 96% damage bonus to her burst, and her burst can be way more front-loaded damage bonus, that could like result in faster clears. It probably won't matter from a Stygian Onslaught perspective though. So, anyways, like, if you get this new gotcha, what the point is that, you know, let's not get distracted with specific numbers that don't matter that much in my opinion right now. If you get this new gotcha weapon, I would probably consider using it over Widsith, but I don't think you need the point is that I don't think you need to feel like you should pull the 4-star gotcha weapon over Widsith. Like, I don't think it's going to be such an improvement in practice. So 8% lower DPS compared to Froststar, yeah, that's not that much. Like, whoop-de-frickety-doo. Whoop-de-frickety-doo. Didn't Jeff say he was tired? Is the bro doing calcs now? What is wrong with Jeff? Go to sleep, dude. Anyways, I'm curious what Lost Prayers would be like. But anyways, Widsith is better than the craftable though. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So, anyways, bro says I don't want to talk about level 100 with me, and then he goes and does, and then he was gonna be doing calcs for like 3 hours. So, anyways, the polearm is 620 base attack. So, for reference, 620 base attack is the same as Alley Flash. So it's the highest base attack 4-star weapons can have, and there's never been a polearm that had 620 base attack. So I'll let you stare at Farina. For 6 seconds after a skill is used, attack is increased by 8% and ER is increased by 6%. Maximum 3 stacks. This effect can be triggered even when the equipping character is off-field. That's a Columbina weapon. Moving on. Is Columbina a polearm? Who the hell is this for? It's a good Nefer weapon, mind you. Scofier? Yeah. It's good on a Scofier, don't get me wrong. It is. But I don't think it matters on a Scofier that much. Why? Because a Scofier's damage doesn't matter as much. Well, it depends what Scofier team you're playing. Mind you. It depends. It will be good on a Scofier depending on the context. Depending on the context. It like, particularly, this is R1 by the way. So with like, like it's worth acknowledging. So by the way, this gives 9% crit rate at like, I want you to I want you to understand. 620 base attack means much lower crit rate substat. This has 9% crit rate. 9. It's making me German. 9. It's not a lot. 9% crit rate is not impossible to build on Scofier. I mean, I built a Scofier for a non-crit weapon. It's fine. It's usable. But like, 9. When fully leveled. So, like, it's not like it's, I don't know. This is the same as like 9% crit rate is low enough that like you're gonna end up balancing your build in the same way you balance a Scofia's build around like Fav, or Serpent Spine is actually a better comparison because Serpent Spine gives 8% crit rate. So, anyways, the fact that it's high base attack though is cool. I like this actually more for a Nefer than I do a Scofier, because a Nefer converts attack to EM for herself and other units. So giving her a whack ton of attack, like giving her a high base attack, and giving I like the idea of this on a Nefer a lot. So, anyways, better than Serpent Spine. I mean, so Serpent Spine is 674 base attack plus 8% crit rate, and then 36% ER. This, in comparison, is 620 base attack, a tiny bit more crit rate. And if your skill is hitting multiple times and it procs off field, at R1 you get 24% attack and 18% ER, right? So, like, so for a Nefer, what does she have with 674 base attack times, well, sorry, 620 plus, I think she has like 340 base attack. Wait, I can check. What am I doing? I was gonna check without, like, whatever, but Nefer, where are you? Where are you, dear? Hello. 1004. Yeah, okay. So I think I was actually bang on. Easier on myself. 23. Nope, 330. All right. I was 10 away. Oh no. Okay. So 330 means with this new poem she'd be at 950 base attack, so times 0.24 is 228 additional attack, so plus 950. So she's starting at like it's more attack value for her, but less ER value. So the damage value of this new polearm, again, it's probably a gotcha weapon. At R1 is probably higher for Skyward Spine, but you know, less ER. So you'd need more ER substats. So like, I'd say at R1 this weapon is probably relatively similar in value for a Nefer as Skyward Spine is probably my vibe. But that might be a little bit of a misread on it, particularly in the context of Nefer does have some teams where she has lower ER needs. I've been playing Nefer in a lot of teams where she has a little bit of higher ER needs, but sometimes significantly higher ER needs, mind you. So it depends. I'd be surprised if there was just like them releasing a gotcha weapon just for a Nefer though is not that incredible. And by the way, this is probably a pretty okay weapon on Flins. Flins does use his skill multiple times, but I don't know if he can keep up the stacks on it. I don't remember. Does anyone remember what his? I guess I can check. I think it's in his kit description. Mr. Flins. Can he keep up the passive on this? His special skill cooldown is 6 seconds. So he keeps up 1 stack on it. So, no. You show a Nefer's build? Oh, sure. I mean, did I not just show it? It's 4-piece Gilded Dreams with triple attack percent. Because I'm a weirdo. I did the calcs though. This circlet is extremely minorly better for a Nefer's damage than my crit damage circlet, which is this piece. It's very, very minorly better. It's actually better for her damage on average than this circlet. But I'm running triple attack percent on Gilded Dreams. And yeah. So anyways. Yep, she has a lot of attack, and she gets more attack from buffing happening from Shivers, Tenacity, and then 4-piece Gilded Dreams. So this Nefer buffs Dia's EM by like 250. It's great. I love this. I love this Nefer build right now. I can swap to Catane, I think, which I might do in, you know, Stygian contexts. I haven't meaningfully actually tested that. I might have to test that before Stygian goes away today. But anyways, wow, I'm making really good progress. I've been streaming for 2 hours and I haven't done any exploration. Wow. Anyways, I thought Kit Links would come out tomorrow. I thought I was gonna be safe, but I'm not. So, yarp. Anyways, that's the Nefer build. So this polearm I don't think is that relevant for Flints, realistically. Like if you have, I think Skyward Spine is better for Flints than this weapon probably.
is my vibe, almost assuredly. But there's some nuance to it than that, because whether or not Skyward Spine is relevant on Flynn's depends on a little bit of your build path for Flynn's, because he has an interesting build path, and whether or not you want to build extra energy on him to use his big burst more often, because that can be valuable. Anyways, the thing I actually originally came here for was like, what is the base stats of freaking Nefer's weapon? And as expected, it is a 542 base attack weapon with a frick ton of crit damage. It is 88.2 crit damage, 542 base attack. Wait, is this the first catalyst that has that? I think it is. I think this is the first catalyst that has fat crit damage stat stick. Passive crit rate gives 8% when the equipping character unleashes the skill. Then again, this only works on Nefer effect. Sorry, that's not actually what it says, but that's whenever I start reading weapons nowadays and it says they gain this specific effect, it usually just gives me a vibe of this is only applicable for this character. Oh yeah, Nuvilet's weapon. I forgot. Sorry. So anyway, sorry. Crit rate 8%. When the equipping character unleashes their skill, they get 80 EM for 12 seconds. So that would be active on many other characters. So at a baseline, this is already a way better generic stat stick than Nuvilet's weapon. I will tell you that. Like, Jesus Christ. It's way better. Oh, this might be better on Yai. Oh, kill me.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
No. The second part of the passive. Is this better on Yai? Ah, frick me. I don't... No, that's a lot of crit value. But Yai likes attack for the teams that I play her in. But 80 EM, it's important to remember, converts to like the 12% damage bonus for her skill. So like this 12% skill damage bonus plus 16 crit value in the passive. And the base stat situation is probably a wash compared to Kagura's. Okay. I hope I don't actually... I'll do the calcs. Not now, but later. Eventually. Not today. Eventually. Before the patch comes. Oh, frick. Am I going to really be baited by a weapon just because it's a better weapon in Yai? I hope not. Anyways. The second part of the passive is the passive that like their weapon design usually has. Basically reads, this only works on Llama. Or, sorry, Llama. This only works on Nefer. I guess technically this works for Llama too, actually. So, actually, no, it doesn't really. No, it basically says it only works on Nefer. So anyway, when the equipping character deals Lunar Bloom damage, they gain Moon of Truth. Crit damage increased by 24%, so even more crit value, yay. But it's for 4 seconds. That's why it doesn't work on Llama. When both the Secret of Lies and Moon of Truth effects are active at the same time, the result of both effects will be increased by 50%. So, so that means... they gain the Secret of Lies. Okay, the crit rate by 8% is not part of Secret of Lies, it's just the EM. So that means you get 120 EM and 36% crit damage, and... So for Nefer, you get 36% crit damage, 120 EM, and 16 CV from the passive. Jesus Christ. Alright, sure. This SIG weapon, I'm just going to call it the SIG weapon is going to be 20% better. And the SIG weapon... might make sense to go for, depending on how the other weapons on the weapon banner is, but if this polearm and... Okay, what they have done in the past, by the way, for these 4-star gacha weapons, because I'm assuming these are 4-star gacha weapons, is they run one on the first half and run one in the second half. I would imagine they're running the 4-star catalyst on her weapon banner, which is probably going to, for the relevance of pulling on this weapon banner for Nefer, it's going to slightly increase the relevance of the weapon banner for Nefer. Also, by the way, I just had the realization. Froststar might be a pretty good weapon, particularly with refines for Mualani. You might be like, what? How? You can do a charge attack. It's clunky, mind you. But like, let's be real. Is Froststar going to be clunkier than Widzith on Mualani? Like, is doing a charge attack to trigger the passive that much clunkier? The question is, does the extra Hydra application from the charge attack interfere with your ability to get vapes properly in Mualani, which might be a problem. So it's clunky, but anyways, whatever. Sorry. Interesting weapons. The signature weapon is good stat stick weapon, but mostly just big damage increase for Nefer, most likely. I imagine it won't be that necessary to pull for because Nefer's going to be strong enough at a baseline that it's going to be whatever. But it's very possible that, you know, as is typical with dire difficulty, you know, whether or not you can clear dire difficulty easily with Nefer might be like whether or not you have this SIG weapon. Yada yada. We'll see. Or it won't matter at all. We'll see. I don't know. We don't know the kit balance. I don't know the exact team DPS. Nefer with weapon and passive active has 420 EM with no artifacts. Yeah. Welcome to 2025 version 6.0 Luna 1, where characters have 5 quadrillion million base stats, where if you get the character and their signature weapon, you basically don't need artifacts. If for some reason I end up getting Nefer and her signature weapon, maybe I'll do another no artifact video. Where its character will work perfectly fine without artifacts. Anyways. You don't need to stress farming artifacts. They work fine without them. Just weapon banner your life away. Anyways, sorry. Okay, back to her actual kit. So that attack passive is kind of garbage. It probably is going to be maxed out because it seems like she's much more EM scaling than she is attack scaling. And getting a tiny bit of little attack is kind of whatever. I feel like the only reason she's attack scaling is because it's likely that Columbina, at least in some form, gives some attack, and therefore it means she gets more value from Columbina. That's my vibe.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
But I could be wrong.
The people would adore
It's
me so much.
I'm hypotheticaling. Vomfia's Nefer at 98k, Zajef 125k. Probably clear up coming days. Interesting. That is quite a big difference. What I think about Flynn's, he seems to be. I will give that he was boring on the initial look from what we've seen, and the more we saw from him, the more interesting his kit became. But I don't feel a need to get him on my main account, but I'll have a lot of fun with him on my Polearm account. That's my vibe. Seems like a fun main DPS if you like. If he seems interesting to you, but do you need to pull him? No, you don't need to pull anyone in this game, unless you care about clearing dire difficulty every single patch. In my opinion. She loses 36% of her team DPS without Llama. I mean, as soon as we heard that she doesn't generate Bloom cards, I was like, oh, it's doomed. Llama is going to be a huge increase for her. Yeah, this is just the way they're doing things now, by the way. If you want characters' best teams, they seem to be release units' best off-fielder support that is pretty meaningful for team options in some way or team DPS. And if you don't have them, well, big sad. Yep. Triple Dendro teams would never actually meta according to calcs. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised right now. If that is the case. If not, it is the case. Anyways, let's finish reading the passive. So buffs depending on Moonsign, Ascendant Gleam. So Ascendant Gleam versus the other one, whatever, is how many Not Cry units. So, but I'm just going to assume she wants 2 Not Cries. Actually, yeah. There's only a description for Ascendant Gleam here. So okay, yeah, okay. She wants 2 Not Cries. Anyways, if you don't have Llama for her, you use Ino. It's almost like Ino was released as a free unit to make sure that their kits work properly. Wow. Anyways, Jean unleashes her elemental skill Sinette strategy. Any Dendrocores. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Hoyoverse. She can generate Dendrocores. You just have to don't press her main thing her kit does. But hey. This means I can snake. I don't know what her animations look like, but this immediately opens up stupid shenanigans with her. Okay. This immediately is now fully on the tier of like, if I tell Zajef this, I'm gonna be like, hey Zajef, I'm gonna play Nefer without pressing her skill. Zajef's gonna be like, ugh. And it's the same thing. Like, quite frankly, this is the same thing as like playing Skirk without freeze, right? We're like, hey, I can just go into Sneck mode if I don't press her skill. I'm assuming, I haven't looked at the animations, but based on the description, right? She said she goes into Slither mode, right? But like, I can do her charge attack, she's a catalyst, I can do Dendro application. Like, you can use this character's kit and do something with her. It's just gonna be bad. Like, it's just gonna be really bad compared to you like using her skill. And Oh, also, oh yeah, you can just do no to not cry. That's two. There's two different conditions. One, this is only active. That's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right. The no bloom course thing only happens one when you use her skill, and two if you have two not cries. You're right. I didn't even think about that. You can also just not have two not cries and still use her skill, which is good because that means you'll actually get energy, presumably, which is probably important. You might get less energy though, which might be a problem. But, anyways, the point is, yay! One of my hopes came true. I might actually be able to enjoy this character. She has flexibility. She isn't just exists and then no bloom cores. She is want to do no bloom cores, but is not never no bloom cores. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mihoyo. At least doing that. Even if the rest ends up being boring, like I can enjoy her high DP. This is Skirk now. This is Skirk style now. Where this is like, this is why I came around, had my video yesterday where I was like, depends on how they implement it, right? Where like, it's not inherently problematic that they do something that like restricts and highly incentivizes certain styles of teams as long as they offer some flexibility for doing something. And they did it. So good job. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, it took 5 years to read the passive, sorry. Some people were probably just like waiting for me to read the first line of the passive. Any Dendro cores or bountiful cores on the field, I like how they had to specify bountiful cores because Nilu exists, will be converted into seeds of deceit. Ooh. And any lunar bloom reactions triggered in the following 15 seconds will create Dendro cores or bountiful cores, will instead create seeds of deceit. Okay. Seeds of deceit cannot trigger hyperbloom or burgeon reactions, so it still creates a thing on field? Why? Okay. So it still creates a thing on field, but if it still creates a thing on field, why not just let her absorb normal cores then? No? Does anyone else get confused by that? About Nefer attack scaling? Thanks. I'll look at it later. I appreciate it though. I'm not really too concerned about it, but
Isn't there anything else more interesting to
unless, I mean, like if the important information, if there's important information from there, you can clarify it. But if there's important information like she is more attack scaling than EM scaling, but I'm pretty sure. The Jeff counts C6 Ino with her being 125k. Yomfi calcs with Yelan being 99k. Oh. You know what that means though? That probably means a non C6 Ino is substantially better too. Rip. Yep. Anyways. Yeah, Yelan. Look, I called it. I'm just saying. I said Yelan was on the edge. I said Yelan was on the edge. Yelan is not even going to be better than C0 Ino. If C6 Ino was 125k, I'm gonna guess. Oh, his Yelan calc was 117k? Oh, never mind. Okay, she's still on the edge. then Zajeff had different assumptions or whatever. Vomfi probably just assumed something wasn't there that Zajeff was. Anyways, the point with those numbers is that Yelan is probably in the same state as she technically is for Flynn's, where like Yelan is technically better for Flynn's than C0 Ino. But worse than C6 Ino. And this is exactly my point of like Columbina existing unless she's not a support, which she probably is. I'd be surprised if she wasn't. Yelan's on the edge. Yelan's on the edge. Zajeff is sleepy though, that's true. That's important to keep in mind. Zajeff, statistically, that's the wrong word to use, but I'll use it anyways. Statistically, Zajeff is more likely to be making a mistake than Bonfi right now because Zajeff should be in bed. I should go in his chat and just tell him to go to bed. Wait, I still have it open. I don't have it playing. Go to bed. You said you wouldn't talk to me, but here you be doing math. It's not the time, sir. Anyways. just no context. I'm gonna throw that in his chat. I did it in all caps. All right. Anyways, okay, back to reading. Seeds of Deceit cannot trigger hyperbloom revergent reactions and will not burst. So yeah, they just stay on the field for like 9 seconds or whatever. Never unleashes a charge attack. If you have at least one verdant due. Okay, wait. If you unleash a charge attack or phantasm performance when the shadow dance state caused by her elemental skill. Okay, yeah. So charge attack or skill. When in skill state. If you have at least one Verdant Dew, her charge attacks will be replaced with special charge attack Phantasm performance. Nefer summons a shade of herself to perform coordinated attacks against enemies. Okay. Nefer and the Shade will deal 2 and 3 stages of AoE Dender damage, respectively. Damage dealt with the Shade is considered Lunar Bloom damage. Yep. Okay. One Verdant Dew will be consumed the first time a Shade is summoned after every Phantasm performance. Okay, so she consumes 1 Verdant Dew at a time. That's kind of interesting. That kind of makes sense though for a main DPS Verdant, or for a main DPS with the Lunar Bloom mechanic, with Verdant Dew generating 1 stack every 2.5 seconds. She can absorb Seeds of Deceit with a certain range, gaining 1 stack of Veil. This character, again, that initial kit with the really simplified skill description completely misled me, by the way. That's why I said ignore everything. I do not think her gameplay is going to be similar to Navia anymore. I'm pretty sure. I think she's got more of an on-field focus. She's going to use her skill more often, is my guess, which is good. I'm actually liking this kit much more. Again, because you can actually control whether or not you actually... If you want Bloom Course, you can style Bloom Course with her. It's not just, no. Anyways, like, that's all I need to do. I said that yesterday. Anyways, wow, I'm happy. I'm happy Mihoyo can design character kits I don't hate. Yay. Not that I 100% love this or anything. We'll see how it is in practice. She can absorb Seeds of Deceit with a certain range. Anyways, 1 Verdant Dew will be consumed, and when she she can absorb Seeds of Deceit within a certain range, gaining 1 stack of Veil of Falsehood. After absorbing Seeds of Deceit by the passive talent, blah, 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 blah. She gains this effect. Okay, each stack of Veil of Falsehood, this is all her passive. Each stack of Veil of Falsehood increases the damage dealt by Nefer's thing by 10%. The initial maximum number of stacks is 3. That's the same thing that was in her first description for every seed absorbed. When this effect gains 3 stacks, or when the 3rd stack's duration is refreshed, her EM will be increased by 100 for 8 seconds. Okay. That's a whole lot. That basically just means she does more damage. It means she turns off the bloom reaction and uses it to do more damage. That's all you really need to know. It is something that increases the damage for the fact that it just increases the damage. I'm assuming this is a multiplier increase. I assume it's like similar. So her burst though says damage bonus, but her passive states increases damage dealt by 1%, which I believe is the same phrasing as like Skirk Nuvilet. I believe. So I believe this is like a multiplier modification, I think. I'm getting ZZZ kit vibes. I mean, by all the text, yeah, I feel that. I think it gives kind of Skirk vibes for sure. Which this is a better way to like. I would say this is actually a better way of designing a Skirk style kit without like hard locking the team to elements in the same way. Like this almost feels like Skirk in a less restrictive team way, which is a good thing. And even Skirk I found was better-ish. Well, not really better, but like as good as I expected in non-freeze teams. It wasn't that like it was better, but as good as I expected. Coordinated attacks still trigger on Tulpa. What is the coordinated attacks? Trigger condition. Whenever if you have no, it's just having Verdant Dew is the trigger condition. You have to have Verdant Dew, so you just have to have Bloom triggered. So yeah, that's a good. So Tulpa is not a problem. She will gain, well, not necessarily gain value, but she can gain value from Tulpa. You could do no Hydra unit when you're facing Tulpa. But if there's like the pyro rock enemies, so enemies with permanent pyro aura in particular, I'd say are going to be problematic for her. But other than that, she should be fine, I think. Yeah, of course people are doing calcs. We have numbers, so people can do calcs now. Making assumptions on certain things, I'm sure. But we also have animations, so it's actually... We got animations and the full kit way quicker than we normally do. So, like, we can suddenly very quickly actually do... Which is pretty nice, because, like, this means, like, if you were waiting for Nefer kit information before you decided to pull Chaska or Mualani, maybe? It's cool that we can have these numbers now. So... Old kit description sowed the seeds of deceit. I mean, the old kit description was just information of she turns off bloom cores. But yeah, again, after reflecting on it, as I said, I was like, okay, my initial negative reaction was a little overblown because it depends on how they implement it. And they're implementing it in a way that I think is acceptable and actually creates a kind of interesting kit. I wouldn't say this is my ideal because, again, like it does seem to be what I mentioned where like the value of what the lack of bloom core conversion or the bloom core conversion thing does is essentially just the same as what they could just make the verdant do scalings higher, right? Like they didn't have to do the turn off bloom thing, but it's just meant to be a cost and reward thing for balancing the character's kit to make her stronger in particular team contexts and worse in other team contexts. But it's very important though to me that it doesn't completely disable the ability to use her in those other team contexts. They're just a lot worse, and that's fine, in my opinion. Like it's not going to be good, but it's fine. Like
Boring.
how locked is she with Lalma? Depends how much you care about having a character's best team, right? If you want to clear, to be clear, like if you want to clear Stygian Onslaught, both probably fearless difficulty, I'm not gonna say is not doable. Like almost assuredly, at least the fearless difficulty Stygian that comes out when Nefer is released will be clearable. I would be surprised. I'd be surprised if you can't clear Stygian with Nefer C0 without Lalma when she comes out. But like, will you struggle to clear fearless difficulty with her without Llama after that? Maybe, I don't know. With Colin Bean as a factor in the future, right? Like, so like future factors, like I think she'll be fine. Is my point. Like if you care about having a character's best team, it's gonna be a big loss. So you know, heavily, if you really are interested in Nefer, heavily try to look into planning your polls around getting Lalma. If you're in a situation where like, well, I will be able to get 200 with the polls that are next patch, with the polls that are whatever available in 6.1 is estimated, I can get 225 polls total. Well, that is at minimum enough to risk a 50-50 on Lalma, right? But if you're at like, I can only get 150, which is probably the near minimum, assuming you're clearing the full content that's available, at least that's new. If you're like, I can only get 150 or less, well then, you know, if you want Nefer, skip Lalma and get Nefer, and then hopefully you can get Lalma on a rerun, right? Do I need Yelan? No, I wouldn't bother Yelan. The annoying context is like C6 I know is better than Yelan, it seems, based on initial people's calcs. Does that mean you should pull C6 I know? No. It means that Columbine is almost assuredly going to be by far her best in slot hydro, right? So, yeah. Anyways, I would not pull Yelan for her, in my opinion. Anyways, and I know is her free enabler of her kit, right? So, anyway, let me finish reading through her skill, her mess of a kit description of her skill. Charges forward, dealing AoE dender damage and enters the blah 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 state. Nefer will enter this state. When in the Shadow Dance state, if you have at least one verdant due, this is the same text as her. Okay, this is just duplicate text basically for her. Some of the stuff that was already in her passive. She exits Shadow Dance state when she unleashes 3 Phantasm performances or state's duration ends. Okay, so the intention is, so she has, so for her intended gameplay, she has pretty heavy limitations. So what I was talking about yesterday was how like I would have loved to see something that is less restrictive. I was talking about those towers actually in DMs, how one of the things I'm really, really engaged with and enjoying about Zenless character kits is Zenless character kits tend to be designed in ways that they don't have cooldowns. They're all just like, character gets a resource by doing something, and then they use that resource to do something else. But like none of it's like cooldown based. You functionally have cooldowns in practice because like there are limitations for how much you can generate that resource in a given amount of time. But there's a lot of sneaky nuance to how exactly to generate that resource. And this is where like I'm kind of like less engaged with Genshin kits lately, is they've always done this, to be clear, but they very, very, very rarely allow us to have a lot of flexibility for how to have resources, for how to use characters' abilities in Genshin. and instead is always just like cooldown restricts ability to use this ability in a certain amount of times. And like the only real example of a unit that uses resources that isn't like super cooldown restricted in an unconventional way for Genshin standards is Sethos. And I kind of would have liked to see that with Nefer is my point. I would have liked to see something, and this is what I yapped about yesterday, where she uses this Bloom Core conversion and to be able to do more damage, like with those Bloom converted cores, without like a cooldown restriction, without limitation. Like this would mean that like you have relevancy to have extra Hydra application because you get more converted cores. But this limitation of you can only do this 3 times means it's not really relevant to have more than a set number. Like you just need to reach a certain number of blooms on a minimum threshold, which probably basically any off-field Hydro does. You don't need to really care about doing a lot of them. That's my vibe, my read-through. Which means like, yeah, C0 Ino alone should be perfectly 100% fine for enabling her kit. And it's a good thing. But my point is like her intended gameplay is probably going to be relatively formulaic, right? You're going to generate some blooms, use her 3 special skills, whatever. So yeah, she exits the Shadow Dance state when she unleashes 3 Phantasm performances, blah, 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 blah. When the Shadow Dance, if you have Verdant Dew, it triggers Lunar Bloom. The party will receive a resource. Your party will receive 1 Verdant Dew every 2.5 seconds. Your party can get up to 3 Verdant Dew. You trigger another Lunar Bloom reaction. The duration of this effect will be reset. Charge attacks will be replaced with Special Charge Attack, Phantasm Performance. You have 1 Verdant Dew. Nefer Charge Attacks will be replaced with a Special Charge Attack. Nefer summons a shade of herself. 2 or 3 damage AoE. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. I understand it okay now. Well, not 100%. I don't 100% understand exactly how, like, okay, what's the rotation? I'm not going to be able to tell you, oh, the rotation is this, but I understand the overall gimmick. And again, the big takeaway for me is the fact that 1, you can make it so that she generates Bloom Cores either by not having 2 Nod Cries. If you don't have 2 Nod Cries, mind you, if you don't have 2 Nod Cries, her damage I don't think goes down that much. It's gonna go down a lot, I think. But right now, she doesn't seem like she can right. She can still enter. Yeah, because the condition for entering her state is having Verdant Dew, which is having a Hydra unit. You don't need to have 2 Nod Cries to enter the special state, right? Yeah. Unless I'm missing something here. Yes, Verdant Dew is from Lunar Bloom. I understand. Yeah. Wait, does she not enable? They might wait. Does she enable? Oh, where's the passive? When Nefer is in the party and the party's moon sign increases by 1 level, when party member triggers Bloom reaction, it's converted into Lunar Bloom. Yes, okay. I was making sure they didn't like tweak something from other Nod Cries where she was like, I know, right? Where she only makes Lunar Bloom happen when she's in her special state with 2 Nod Cries. Like they could have done that technically. So no, she does. Just existing at a baseline, Lunar Bloom exists. So that means pair Hydra with her. You get Verdant Dew. You can use her skill. It's just you're doing less damage. So you can literally have Bloom Cores for the downside of having less damage, which means she can be used in Elu teams. And is she gonna be best in slot? Probably not, but she should be able to be used. By the way, okay, Nefer. The real question is Nefer without is Nefer without 2 Nod Cries still better than Alhaitham? She might be. I'm sorry. Her burst and skill goes down a bit much without Ascending Gleam. Yeah, don't get me wrong. You're gonna want 2 Nod Cries. I'm not telling people to play without 2 Nod Cries. I'm just saying you have the ability to use her as a Dendra unit still. Like, you have the ability to use her as a Dendra unit still. And like do Dendra shenanigans. I can play her with Burning. I can do what would I do? Emily, Lauma. She's not a. Did I say Lauma? I didn't mean to say Lauma. I meant to say Emily Nefer. I keep on slipping up and saying that. Emily Nefer. She's not a melee unit, so C6 Bennett infusion doesn't exist. I don't know. The Burgeon is real though. Like I can Burgeon. I can Burgeon. I can play Bloom. Like you can play it. And that's a pretty big deal to me. Because that was the fundamental problem, right? Was like my concern was when we heard about the no Bloom course thing was like, oh, this is just a team restriction that makes it so like you can't use this character with Nilou. Not that you can't, but like it's really bad. Like it's really bad. Like she does almost nothing if you play her with Nilou kind of thing. That's not the case anymore, right? And that's a good thing. But you don't want to play her with the weird thing though, to be clear, you don't want to play her with Nilou and Lauma together. And that's the funny problem. And like Nilou, if you get Lauma, you really want to play Nilou and Lauma together. For damage, at least. So if you want to play Nefer and Nilou together, you don't want to use Lauma because that would turn off Blooms. So, oh yeah, C2 Nilou is going to buffer. That's funny. Red Shred lulz. Wait, is C2 Nilou better than triple Dendro? It is, because like if you have C2 Nilou, you probably have Kyokagen suit, right? Alright then. That's funny. It's probably better. Or maybe it's not. Maybe you just do C2 Nilou as the Hydra unit. And then you still do triple Dendro. I can get C2 Nilou, by the way, when... What happens if I do that? I gotta... Wait. Okay. I haven't looked at her cons yet. What happens if I fast track C2 Nilou? So originally my plan, pull 2 copies of Dia on Chronicle Banner, get to C6 Dia. So 1 copy of Dia from whatever, the standard banner selector, 2 copies of Dia selected, and then I get 1 dupe of Dia or Kaching or Mona to get a Masterless Star Glitter, and that lets me level 100 Dia. So my plan was it would take me 8 weeks to level 100 Dia. But the fun of potentially being able to do... Because the reason I have C1 Nilou, by the way, is because of... I believe because of Kave. It was Kave incident. But that means a free Nilou is C2 Nilou. Free Nilou is C2 Nilou. And that's Dendro and Hydro Red Shred. The Dendro Red Shred being the notable thing there. And like, I don't know, min-maxy high investment bullshittery without actually having to do extra wishes for it. It's also possible the game is just, I lose a 50-50 to Nilou and going for Dia copies. I need to remember that. Okay, so the plan continues and we have to see how the gacha goes. We have to see how the gacha goes. Because if I go for 2 copies of Dia on Chronicle Banner, because again, the reason for that is just, not because I have to get C6 Dia, but because I want to get C6 sooner. And it will enable me to get level 100 as well, potentially in the future. But getting C2 Nilou, R1 Nilou better than Nilou C2? Well, considering C2 Nilou comes with the cost of C1 as well, yes, I would say R1 Nilou should be better. But this is the context of C2 Nilou giving Dendro Red Shred, and like, I have Kyokagen suit too. So Kyokagen suit buff, Hydra application off field, Dendro Red Shred. For like that like for me, I presume that Nefer's best team is going to be, is it going to be Nahida? Maybe it's not going to be Nahida. Because the wait, does Nahida do anything for, did they update Nahida's? I'll have to check Nahida's passive tomorrow. Does Nahida's passive do anything for Lunar Bloom damage? It probably doesn't, does it? So maybe Nahida's not the whatever. Anyways, I don't know. Point being, I can get a free copy of Nilou, and that has fun potential. For me, for min-maxy potential, where the cost is just to acquire Nefer. Nefer is the first unit in 6.0 for a 5-star unit that like I have no qualms with, other than like she's too reliant on Lauma. I'd say that's my main qualm. As far as a high investment level, they have made her too reliant on Lauma, but honestly at this point, we live in a post-Escoffier world. I'm sorry. Is everyone understanding why I didn't like Escoffier at this point? We live in a post-Escoffier world, so whatever. It just is what it is. But I have the potential to have like functionally a really high investment from supports for a Nefer team. Not really high investment, like a higher investment option that makes her a little bit interesting. I don't know. And the idea of doing high investment new things is kind of fun in general with Llama. So I was already considering it at baseline, and now I'm considering it even more because of Nefer synergy. But yeah, EM scaling main DPS is cool. I don't know. I think this character is pretty cool. The fact that she doesn't just you can choose not to turn out the bloom reaction is really, really, really important to me. It's really important. I can't express enough that like that was my fundamental hanging point. It was the fact that like I was concerned you just wouldn't be able to control it, but you can control it.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more?
It's not the ideal version of her kit in my mind because again, I think separating the stack generation, I think the fact that she turns the cores into something else on the field and she absorbs them, a la like Nubilette style, is kind of lame in a way because like she didn't have to. She could have just absorbed the normal cores, right? You might be like, oh, but the normal cores only last 4 seconds. Well, then why didn't her passive just say it makes the cores last longer rather than converting them to a new type? It could have just said cores last in the field for 9 seconds instead of 4 seconds. That's all it had to do, right? Like, it's still a team restriction thing. It's still a team restriction thing in my mind that is intended from a context of trying to get people to pull for like the newer units with her, right? It's still a team restriction thing. But it's not fundamentally different than what they've done before, other than the fact that they found a better way to figure out how to do it in a way that really pushes you towards doing it if you are someone who wants the best teams for characters. Like, you're going to strongly want to consider Llama for her. Like, last year, with, like, Kinich and Emily situation, yeah, was, like, a much healthier situation where, like, Kinich gained value from Emily, meaningful value, but it wasn't like you needed Emily, right? Like, if they were going to design Emily Kinich this year, other than just having higher scalings because it's now 1 year later, Emily would probably give Dendra a res, right? Like Emily C2 would be in base kit or something, right? Like they would have done some conjunction of things to like really push it, kind of idea. Have you watched her gameplay? No, I haven't. I should go watch her gameplay and then read her cons. Close the weapon page. I don't give a shit about the UGC kit right now. I'll look at the UGC might be a really big change to Genshin, mind you, but like. My vibe is I think it's going to be a separate game. I'm going to go... I'll give you whatever reaction to UGC in like my Discord channel if I have any meaningful thoughts about it, but I think UGC is something I'm not going to have meaningful thoughts of until it actually exists, because I think UGC is functionally going to be a different game. Just it's going to look Genshin-y because it's going to use Genshin assets. And my opinion with different games is I should play it before I start meaningfully care about it. So anyways, don't get her hopes up for animations. I mean... I sure hope there's a snake, because she says she goes in Slither mode. But let's see. I'm going to look at the most boring one first. Oh, wait, this is just assets. Okay, well, I just saw a burst frame. Wow, okay. Okay, my main complaint with her design, I'm not going to show this, but I clicked on the thing that wasn't animations. I just clicked on what is a frame of her burst animation. And it's a little weird.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
It's a little weird. There's not many animations at this point. That doesn't surprise me. It's very much look leg, and it's like I get it. I mean, I don't dislike it in the same way I dislike the boob focus, boob jiggle in Llama Burst. I don't think, but I also would like her to wear pants. But anyways, let me click on the animations. Ooh, I'm gonna mute this just in case that causes a strike. Actually, wait, I can mute it for... Can I mute it for... No, I can mute it for you guys and not mute it for me. Hold, please. Game audio... There we go. Okay. She is petting a cat. Yep. That's a good idle animation. And then she summons a little green twirly whirly. Alright. Don't know what exactly that is. Kind of looks like a chess piece. Entrance animation is she's holding the cat and lets it jump off. Okay, I got a minorly comment as far as like my complaint with boobs in Hoyo games lately. I don't know. Freaking Zenless has just made me complain about boobs all the time. And it's fun. It's stupid because like I don't hate boobs. I'm a dude. I am half straight. I don't know. I don't know. I'd say half straight because like I am definitely more attracted to the female form, but at the same time, I definitely know I don't feel sexual attraction in the same way that most people feel. I've said before that I'm basically on the asexual spectrum by, I think, the standards of how most people seem to be attracted to other people. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, also she's very white, that's true. But that's just Genshin. Yeah. Anyways, I don't like how, like, skin tight the fabric is across her breasts. I don't, it kind of, it just like, it looks like a little bit wrinkly. Llama crashed the boob economy, it looks tame now? Yeah. Yeah, now, like, Nefer's more thighs, yes, that's true. Anyways, I'd like if she wore pants, that's all. And then I'd also like if, for some reason, the fabric wasn't, like, stretched tight across her chest. It just seems not comfortable, but maybe it is comfortable. I don't know. I don't have breasts. Who am I to comment? She's also a fictional character, though, so I'm just yapping about aesthetic appeal. And it does not aesthetically appeal to me as much, but it's not that big a deal. Why? Because in Genshin, 99% of the time, you see characters from this end. Chevreuse is purple blob. Chevreuse is purple blob. So let's be real. Honestly, it doesn't matter that much. It doesn't matter that much to me. In gameplay. We're talking about Nefer. I didn't realize I was going to be talking about Nefer as much as I was, but I am. Also, short hair. I like her. I like her short hair. Overall, her design is like solid 9 out of 10 for sure. With my complaints about would like pants. Women are not allowed to cover their legs in Tevat, except for Arlecchino, because she gives no shits about Tevat's rules. I really like the color of her animations, by the way. I do like these kicky. These normal attack animations are pretty great. They chose a very, very nice balance of green.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Like finally, a dark green. Xbox green character, crazy. Okay, so yeah, we don't have most of her animations because her animations do more in combat, I think. This is the oldie early animation showcase. Yeah, the burst animation is kind of whatever to me. I don't know, it's fine. It looks like a short animation. Like pausing it on a frame, it's like, eh. I am meh on the burst animation, but overall, the dark green aesthetic is great. And the kit doesn't force turning out Bloom. I can do shenanigans with her. I like this character. And now I need to plan my pulls around it. Womp womp. There we go. And I'm gonna have to do math to see if her weapon matters for Yai. or if I just end up liking Nefer enough that I want her weapon anyways, because she's almost seeming like a Skirk situation for me where I'm going to end up liking... I think I will end up liking doing shenanigans with her and liking using her in her strong teams for the content that actually necessitates using strong teams. Stay tuned. Enough that, like, getting her weapon might be enjoyable to me. Oh, I need to look at her cons. Oh boy. I'm not going to spend that long looking at her cons because this is too much. It's a C6 for no wall attacks for every constellation. It's nonsense. Base damage for Luma reactions... What? Base damage from Luma reactions caused by... Oh, okay. Never charge attacks will be replaced with the shit or what are wall attacks? My god, what is this? Increase with 60% over EM. This effect is also boosted. Okay, so C1 is damage increase. Boring. C2, and it doesn't seem like that incredible one, but I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't like mapped out the numbers of different things with our kit for sure to like weigh the value of C1. It might be a decent C1, it might be meh. But it's just a damage increase that I can tell. There's nothing in here that actually does much. Like it's not even as it's nowhere near as like yes, Skirk C1 is just a damage increase. But the nuance of the fact that this is damage that happens when you absorb her things actually can change her gameplay in a way that's kind of interesting. Can be interesting, at least. But in practice, it's mostly damage increase, but it's a little bit more nuanced than that, and I like that. This is not that. This is just, as far as I can tell, damage increase. Cool. Boring. Ordered 400 pulls over the years. Nice. You can get Llama. Get Nefer and her weapon, and you're probably happy. And then save for Columbina. If what you're enthused about is Nefer. Anyways, the C2 enhances the effects of Ascension talent, blah, 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 blah. Okay. A lot of this is just duplicate text for some reason. Summons a shade of herself. 150% of original damage. Okay, C2 is damage increase. This is so much text for damage increase. Nefer's on the field. It's a C4. She answers the state. Okay. The Nefer lives in the shadow of the T. C4 is a damage increase. It's Dender Red Shred. Meh. C6. Moonsign Ascendant Gleam elevated. Lunar Bloom damage is elevated. Okay. Her cons are boring as shit. That is so much text for nothing. Her cons are boring as shit. Okay. I don't know how much damage increase they are. That's not saying they're bad. They're just boring. Like, Flynn's cons are interesting. Like, C1 Flynn's is interesting in, like, how it is a damage increase with, like, the energy and the fact that it, like, can change his gameplay a little bit because you're going to use his one of his abilities, his special skill code a little bit more. And then, like, his C2 makes him do lunar charge damage from his normal attacks, and it's like, oh, this is kind of like, okay, this can change his gameplay, and this changes how it's a damage increase, but it also changes how he deals damage in an interesting way, without, like, changing anything fundamentally, mind you, right? And that's like, I think, where Flynn's is, like, early Constellations is at. Nefer's just seems to be, we heard you like damage. Would you like some more of it? That's fine, I guess. That means that's good for me, because as someone who gets tempted by high investment things when I have the spare pulls, like I did with Skirk C1, it's good when constellations are lame and boring to me. Yes, they get shorter if you ignore the bracketed parts. Yes, that's what I kind of did. Llama or Nefer? Well, Nefer, do you care about having Nefer's best team? Because Nefer's best team definitely wants Llama, and it's going to be a significant difference. If you don't, then Nefer is a main DPS. Llama is a support who enables different kinds of teams. Like, Llama, I'd say, is a higher value pull than Nefer. Right? That's... For most accounts. That's, I'd say, where this is currently at, in particular due to Nefer's losing a significant amount of DPS and becoming just probably decent. Like, it's going to be a similar situation to Skirk, right? Where, like, if I got Nefer on my casual account without having Llama, I suspect my experience on my casual account with Nefer would be, she'd feel pretty decent, but wouldn't be anything insane. I wouldn't be clearing dire difficulty by pulling Nefer. And she wouldn't... She maybe would help me clear Fearless difficulty, but just on a level of clearing Fearless difficulty is just having more team options in general, and having decent main DPSs to build around, and probably can still help clear, but won't necessarily be trivial, which is what Skirk has been. Like, I haven't cleared Fearless difficulty on my casual account, because not that I can't, I just don't really feel like it, because I don't think it's that fun on my casual account. My casual account is not at a balance where I feel like it's enjoyable to clear Fearless difficulty, so I don't bother. And it's fine. So, yeah. So, anyways. Oh yeah, there's lore-specific things. Interact with Fauna, Llama, if you want to trade secrets with factions, Nefer. Okay, yeah, so there's some little interaction with creatures or NPCs nuance there too, I guess. Exploration wise, I don't know. Oh, they didn't show her charge attack, did they? I forgot about that. Sorry. Let me go watch the thing. Is my thing muted still? It is. Okay. That looks like normal attacks. Normal attacks. Normal attacks. Normal attacks. Normal attacks. Normal attacks. Yeah, that's 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4 hit, 5 hit. Okay, maybe that it. Okay, I think they did show her charge attack. I think the slither state is just she glows green. Oh, there's a video with only charge attack. Okay, but is that her like skill state charge attack, or is that her slither state charge? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's her special state charge attack, with like her summoning her things. Which, yeah, that's a lot more. Yeah, that's a lot more animation. There's a lot more VFX in general. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the slither state. I think the slither state is shown in that initial footage, but it just makes her glow green. Darn. Darn. I wanted it to turn into a snack. Bruh. Llama gets to turn into a deer, and Nefer glows green. Ah, bruh. Maybe they didn't hold it? Maybe. I mean, to be fair, it didn't describe it as turning into a snake, where I think Llama does have a description. She turns into a magical deer. But, like, I wanted her to turn into a snake. Oh, well. Anyways. I guess that means hopefully I win the 50-50 for Llama. But again, like, if I don't win the 50-50 for Llama, I have not committed a sin in Genshin for a while. The only reason what makes resource investment sense for like improving my account as time goes on, I should use my resources on this account to get Llama, and then I could save my and then I could get pulls throughout the patch. I would be able to I can probably guarantee getting Llama and Nefer C0 without a problem, without spending money. I want to encourage that as a healthy context. I am a stupid content creator. I have been planning and wanting to pull Dia C6. I've been planning around a Dia Chronicle banner situation for a little while. And, you know, I'm willing to grind a little bit for Dia C6, is my vibe. And I might still have to do that. But my current plan for tomorrow is I'm going to pull on Dia Chronicle banner first. See if I win a 50-50. If I win a 50-50, or once I get one copy of Dia, switch over to Llama banner, see if I win a 50-50 on Llama banner, because if I lose a 50-50 on Llama banner, I might lose a 50-50 to Dia, and if I lose a 50-50 to Dia on Llama banner, I don't need to pull an extra copy of Dia from Chronicle banner, right? My preferred circumstance would be get lucky on Chronicle banner, getting 2 copies of Dia. Earlies in some form would be nice with 50-50 wins. Win a 50-50 on Llama banner. But that's asking for a lot. That's probably not going to happen, right? So, I might end up having to spend money to get Llama because of my desire to not spend money for Dia C6. So yeah, what do I think of the Sumeru weapons? They're okay. That's all. And what do I think else? I think I gotta really quickly go to the bathroom. Which is rare for me. Usually I don't feel the need to go to the bathroom while streaming. But, BRB, enjoy staring at Dia for a second. And then I think when I get back, we will finish spending resin and maybe figure out what I can do for exploration.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you. Mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss. The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Did you behave? I hope so. Did I gain viewers on Twitch in that time? I feel like I haven't been paying attention to the viewer count, to be fair. So I don't know. But anyways, mute that. Unmute this. Sometimes the game audio has problems. Okay. I had the thought. Bathroom break took a little while, by the way, because I chose to clean my face a little bit. Because my face felt a little gross. I'm going to take a shower probably after I stream. But anyways, I didn't beforehand. I had the thought, if I do get C2 Nilu, Constellation Selector, or 50-50 loss, and going for Dia, I feel like C2 Nilu with Key of Cautious Suit, there's a very good chance that might be the closest we can get to simulating what Columbina will likely be like for Nefer. Like I'm willing to bet C2 Nilu, like slot for slot, like C0 Columbina. That's my vibe. I bet C2 Nilu with the Key of Cautious Suit will do a similar thing to Nefer's team DPS. Not in the same exact way, not in the exact same way like Red Shred EM buffing necessarily, but on like total team DPS level. Because like if Columbina herself is also doing damage, but like Nilu isn't doing as much damage, but Nilu C2 might buff more, right? But I bet Nilu C2 with Key of Cautious Suit will be a simulation of approximately what the team DPS would look like with a C0 Columbina. That's what I'm willing to bet. So, I gained viewers since I last mentioned Zajef. I see. That makes sense. Did me going and yelling in Zajef's stream steal some viewers? The 140k Hyperbloom Ride and Dream is dead? Yes, and that's a good thing in my opinion. I mean, you can consider it a bad thing from the context of like it means we don't have the ability to do some shenanigans with some less strong characters, right? Because like the level 100 thing was going to buff some specific old or less strong units more in specific team contexts, like Hyperbloom for Raiden, Sethos, whatever, more than it was going to buff newer units potentially. But I think that's fine, because in my opinion, all they've done is make level 100 a relatively generic. Does a similar thing to most of the characters as far as it increases their damage. Increases pretty much every character's damage to the same-ish degree. How much that actually results in a team damage increase depends on the team. And I think that's a good thing. Is Raiden even good anymore in 2025? Well, let's go through Archons. We used to joke that Kazuo was the Anemo Archon. It actually is Sucrose. Zhongli, I still think does all the things that Zhongli is appealing for. So actually, I think Zhongli is aged quite well, in my opinion, quite frankly. But at the same time, the game's existed for a while. We have a ton of options for shielders nowadays, and using him can be a fairly significant DPS loss, but he's still a really nice comfort pick. So honestly, I think Zhongli's mostly in the same state he's always been in. It's just not being the best buffer now can be a very significant difference from the best buffer if you're using him in a team versus Lauma for your Nefer. Right? Shield is pointless because you can iframe. I agree. I didn't pull Zhongli because I never personally have valued shielding that much on my main account. I valued it more lately, but I don't know. I think Zhongli is boring personally, but that's fine. My point is more he appeals to a lot of players. So Zhongli has aged kind of well. Raiden wasn't a very good DPS on release pre-C2. I think people seem to forget that what made Raiden strong as a crit DPS on release is Xingqiu and Xiangling and Bennett. It's not a hyper carry team. It's very not hyper carry. Like, what made her good on release was her synergy with empowering other really strong units and doing decent damage herself for the context of the game then. And to be clear, Raiden National pre-C2 can still work today. Tars actually sent me... Tars just, I think, yesterday cleared Fearless difficulty, the current Stygian. And he used Raiden National, but it was, like, not easy at all. It was Raiden National against the Cactus. I don't know his investment in the Raiden build, to be clear. So, like, Crit Raiden was never really that good, and it was always doomed to be... like, to have an Electro main DPS that wasn't made to specifically have synergy with, like, buffing utility and refunding energy to other units. Like, it was part of what she was made to be more supportive off-field-ish oriented to the baseline, and Dendro kind of solidified that for her C0 kit. So quite frankly, I would argue with Lauma's release in particular as a context, Raiden is one of the best aging Archons. So saying, is Raiden a good character in 2025? Well, if you're trying to answer the question of good on a numbers evaluation level, yes, she is. She's very good. Because Hyperbloom exists, and Lauma now is uplifting Hyperbloom to a significant degree, and getting the full power from that requires Raiden. Kuki is worse in a level that is going to matter to most people, not necessarily, mind you. But it might matter to some people. And from the level of, like, is she... Well, no, what I mean is she good as a crit DPS? Is she good as not Hyperbloom? Is she good from a non-meta perspective? Well, from a non-meta perspective, you don't need to answer things on a number level. And you just like her because you like the playstyle and whatever, and you just care about playing her with whatever units have the potential to uplift her damage. So, is she good enough from 2025 as a crit DPS for clearing the endgame content? Which potentially necessitates engaging with meta? Not necessarily, unless you can play really well. But, I don't know. Again, I mentioned the Tars thing, because Tars sent me the screenshot of his hyper bloom, or not hyper bloom, his non-hyper bloom, his crit Raiden clear with Raiden National against Instygian difficulty 5, which is the realistic investment thing that most people should like work towards. Like most people probably are not at an account investment level where they should care about Dire. Most likely, right? So Fearless is like the standpoint, and I don't know, Raiden National cleared Fearless. Not saying most people are going to do that, but it did. So is she good? I don't know. Relative to how strong current on-field main DPS is, no. But I think she's actually aged well. And she is technically good enough to clear. And Tars is different. I mean, Tars is a higher skill player for sure, but he's not like the highest skill player. I mean, you can play National better than I can, that's for sure. I never liked National. I thought it plays like shit. I think it's on. I think it is a team that whenever I've tried it is one of those teams that makes me frustrated with certain mechanics in Genshin. But I don't know. It might grow on me nowadays more if I tried it again. But then it wouldn't just. It just like for its mechanical. It's not. That's not that mechanically different. But for its difficulty to get the full power out of, it is. I think more clunky than is worth the effort for the damage you get from current standards. But if you love Raiden, right, it's a team that actually feels like using Raiden and her kit to its strengths, right? That's cool. So I don't know. I think Raiden is the Archon that has aged arguably the best well, because the best well, the most well. Because Nahida, unfortunately, C0 versus C0. Look, is there gonna be no context where you play Nahida and Lama together? Nope. There will be. Like I'm gonna play Nahida, Nilu, Lama together and see how that goes. And I'm gonna mess around maybe with some other things to do Nahida and Lama together. But a lot of the contexts where Nahida was better, like Nahida used to be like, Nahida is a pretty big difference maker for like the hyper bloom damage potential you can get. And Lama replaces the thing that Nahida was the most relevant for on like a team building level. Like Lama is better than Nahida for the thing that Nahida is most relevant for. And Nahida's main retained niche with Electro without Hydro is something that I could also see being targeted as being a unit being targeted in the future that is released that makes her worse there too. So and like yeah, she might end up being the best option for Nefer as the last slot. So it's going to be like a similar situation where it's not like she's never going to be useful, but it's probably going to be a similar situation to Skirk, where like Skirk, Farina, Escoffier is Skirk's best team, and then you have a flex slot, and the flex slot can be pick your poison, pick whoever you want, and like Nahida will be one of the best, maybe the best on paper, but like in practice, not so much betterer that you have to feel concerned about using her versus potentially other options, is my vibe. Not gonna lie, I'm starting to not like premium teams. Yep. We live in a post-Escoffier world. If you, yeah, this is why potentially then you should not care about dire difficulty. Who knew? So, yep. I don't know. I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy that Nahida is essentially the first to be power crapped out of Hyperbloom teams. Nahida, the Dendro Archon that enables the Dendro. Like what? Why is Nahida the first to be power crapped out of Hyperbloom? That's crazy to me. It is crazy. I think it's crazy. The fact that we did like because Raiden never felt like she was intended to be a Hyperbloom trigger at this point. But at this point, Raiden is more relevant to have for Hyperbloom than Nahida, because as of tomorrow, as of Lama release. So like Nahida doesn't age. So my point is Nahida has aged worse than Raiden. Okay, but Raiden could easily just release a better trigger for Hyperbloom in the future too, mind you. Like let's remember that. And then Farina, like Farina is arguably aged the best, but they are also making concerted efforts to make mini units less reliant on Farina, and I'd say that has been a good thing throughout Natlan. And it still feels like a good thing right now in Nodcry, except for with Nodcry, I'm getting much more strong vibes of they are going to potentially release a unit that might be just better than Farina in a lot of contexts. There is concern there. There is concern that Columbina might power creep Farina in many teams. She might. We don't know. It's complete hypotheticals. It's a vibe I'm getting. Farina's a year old. She's almost 2 years old at this point. I'm just saying she ain't immune. she ain't immune to power creep. And we'll see what Columbina does. We'll see what Columbina does. I don't care about Farina power creep is still ever. Yeah, I like her too. I almost assure you, like, I have relatively high confidence that I will still find plenty of use cases for Farina in the future. But we'll see. And I don't know if Columbina heals, maybe that's just going to be Columbina Farina team core. No, surely not. So yeah, and I hope, like, my main hope for balancing Columbina's kit, if she ends up, like, if her baseline buffing potential ends up being, like, higher than Farina in a lot of team contexts, that's not inherently problematic if there's some conditionality to it, right? Like, I think one thing that helps balance Farina, obviously, even as omnipresent as she has been in many teams, is the need to have a healer does balance her. But there's the problem with Farina is not the problem with Farina, it's also the problem that we have broken ass healers. The main two culprits, I'd say, in the current context of team building for Genshin as far as pairing with Farina goes is you know who I can't find. Venerito. Best boy. But best boy is not balanced very well. and then we have a chef for some reason. Why can't I find her? Oh, because she's newer. Duh, brain. And we have you. I like, the power of Farina is tied to the power of her synergy with healers that don't just heal, but also do other things in their kit, right? So, and Hydro strength and whatever. So I don't know. Like, if Columbina just gives a whole bunch of attack, let's say Columbina gives. Here's a version of Columbina that doesn't technically power creep Farina out of certain teams. Like, it wouldn't power creep Farina in, well, it might, because Nuvilet's best team could end up becoming, if this ends up being true. Well, let's assume she does an on-field buff. Okay, let's assume Columbina's buffs are only on-field, not team-wide, right? Then this is a context where, like, Farina, Nuvilet, Columbina shouldn't power creep, I think. But let's say Columbina gives 800 attack to the on-fielder and 400 EM. That's what she does. Columbina is basically no condition, just Columbina exists, 400 EM to on-fielder, 800 attack. That would be so much stats that on, like, a team building meta utility level, Columbina would just almost always be better than Farina in many other contexts where Farina is relevant. Right? So, but there's nuance though. Like, how does the Hydro application work? You know, rotation time, flexibility. Maybe Columbina forces 20-second rotations. You might say Farina forces 20-second rotations, but no, Farina actually has the ability to go lower with alternating skills and whatever. So, and her burst cooldown being 15 seconds. So, power creep Farina for a Veresa team? Like, for Veresa, Shanyun, like Veresa, Shanyun, Farina, Eonson? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would. I'm pretty sure, like I'm operating on the assumption that also, like, Columbina will do at minimum equivalent, if not more damage than Farina C0. Like 80% attack for Veresa. 800 attack for Veresa versus damage bonus. Actually, I don't know. No, I forgot. No, damage bonus scales more with Shanyun damage. So for Shanyun for Veresa, it probably wouldn't. But also, Veresa's best team isn't technically Shanyun anyways. So Veresa Shanyun, because of the Shanyun Farina synergy, probably wouldn't. Probably. because of the fact that Shun Yu, or because of the fact that Varesa wouldn't gain as much value from the EM. But it also depends on how much damage does Columbina herself deal. And again, though, what I would like to see, if she's gonna give a big buff, she has to have some conditionality for it. I still maintain, I think it would be cool. This might create a problem of like making a Nefer one of the best units in the game to pair with her, just period. But so like if this comes true, they'd probably rerun a Nefer with Columbina, and then they're gonna and then they'd release a 4-star shit version of Nefer or something, to enable Columbina's kit. That might come true. But anyway, my point is, if Columbina requires a shielder, like if she's shielder Farina, like she gives different buffs than Farina, which would make her relevant in different team contexts. Like it's not damage bonus, right? It's EM, attack, whatever. And then she has a shielding condition. That would kind of fundamentally change team cores where you consider using Columbina. So 4-star Nefa is Oron. I'm talking from a context. I'm talking from a context of if Columbina required a shield. Oron does not generate a shield. So, yeah. Like think how they released Charlotte with Farina. They're like, we made a unit that requires a healer. We gotta make sure we release a new healer that technically works well with her for making her kit function. So we'll release 4-star that basically just heals and has very niche utility otherwise. So yeah. Anyways, pulling forward in 6.0. I'll be getting Flynn's on my full normal name account. I'll be hopefully getting C2. We'll see. We're probably gonna have to grind a little bit for it. Proposing Columbina to be Farina for shielders? Yes. Because I think there's enough shielders in the game at this point. Let's go through the number of shielders in the game. Boy, I am doing a good job doing exploration today, aren't I? We got Lanyon, Dahlia. It would uplift the relevance of Dahlia and Lanyon. I think that's a good thing. Uplift Nefa. I think it's a good thing. It would actually uplift the utility of Kachina. Kachina can be a surprisingly decent shielder. Doing off-field geo generating crystallizes. It'll be annoying in some contexts. Like, don't get me wrong, Kachina's still gonna be clunky AF. But, you know, Shalonen's gonna be weird because of, like, she generates crystallizes, but the crystallized shield is only 10 seconds, so, like, unlike you don't have off-field geo like you do with Kachina. So anyways, uplifts Zhongli. I think Zhongli could use team context where he's uplifted and, like, I think it'd be cool if Columbina releases and makes Zhongli a best in slot unit for some team context. Like maybe Columbina giving a big buff and requiring a shielder to enable that buff in zone form would make Nefer's best team Osmanthus Wine plus Lauma plus Columbina. Right? I think that'd be cool. It would be a little funny if, like, Nahida is technically best in slot for Nefer pre-Columbina, and then post-Columbina Zhongli is best in slot. That would be really funny to me, I must admit. I'd be fine with that, personally, but I think it'd just be funny. But anyways, it would uplift random units like Dion, even, like, how many shielders do we have that are, like, I think can actually be utilized as shielders? Well, there's weird ones like C4 Kaya, I think, but we're not going to count that because that has, like, weird conditionality being triggered, but I will count like C4 Yanfei. Sorry, Bite. So Beidou. Noelle doesn't really count because she has to be on. Well, okay, if Columbina ends up buffing, Noelle does count, but that, you know, it'd be really funny. Noelle is one of the units because she heals. Like, Noelle synergized well as an on-fielder with Farina because, like, you could technically get away with just Noelle's healing with Farina. It was one of the funny, cool synergies. It wasn't like, oh my god, Noelle became OP or anything. But it was, like, fun, right? It'd be really funny if Columbina was, like, shielder Farina for getting her buffs. And Columbina also buffed Noelle. Like, what if you could do Columbina? What if Noelle's best team became Noelle, Farina, Columbina? That'd be so funny. Because, like, Noelle would fulfill the shielder condition and the healer condition. That'd be really funny. All of this sounds very unrealistic. How is it unrealistic that there's a shielder condition? It's not that specific. It's need shielder. I don't know what there could be nuance to how exactly the shielding converts to buffing. Just like Farina has nuance for how healing converts to buffing, Farina isn't as simple as have healer get buff. It is more than that. I think, honestly, but for how the variability and awkwardness for how a lot of shielders function in Genshin, I feel that Columbina getting her buff requiring a shielder should just be have shield, have buff, not whatever. So anyways, obviously it's going to push towards newer shielders, but I just want to mention, like, as far as the team options we have for off-field shielders, at least. So Noel, I'm not going to count. Beto. Just making sure I'm not forgetting on Beto. We have no standard banner shielder, unfortunately. Is what it is. Diana would definitely count. Shinyan would count. Albedo, if I'm going to count Kachina, I'm going to count Albedo too. And I'm going to count Albedo in particular because he buffs EM. And I think that's relevant from the context of if shielder condition is fulfilled and then you get buffing EM, and EM is like really relevant for non-cry things, then yes. Yes. Count C4 Yanfei. So that's 5. 6 Toma. Toma's great. I'm not gonna count you, I'm sorry, but you know. Wow, we didn't get any shielders in this year, did we? Oh, we got Layla. Sorry, I lied. 7. Layla. Uplifting Layla. Cool. I think that's good. Layla, I think could use context where, like, because all she really does is shielding that's relevant, unfortunately. So outside of, like, the one buff that Layla had since her release is the fact that they made the stupid cryo boss. Where Layla kind of fulfilled the condition on her own in Abyss, not in difficulty 5 or 6 of Stygian. But she still helped there. So, anyways. Candace, I mean, I don't think Candace skill would count because, while it does count as a shield for conditions that require a shield, it's only while she's, like, doing her skill. So, like, if Columbina was have shield, have buff, you would only have the buff while Candace is holding her skill. That'd be a little weird. Anyways. Layla. Baiju. I think Baiju is... Baiju I think has not been a unit I've been particularly compelled to use him very lately. I think he could use it. Kirara. Yeah. Cool. Navia, actually, unironically, I mean, she does a bunch of off-field geo, and she sucks them up automatically, and she's quick swappy. So, like, you don't have to on-field Navia constantly. So, unironically, kind of. Maybe. I don't know. There'd be a synergy. No, your C2 doesn't count because I think your shield is only for you. Kachina, yes, did count. Then we have Lanyon. Then we have Dahlia. And we see Lolly. Like, that's a lot of characters. Right? It's like 10% of the cast. It's enough synergy, and they've done enough with, like, Shielders released. And I assume they'd probably release another 4-star Shielder. If they release Columbina like that. I don't know. Like, it's accessible enough of a thing to do as a requirement for the kit. And I think would help prevent the situations where, like, she would just be power creep from happening as much. And would make there be much more team building nuance than just new character better than old character, right? Especially if they do future things with lunar reactions, right? We don't know if they're going to do, lunar crystallize with only hydro. But yeah, they do like lunar crystallize and something interesting like that could change things too, right? And in a positive way that is relevant for thinking about using particular shielders of particular elements with her, right? So I don't know. I that's what I'd like to see. I don't want to just see Columbina being more buffing than before. But we need new Hydra options, and we need new Hydra options that increase the nuance of team building, not is just better than old thing. That's my hope. Do they want to prevent power creep? Well, my hope is they just power creep by... I mean, realistically, I don't know. Lauma exists. They apparently were like, Hyper Bloom. Nahida. Nahida's a unit doing power creep. Why not? They already did that, so, like, do I actually have hope for this? I don't know. I don't know. Dahlia's balance for Columbina. No, Dahlia's balance for being a meh last slot for Skirk, obviously. But I don't know. Skirk could really use some non-Farina team options that are compelling. So, like, to be clear, I suspect there's a very good chance that Columbina could end up being the best last slot for Skirk teams. Then like Mualani, Shenhe, Yelan, Charlotte, Dahlia, whatever. Meekers, I suppose I can include in there. But even if that is just her best team, as long as like Columbina, if you swap out Columbina for Farina, and like Skirk can perform similar to how she currently performs with Farina, but now like you don't have to burst every rotation on a Scofier, I think that's pretty valuable, right? So, and again, if it has a shielding requirement, hey, more reason to use Dahlia with her, more reason to use Layla with her, more reason to use Sealali with her. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I just want, I want more Hydra units that do no coordinate attacks. So I guess that's to say I want Yelan Power Creep as much as I actually do like Yelan, but anyways, oh yeah, I was gonna go do Leyline 5 hours ago. Good lord, what a productive stream. I literally wanted to do exploration in this stream. I for what it's worth, I wanted to have a quick yap about level 100 for this stream. And then I wanted to go and try to finish out the Tablet of Toma on my main account here, because I'm like 4 levels away. I might be able to do that still, but like, good lord. Good lord. A little bit distracted by the Nefer situation. Oopie doopies. I literally thought it was going to be tomorrow that we get information. Normally it is. Normally it's like the day of the patch, not the day before. Such is life. Oh well. Where's my treasure compass? I have not used a treasure compass in a while. What? Oh, I haven't crafted it. Oh. Oh, okay. Yelan being the same character as Xingqiu is such a letdown. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I mean, she's not the same. Like, there's okay nuance between the two, but... And in some ways, she has aged better. In some ways, she has aged better than Xingqiu. Because of, like, shorter rotations being pretty important, and the relevance of having a high amount of Hydra application. Like, she has less Hydra application than Xingqiu at C0, right? The relevance of having less Hydra application has gone down. Like, it's more just for team building as time has gone on. And that means that Yelan is in many ways actually aged better than Xingqiu. But, yeah. Anyways. Want Nicole to be Geo? Yeah. I'd be down. I don't know. I think what, Jehoda is likely to be our first Geo unit in Nodcry. And I think Nicole is probably unlikely to be Geo if Sandrone is playable, because I mean, look at her colors. Sandrone is Geo coded in like every way. Jehoda is Animo? Oh. Why did I think she was Geo? Never mind. Maybe Sandrone is the only Geo unit we're getting. I don't know. Okay. Whatever. I forgot about that. Oh, why did I forget about that? I did see it, but brain is brain. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I do hope they do. Nefer's kit, I don't know. It's like simultaneously exactly the same as they've been designing units lately. But also, I'm really thankful it doesn't just tell me no, I can't bloom. So, like, it's almost like I'm as positive as I am about Nefer's kit because of how much I imagine the worst case scenario. But it's also not really fundamentally different from how they've just been designing things in general, so it doesn't really change the landscape that much. But at the same time, it still does give me more. It makes me look forward to future. Okay, it's a little bit more. I don't know. We gotta see what their first 4-star kit's gonna be like. What's the first 4-star kit gonna be? Oh, more enemies. Did I just miss all my crits on my base? Bruh. 81 crit rate Dia, and she just missed all of her crits on the vape hits. Okay. I will say one thing, by the way, I'm not looking forward to. With Columbina is the somewhat sus information. By the way, I said I was going to do Heroes Wits partially, wasn't I? Okay, well, I guess we're doing one Heroes Wits. I'm not looking forward to this. This might not become true, right? Because this is also information that came from when they originally had like 3 different tiers of like the Moon team status, right? For non-cry units instead of 2. But like if Columbina does still count on her own as 2 non-cry units, that means she enables the non-cry crit artifact set for anyone in the game just by her being used. And it doesn't have like the HP draining condition, it just is like, it just is you are on field condition, right? And that's a little concerning, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little concerning because it's just gonna be like 4-piece Marshal Hunter, but way worse. Because the 2-piece is more generic than 2-piece charge attack damage. And it would just work on anyone without having to think about the mess of like how long it takes you to get stacks or whatever. So I don't know. Anyways, it's not 100%, it's 50%. 100% what? C0R1 3605. 3605, what is that? Is that your crit ratio? I don't know what 3605 is. I feel like you forgot a number by the 05. I'm assuming your Moika has more than 5 crit damage. Oh, 305. You should use a crit rate circlet if you have 305 crit damage in your Moika, which is a rare statement. Not many people are in a situation where they should use... If you have a 305 crit damage in your Moika, you have a lot of crit damage substats. And not enough crit rate to get the value from those crit damage substats. Yeah, crit damage debt, yeah. Anyways. Sus leak was when we thought we need 3 not cry. Yes, exactly. Wait, I'm done with this. So let's go mostly over here. But yeah, and so I've explored a bunch of this area on my casual account, but I haven't really touched much here. I've done a little bit when I did the quest and whatever. That's why, you know, got a lot of the waypoints unlocked. But let's see. But they power cut MH and Natlan. Yeah, but only for Natlan units. Like, there's a difference between a set that can only work on Natlan units. And, like one thing, if we go back to last year, with rumors of Moika's kit, like, there was potential, like, worries that Moika would make other units on the team have Night Soul, even if they weren't Natlan units, right? And that was extremely concerning, because, like, if it was just auto, every character, on-field character in the game can now have 15% damage bonus universally, and 80 CV. Ugh, anytime you use Moika, you always use the new artifact set. It's kind of that, but slightly less concerning. But we'll see. I'd kind of prefer if that was not the case. I don't really want another 4-piece MH situation. The MH situation with Freenet enabling is annoying enough, but it has enough nuance to whether or not it actually makes sense that it's fine. And it's going to be the same thing to a degree with the new set, but like, I don't know. I don't want my Dia's best artifact set to theoretically become that new set. And when paired with Columbina. That's what I do not want. Actually, I mean, okay, to be clear. One thing to test. Even maybe without Columbina. Like, I'm gonna have to test Ino instead of Farina here. You might be like, surely Ino isn't better. Honestly, Ino with a Nefer and Ino having more consistent Hydra application than Farina. With C6 Dia at least. And C6 Dia on like the new artifact set. Might be better than Farina. Might. Big might. Big might, maybe might. but like might. What about Lanyan with a new set? No, it'll be Lanyan's best set for sure. With Ino on the team. Again, Ino and Nefer. So honestly, it's already gonna be a problem for me, because I use and have a Nefer. Even if Columbina doesn't count as 2 Nogcries, right? But if it's only the 2 Nogcry situation, it's like more tolerable. It's like a specific enough condition that's like, okay, sure. But yeah. Anyways. You cleared Dire Cactus with Caesar Radin? Nice. Congrats. With Chevr's team or what team? Out of curiosity. I know gonna be a scam and good on Nilu teams until Columbina? No. The fact that I think Ino might be compelling for this team, like, I'm gonna be real with you. I can trivially clear Fearless difficulty with Ino in this team instead of Farina. With the Cactus. Could I clear Dire difficulty with Ino here instead of Farina? With C3 Dia? Probably not. I think Farina's damage is important. With a C6 Dia? Probably. Probably. Like, I don't know. So yeah, scam character that can be used in Dire difficulty. True. Yeah, true and real take. Yep. Clearly scam character. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. C0 and Nefa. Gene on Inferna. Okay, that makes sense. Nice. But yeah, I don't know why you think Ino is for Nilu teams. Ino doesn't really do much for Nilu. She does something for Blins. Like on a meta level, that's where she's gonna find utility for most people. But pulling Flynn's not my main account, no. I will implement only and I'll enjoy it. Why not go in there? What is actually my percentage? 90, 100, 100, 100, 98, 96. Interesting. Oh frick, I just realized I never did that Sea Lolly quest, did I? Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, frick. I know it's a decent Hydra applicator in her niche comparable with St. Joe. No, not as far as like total Hydra application goes. But you don't oftentimes need a ton of extra Hydra application in the current context of Genshin. When you start scaling things to higher investment levels. As well. Like from the context of, yeah, if I have C6 Dia, I don't know if there's going to be a significant difference between Farina and Nefa, or sorry, Farina and Ino, when Ino with EM buffing, and better Hydra application for how Dia would want to vape potentially throughout her full burst, and the new crit set being enabled on Dia from Ino existing, right? Ino nerfs Nilu teams? Yes, with Llama, yeah. EM should Moika have? As much as you can give her, but not too much, because she needs other stats. Like balance your character set. There's no specific. You don't need. You have 100 EM in your Moika. Sorry, you didn't reach the breakpoint where Moika needs 140 EM. Your Moika's kind of cooked, yo. I'm sorry. But in the context of you, I think you were the one that said you had a 300 crit damage Moika. Does it potentially make sense for you to balance your stats? I need frickin' 31 more. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna craft the thing. Does it make sense for you to balance your stats more into EM? Probably. I'm gonna guess you have too little EM. But you don't need to hit a particular amount of EM. The general rule for Moika though is like you should probably be running an EM timepiece if you have either her signature weapon, because it gives a bunch of attack, or you are running an attack weapon. If you are running an EM weapon on her, let's say Mailed Flower being one of her best free-to-play weapons, you run an attack timepiece, usually. But EM timepiece isn't necessarily terrible still. And also depends on if you're getting EM buffs from other characters in the team. C0R1, yeah, you should probably be running an EM timepiece then. This thing gives so much freaking attack from higher base attack and the passive. So, because this is increased to like what 75%. So yeah, you get 35% attack on a 70-41 base attack weapon is ridiculous. So with also Moeka being the highest base attack character in the game. Like what is she? She has like 1100 base attack, I think. Their weapon. Yeah, 1099. What did I have around before? Oh yeah. So yes, you should probably have an EM timepiece on her. For melt. Any EM past that is it depends. Sick. Glad I don't have to farm for that. Wait, what about Pyroculus Finders? Wait, do I not have it? How do you... I haven't made a resonance stone in a while. How do you do resonance stones? Oh, they're in the crafting table, aren't they? Yeah. I forgot. Okay. Okay. Got that. I mean, who doesn't come across in co-op and player showcase that have a lot of crit stats and either 0 to little EM? Yup. Crit damage over focus is real. Oh, there it is. I make 9. Okay. I'm gonna make more than 9 if I go on a little bit of a journey. Kind of what I'm leaning towards. Should I go? How many? Okay. I need 31 theoretically. How many of these are on the map? Because I think I can get enough of these. Right. There's like a shite ton of these. If I want to make 31 though, I'd need 31 times 5. It's 155. So I needed like 100 more of each of these materials. I'm pretty sure I can get 100 more of these pretty quickly. How long does it take to get 100 more of these? It's the Milani thing. Wouldn't take that long. Okay, I don't think I have to go do that right now, but let's go do. I think what my plan is I'm going to craft these 9, and I'm just gonna like go to the new area. First of all, let's go get like the waypoint that I haven't gotten. There's one here too. Okay. Go get the 2 waypoints I haven't gotten. And we'll get like chests as we go. And if I see Oculus, I'll get the Oculus. But then I'm just gonna use the resonance stones. Where's the thinger? Use the resonance stones. Wait. Actually, oh well. You know what? No. I'm gonna go log on to Poems only on my phone quick, just so I can condense resin. Let that load while I go. I don't want to do distracted logging out of this account at this point. Everyone's doing well, doing good. I'm relatively happy with Nefer's kit. Because no, I didn't want to go here. I've already done that. I'm quite happy with Nefer's kit. And I'm also quite happy that they made the level 100 thing way less impactful for transformative reaction scaling and aggravate too and whatever. Interactive map is unfun. Oh yeah, no, I hate the interactive map. I don't hate the interactive map. The interactive map is a nice tool to have as an option. It is never something I like defaulting to. I think it defeats the point and the entire enjoyment that you can get from exploration games to default to just using them automatically. I genuinely do not vibe with that mindset at all. If you can enjoy the game doing that, I guess more power to you. I think it defeats a big part of the video game to me. And what can actually be enjoyable about the game. With exploration content, that is. Gimme. Hello. You're just gonna stand here? Okay. I thought you were gonna go somewhere. It's gonna chain to something else, that's fine. Okie dokie, I don't use it for completion and stuff. Yeah, like, if... I don't know, what is there a context where I'd use it today? Honestly, I don't think so, because... They've done a good enough job with... I think they've done a good enough job with how... The chest down there. They've done a good enough job, sorry. Oh, no, no, hey, whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, frick me. Okay, well. There we go. What? Get on the... I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the arrow. Okay. There we go. They've done a good enough job, sorry, with things, my brain completely forgot what I was talking about. Oh, in the last year with like quality of life, with making the treasure compass in particular more usable, and the Oculus stones and whatever. Actually, I don't think the Oculus stones have changed that much, but they always kind of function fine as the intended mechanic. But I don't know. For me, the balance has always been, you know, they intend, and I think this is how they're structuring like the treasure compass in general, with its like progressive unlock stuff or whatever, right? Wherein, you know, you explore around the game yourself. Just wander around, you know, get the chests, get the Oculus that you see as you're wandering around, and then that's going just that baseline behavior of just take you where your eyes go, will get you enough to unlock the thing like the treasure compass, and then once you unlock the treasure compass, we'll go there later. It can be a tool to help you continue completing things and whatever. Like, I don't know, the in-game tools are completely sufficient enough, I think, for basically doing the entirety of the exploration content. The only annoyance I have is like contexts like my casual account, for example, are... Why is no one playing Bumper Ball? Oh, I see. Like my casual account hasn't done the reputation quests. I haven't done enough of the content for reputation to get the stupid treasure compass on that account, and that's kind of annoying. But yeah, anyways, like I don't know, they've done a good job, but I almost feel like zero desire or need to utilize the treasure compass. Does it need to be a different color? Oh. I didn't see the one up there. I see. Wow. Who knew just having color could do that for you? Alright. Sorry, let me, Poems Only was loaded. I wanna condense my crap on Poems Only quick. Place down. The crystal fly trap is done. I appreciate, you know, I've come around to appreciating the Flynn's second half, so I can, put... Oh, frick me. I'm already at max resin on Polearms Only. Ah, crap. Doomed. Doomed. I can craft 1 resin. Oh boy. Well, maybe I do need to log into Polearms only to do the farming then. 'Cause apparently I just logged in and condensed yesterday without using it. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't know. I like exploring without the interactive map. I enjoy it more. What's the thing over there? Wait, wasn't I going to get the last statue or whatever? Not statue. Teleport point. Yes, I was. No, we're still. No way. It's fine. Okay. But yeah, Flynn's like, so this like gives time, like with the new crit set and whatever, that people can actually like maybe get decent artifacts, like decent enough that it'd be like better than 2-piece combos you might have available or whatever. I'd also farm talent materials because like Lauma is a character that doesn't like need the same talent investment. She wants some talent investment in particular for her skill, Red Shred or whatever. Not 0. But not the same kind of investment that Flynn's requires with the build and whatnot in particular. So I think it kind of makes sense, and it means I might actually have a chance at getting a more invested Flynn's build going before his release. I guess that needs to be read. That was pretty obvious in hindsight, but I was yapping. I can't figure out colors. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these events, or not these events, some of these puzzles feel like they're not puzzles, quite frankly, to me. They are, we gave the child a toy that is fit the right shapes into the right shaped hole. Fit the square block into the square hole. Type toy. To be clear, I mean, I just shot it and I failed to do it because I was yapping, but you know. Yeah, they are chores. My point with this is like, I am hoping Nogcry is a little bit more engaging stuff. This area hasn't been terrible. I think it's got an enjoyable visual vibe, but I don't know. Hasn't been that interesting to explore, in my opinion. But it still feels like its own area, which is good. Somewhat bothers me that I can't paint that. Oh well. Over here. The ability to traverse around is nice, but yeah. Bacchanala? No, I have not. Nope. I see Inoculus. Does anyone know how long the quest takes? And I assume like typical quest instructions in Genshin that go to like new side or sub areas. There's probably some chests you get along the way. It's not very long. Okay, 1 hour. Okay, we might do it then. Oh, also, frick me, I just realized. I forgot about this one too. There's been no... I know for a fact this quest must be really meh, because I see nobody talking about it. I've seen nobody talking about it, and every time I bring it up that I forgot I've done it, nobody like particularly cares. They're just like, oh, lol, you should probably do that. I ain't doing that quest right now, I'll tell you that, but I should. I should do that quest. I hope it doesn't prevent me from doing the Archon quest and not cry. Quest is good? Okay. I don't know, I've seen nobody meaningfully talking about it. Like, when it came out, I didn't see much discourse about it. I didn't see when people like go, oh wow, this moment, spoiler tag. So I don't know. Anyways. Wait, there was an Oculus. Yeah. Okie dokie. Let's yoink this, and then we'll, here, we'll start using... Well, okay, should we just do the quest? The quest probably takes me. I guess let's just do the Bacchanal quest, because the quest probably takes me around spots to some degree that will get me some random chests or whatever. Oh, this is the some random chests or whatever, right? Please. What? Oh, do I have to paint again? Yeah, okay. And the random chests and whatever that I get, maybe Oculus along the way will make it make sense. Just do the quest first rather than doing the Oculus finding now. Because I don't need it to tell me to go to Oculus that I'm going to find anyways while doing the quest. I have not accepted the quest though on this account. Does anyone know where it starts? I think it starts over here somewhere. I accepted it on a different account, but... It's so funny when people complain about the non-Natline exploration nod cry. Yeah, I don't think I will. I want something. I want something new. Be rare and Dane and nod cry. I think it'll be pretty relevant. Yeah, I should probably do it. Why do I keep pressing the wrong date button? Really? That's the closest... Really? Full spoiler leaks here? No, I didn't ask for that. I prefer you not spoil the quest for me, because I haven't really seen anything of it. I'm just saying my vibe was that I hadn't seen many people discussing it to a meaningful degree. So I thought it might have been something that wasn't that good. C1 Wander versus C1 Yai. I mean, the answer is whatever one you like more. If it comes to the constellation selector. And presumably you can get them both anyways, so like... Yeah, I'm assuming that's why you're asking. If you want my vibe on which one you will notice more, because of the fact that this will make him attack faster, I feel like you will notice C1 Wander more. But it also depends if you're playing Yai in a team. And with a build where the energy lets you reach a breakpoint to using Yai's burst more consistently, then maybe you'll notice the IC1 more, right? So yeah. Anyways, yeah, where the frick? Sorry, where's... Was that right? Bacchanal quest starts over here. Should I just go over here? Unless I missed anyone in chat mention it. Oh, leftmost island. Okay. Tiny pool on the left and most island frigate. Okay, right here. Sure. I should go refill my water bottle, by the way. You know, I guess I will refill my water bottle while this dialogue plays, because, well, maybe I should listen to it. I already did this dialogue in the other account, but I don't remember specifically what it was about, though, so I guess I will not. There's, oops, didn't mean to skip that one. God damn it. I just meant to make it fill up faster. Okay. Alright. Well, this explains why I didn't remember anything, because Cactus Man speaking nonsense. That was basically gibberish. Okay, well, someone can fill me in if this dialogue is important. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle quick because I feel like I'm gonna need it. Maybe. I don't know. Well, like, it's empty. This bowl's not empty. That's like a small amount of water. You hear it? Alright, water bottle filled. Our teeth are in perfect condition. Why is there no music going on? Nefer's kit and animations. Oh, I talked about it earlier. Animations look nice. I am happy with the kit and fine with the restrictions it has because of the fact that we can technically control whether or not the bloom cores are disabled. So it's going to be a Skirkish situation is my vibe. There's going to be a big difference between how Nefer performs in her own team context versus or team context with like her best supports versus team context where like you choose to have bloom cores be enabled like normal bloom cores. But that's fine. I just want to be able to do it, right? I want to be able to, if I just happen to on my account want to play or have these specific units, like you don't have the option to do. And one question would be like, if you don't have Lauma for Nefer, is it possible that Nefer Hyperbloom will be better? Nefer Hyperbloom without doing 2 Notcries will be better than doing with 2 Notcries. And like I don't know. I kind of hope that's not the case because that would be a little weird, but it might be the case. That first one's fine. Oh, well, that was unnecessary. Did it for style. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think she is the ideal version of the kit I kind of could like the idea of. It does not seem like Hydra application, like total Hydra application is that relevant, and I think that would have been enjoyable. Like, I think it would have been enjoyable if Xingqiu was the best in slot support for Nefer, but it does not seem to be the case as far as I can tell. Recon being locked at cons is stingy. Oh yeah, I agree. I would like to pick up. I would probably pick up like a, I don't know, Ayaka, or I was gonna say Risley, but he's not a choice. Who would I pick? It'd probably be Ayaka. I don't know. Oh, by the way, this is something maybe I should mention. Okay, this is still not dialogue that's relevant as far as I can tell. I don't know what this is. Someone tell me if there's some detail I missed here that's important for the start of this quest. But well, I'm gonna finish my yap here. For level 100, the fact that they are the relevancy of like me potentially choosing to like level 100 Sethos is a lot lower now. Like not that I don't want level 100 Sethos still, because I like him, but there's a pretty big difference between Sethos getting, you know, a 40% base damage increase from reactions, both for aggravates and blooms, for the base reaction, not like the total, and 15%, right? Like it was in the level of like I wanted to see how truly absurd Sethos can get at level 100. To now it's just like, okay, it's just like, yeah, you can make him a bit stronger. This chest being visible on the screen flashing is bugging my brain. I'm seeing it flashing. It's like, stop flashing. I don't want you to flash. I think if I equip a different thing, it'll go away. Yes, it did. Okay. The quest did not auto-navigate. God dang it. Frick. Not that. This? No, not that. This? Not that. That's... Frick me. Is it a world quest? Having Lauma increases her damage by 50%. Okay. Okay. Which world quest is it? 9,000 meters. I'm looking for the thing that's closest to me. What? Is it this? No. This is somewhere else. Yeah. Okay. Is it this? No. Hello? Hi. Am I having a stroke? Where is it? Oh, it's down here. Is this? Okay. Sorry, by world quest, I'm okay. I understand why people said yes as a world quest, because like the tab is world quests. I don't consider the quests that show up here as by world quests I mean like these quests. Right? These are differentiated quite differently. These are just normal quests. All the random shit that pops up here that doesn't have any special UI and whatever to it, these are just normal quests. These in my brain are world quests, like special quests. And I feel like this should have been like a world special quest, whatever the frick. That's what I meant by world quest, and that's where the confusion came from. Alright, anyways. Do 33% damage, less damage without, and 50% damage compared to 33% damage compared to with, 50% more compared to without. Yeah, yes, that is indeed how comparisons work. So yeah. Anyways, expect Lalmo to be a very big difference maker for Nefer. Who knew that was going to happen? It's almost like we could tell as soon as we saw what we saw what Llama's kit was, and how it was designed in specific ways that benefited no character other than a potential main DPS Lunar Bloom unit. Crazy. But yeah, it's in a Scopie Skirk situation. Nefer Flynn's is also kind of similar, but a little bit less bad, because but not really. It's kind of just as bad. It's only really a little bit less bad because Flynn's C1 exists and it's pretty good. And I don't know. Anyways, you get a quest item at the end of this? Okay. Okay. Great hero to knock. Yeah, it seems like it's just going to be the case moving forward. If we are going to get an exception of this being the trend, it might be Columbia, if she is. But that's because she's like the Archon-ish of the region presentation-wise, it seems like. But we'll see. Still talking about Nefer? Not really, just passively because someone brought it up in chat. Level 100 Kaching is viable? Yeah, should be a significant upgrade. Oh yeah, anyway, I didn't finish my level 100 thing now. The reason I was yapping about it. The level 100 thing being more balanced now makes me care less about the idea of, so originally I was like kind of waffling between like I'm probably, we'll see if I want to choose to do Nilu first, but it's just a matter of timing because it takes 8 weeks of grinding to get the free constellation. So first I'm gonna have to decide if I want to like get a duplicate for a Masterless Star Glitter just to level 100 Dia sooner. But that's going to depend a little bit on how the RNG on the banner goes for me. But after level 100 Dia, the consideration was, okay, instead of choosing like Nilu C2, Baiju C1, Shenhe C1, any others that are relevant for me? Yai C3. And instead of choosing any of those for free constellations, it was like, okay, maybe I just choose Mona and Kaching C7s, right? Because that'd be 2 Masterless Star Glitter, and then I could like put that into Sethos. Like that was a very strong consideration I was leaning towards before, rather than like choosing Shenhe or Baiju in particular, and even Nilu. Like level 100 Sethos, when there was a 40% base damage increase for reactions, like that was more compelling to me. That sounded more fun to me than like, oh yes, I can get value having Shenhe C1 a little bit, or get a little bit of value having Nilu C2, but like, am I really going to play around with her that often that I care that much, versus someone I know I will play a lot? And like, so at 40%, I was like, okay, strong desire, like it was my most meta desire, amusingly, was to level 100 Sethos. Even if level 100 Sethos isn't like what most Zjeffs of the world would recommend. That's still like my most meta aligned desire. Like it was so significantly a damage increase that it's like, oh boy, that's a real want. Particularly being that I had a potential path towards it, right? Towards being able to do it. Not that it's just like a 15-ish% increase. It's still like desirable. It's still significant. I would definitely notice it. I would like to do it eventually. But it's more in the neighborhood of like, I'm fine with just gradually being able to do that over time. In particular, because if I lose like one 50-50 to Mona or Kaching in the future, in this next year, that's immediately level 95, right? On Sethos. So I'm glad it's been reduced because it makes me lean towards like, I'll get a Masterless, probably a Dia copy for symbolic reasons. I'll get a Masterless Star Glitter to get Dia to level 100 most likely. Hero Sways and Falls the Ground. Okay. And then I will probably choose either Nilu next, or maybe I'll do Nilu first for the purpose of Nefer coming out. We'll see. It depends how long I want to wait for level 100 Dia, right? Because either I have to wait for level 100 Dia, or I don't. That's the question. How long can I tolerate waiting for level 100 Dia? Because it's gonna bother my monkey brain having her sit at level 94, level 95 for a while. We'll see. And again, ultimately, like literally, if I just lose a 50-50 to like Mona Kaching, or well, no, not Dia. If I lose a 50-50 to Dia when going for Llama, then that would be just equivalent to saving me having to pull a copy of Dia on Chronicle Banner, which would be a good result, but not equivalent to a Masterless Star Glitter. So if I lose a 50-50 to Kaching or Mona, though, that's a Masterless Star Glitter, and I can level 100 Dia basically right away. So it just depends. And then I think I would need... So I think what I'm leaning towards is... Baiju C1 is kind of whatever to me. So I think I'm leaning towards like getting Nilu C2, Yai C3, a Dia copy most likely, and then Shenhe C1 from the constellation dupe thingy. It's just a matter of figuring out the timing of when I'd want to do each of those. Shenhe C1 is last. Sorry. I clearly wanted, so why wait? Want what? Level 100 Dia? Yeah. If she's not Ascendant, it doesn't lock a course. Thanks, BP Penguins. I'm aware. I'm aware. That was based on what False wrote. Anyways, sorry, responded to someone who added me and thought I misunderstood something about Nefer's kit, but they added me based on something I wrote that was responding to something that was before we had the actual kit. So, anyways, Llama's Ascension stat also EM. Yeah, it is. So Llama functionally gets like, she has like 300 base EM functionally. Yeah, why wait for level 100? Because I also want other things. I want Nilu C2 more now than I did before because of potential Nefer synergy, and the baseline Llama synergy. Like if I don't get, like you gotta remember, like with the 8 weeks of grinding things, we're gonna get our first constellation 2 weeks into 6.1. And then the second constellation won't be until 4 weeks into, right? Is that 6 weeks? 6 weeks, yeah. It won't be until 4 weeks into 6.2. Do you want Dia more? I mean, ultimately, like, it's not gonna affect my gameplay that much, and like I've had to wait so long for like slowly progressing Dia's damage up that I'm fine. I don't need to immediately go in 1 week. like if I wanted level 100 Dia now, I want level 100 Dia now, I can just pull for another extra copy of Dia on Chronicle Banner, right? Like I don't know. I've already had to experience the slow progression of Dia. I think I can wait a little longer for level 100, right? But I'm just planning around trying to make sure I do have the ability to get level 100 Dia. So, yeah. It just doesn't necessarily have to be immediately. My intention is I do want to get C6 Dia during the first half banner. I don't want to have to wait 8 weeks for C6 Dia. That's why I am intending to pull 1 extra copy of Dia, because I was originally in the first place. That's why, like, the worst case plan is get C6 Dia, and then Constellation Selector thing gives me an extra Masterless Star Glitter to get level 100 Dia, because I'm going to start with 2 from Kitching. But I might be able to get it sooner, depending on how RNG goes in the banner. Llama banner in particular. So yeah. Doing what I do when there's something I really want, but talk yourself out of it. No, I usually talk myself into things. Masterless Tuna, yeah. Did I say Star Glitter again? Sorry. Masterless Tuna. No, I usually talk myself out of things. Or sorry, into things. I'll be like, I mean, let's be real, if I was gonna make comparisons to C6 Dia to Arlecchino in the first place, and I can get close to level 100ing. And then once I realized I was gonna start with 2 from C7 and C8 Kaching, whatever. I was gonna start with 2, I was like, alright, well, it's a no-brainer. How can I not try to level 100 her? All the chests. This feels like it's gonna take a while. Let's see. But yeah, for content, exactly. But like the content value of level 100 in characters is like 1 video. Like I actually I don't know. I was brainstorming with you. What should I title C6 Dia wishing video? That's the wrong color. Really? What should I title C6 Dia wishing video? I think it's gonna be titled I'm not stopping at C6 Dia. Right. Oops, I just alt-tab by accident. Is that a good title? Already have blue, I didn't. I feel like that's a pretty good title. Please. And it's gonna imply to people who don't know the state of my account, who haven't been watching my live streams, like you all wonderful peoples. It's gonna imply to people that I'm going harder into Dia than I actually need to. But instead it's just like, no, the free constellation thing and the fact that I had gotten Kaching dupes in the past means I can basically just have my plans be the same as what I was planning originally, but then utilize the extra free constellation thing to guarantee level 100 Dia. It's actually not that complicated. Like, I'm functionally pulling 1 extra copy of Dia that I don't need to, but I was already planning on pulling this 1 extra copy of Dia anyways, before we heard about the constellation thing. So it's actually not that complicated for me. So, wasting chat's money for C10 Dia? No, I'm not spending any money. C6 Dia is not the end. Yeah. It's kind of the same variation of title, but I'll jot that down. Appreciate the alternative option. C6 Dia is not the end. Anyways, it'll be... So I'm making a wishing video. When I said after the Skirk video, I might not make wishing videos again. Was it the Skirk video? No. I mean, like what I did with the Nefer video, I think worked well. Where like, I just made an Nefer video and I included the wishes there. And that's what I'm probably going to do in the future. Like, you know, if like most of the time where the wishing content is just not going to be interesting. If I don't have something interesting to add, I'm not going to make a dedicated wishing video, I think. In the case of Dia, I think the event of me going for Master Oron, me going for C6 Dia is worth a dedicated video on, right? So, yeah. It's Dude Layla. Okay. Okay, interesting. So functionally, it could be I'm polling for C7 Dia in a way, but I don't know. The wishing video for Dia is just going to be an opportunity to yap about like some of the things I enjoy for Dia and like my overall vibe of like the progression of Dia all the way to C6 and whatever, before C6, like up to C3 that I've had and whatever, and you know, realizing that this is a character I want C6, and to be clear, if she was a limited character, I doubt I would feel the desire or need to do so. It's because she is a standard banner character and it is you are able to acquire copies of her much easier over time. And the fact that I'd say her being a lower powered character at a baseline makes it more, it makes it so I at least will see more noticeable value gains from her constellations. But yeah. Fishing in the seas until I get a tuna. It's a good pun. But I don't know if it's a good title. People won't understand the title. I mean, sometimes people not understand the title is a good thing. People like it makes people stop and read and go like, "What the frick does that mean?" And they click on the video because of it. But, anyways, yeah, never-ending story with Dia. It's like, I thought C6 Dia would be the end. Maybe I can put that in the thumbnail. I thought I'd only need C6 ... So it'll be a level 100 yap in the wishing video about like some frustration I have and that there's other units I'd like to level 100, but you know, ultimately Dia I think is going to be the most interesting one for me to compare to other units I like playing. And maybe it'll make me hate her. Maybe it'll make me dislike this character. For what it's worth, one of the value adds of going for C6 Dia for me is also the fact that intentionally using my resources to go for C6 Dia increases the chance that when I lose 50/50s to Dia, that's functionally resources towards level 95, 100 on other units, right? So I'll still be happy when I get Dia copies as a 50/50 loss in the future. I only see Dia. I do like I only see Dia. That's a funny pun. Maybe I can like. Usually I'm good at coming up with like silly opens for my videos, but I kind of like that as a pun for opening the intro of the video. I only see Dia. Dia is the only one matters to me. New Dendro character that power creeps Nahida? No. I don't need them things. I only see Dia. I like it. Thanks for the inspiration. Don't know if I'll actually use it, but also it does. I mean, it doesn't fit a little bit considering my intention again is like to get one copy of Dia and then hopefully have wishes to at least get a pity. I'm like 30 away from pity unlimited banner, right? Get one copy of Dia, go to pity unlimited banner. In case I lose a 50/50 to Dia when going for Llama, right? And then if I lose a 50/50 on Llama, I'm probably just going to hold off until I get C6 Dia. And I might then, but I might then do a top up to get Llama, get the guaranteed Llama. And then focus some content in the first week of the patch in grinding for Dia, just because I would want to make a sponsor. I have to make a sponsor video, and my plan is to have the sponsored video be focused on Llama. So that doesn't necessitate getting Llama unless I make the sponsored video on someone else's account, mind you. Which I could do, but tentacle phenomenon, okay. So Oron is teaching a lot about vegetables. Yeah. So, anyways. E video is great, yeah. Luna 1 tonight? No, tomorrow. Kind of title will just be a magnet for Sinosmooths. Honestly though, maybe I could just title it C. Maybe I just do title it C. just title the C6 Dia video C. But I think C might be the video title for a separate video, because there's gonna have to be a separate video for like actually playing around with C6D, right? ABC6D. Okay, you guys are having really good ideas. Normally you guys don't have this good of ideas. You're full of good ideas today. ABC6D. ABC6D. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Especially because Dia also then goes DE. And Dia's name, you say D. She has a very, like, pronounced D. ABC6 Dia. That's pretty good. That's really good, Jamie. That it's like so good that I'd have to credit you for that one. Wednesday for you? Yeah, yeah. Alright, I must admit, I didn't expect to start like, so much at the beginning of this quest caring about random NPCs and their vegetables. And an insane thing. But I'm not 100% going to go with that title, but I might try that title and see if it works well. Because I might try ABC6 Dia and then switch if for some reason the video is like performing like poopy. I might switch the title over or whatever. Discord down for anyone else? Is it? That's a rarity. Put a flower over Llama's bosom to hide in the Apple App Store? Yeah. No, I showed it earlier. I think she looks better with flowers. Do I have it open still? I might have it open. I do have it open still. Where is it? There it is. It's better. I'm sorry. It looks so much better. Like, I understand why Apple is like, yo, this lady basically has her boobs out. And also, it just looks better. It's just better. The summer region hallucinogens, yeah. It's because it's the nation of parties. What do you expect? It's the nation of parties, where all you do is you party. And what do you do at parties? Well, I don't party, but as far as I understand, it's just filled with drugs, based on what people trying to fearmonger have told me in my past. You go to a party, it's just drugs everywhere. ABC6 Dia Plus, yeah. Like the autoplay should play this faster. Okay. What are we doing? Can I like... Y'all said this quest was good and it's starting with 20 minutes of random NPC bullshit. I gotta say. I'm a little bit sus of your claims. Maybe it's actually getting interesting. Carrot ring, show me where they fell. It's really missing some sound effects here, I feel like. Okay. It gets there? Alright. Just a really poor start. It's fine. Okay. This is a problem Genshin Quest have a lot for me, by the way. It was just like weird nonsense slow starts. I get it. I get it. Writing is difficult, but like I'm not saying I'd do it better. But I also think I can't be blamed for struggling to engage with the quests when they start like this. Who said the quest is good? I think many people told me that this was a pretty good quest. The Bakanawa quest. And I suspect they probably think it's good because it ends much better than it begins. Which always leaves your brain like like with a positive impression with the ending and whatever. Most of Game of Thrones is pretty damn good, but it ended really, really, really terribly, and people don't remember Game of Thrones very fondly. If you have the reverse, where you start kind of shit and then end really well, particularly for a low commitment thing like a short world quest in a video game, it's, you know, you end up remembering it quite well. As far as cute though, no, I think it hasn't been terrible. It's been funny a little bit, but it's just been a lot of fluff. Like I for the start of the quest. That's all. Okay. Lecture in the morning, so I must leave to sleep. Good luck with the quest. Bye. But yeah, my goal for the stream. How long have I been streaming? Oh my god, for 5 hours. Okay. How? 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 Thanks, Layla. I tabbed out for a second. That was bad. I could still read the text, but I didn't notice that the thing had popped up. Okay. I was gonna say my goal for the stream is to max out the Tablet of Toma. Not necessarily get max in the statue. But I think both goals might be not feasible today. I guess that's fine. The upside is, if I don't finish Natlan Exploration today, that leaves Natlan Exploration for... Because I was considering trying to make a video to get uploaded for tomorrow, by the way. So I don't think I want to stream for like 4 more hours. I didn't realize I'd been streaming for 5 hours somehow. 5 hours of stream, 1 hour exploration. I got distracted with Nefer. It's fine. It's fine. At this point, honestly, I should just retitle. The Twitch will just be retitled. Level 100 is different. Again. Was rebalanced. Rephrase that. Nefer kit. Nefer's kit is yay. And amazing exploration progress. Bam. Twitch title updated. YouTube title. Do something similar. Level 100 was rebalanced. Yay? Question mark. And then in parentheses, also Nefer kit yap. Nefer and great exploration progress. There we go. What a title. What a title. Alright, well this is going to be one of my YouTube thumbnail or YouTube live stream titles of all time. There you go. That's more appropriate for what the actual content of the stream was. Which is mostly a concern for the bot watchers. Like click on it and be like, when does the person explore? Never. I tried. I did try. That was my intent. I just... Can you blame me? I like snakes, okay? And Nefer is obviously very snake. No, she's not snake at all. She just has like references to snaky things. She's more cat than she is snake, it seems like. She's more assassin than she is snake, honestly. Like, that's what some of her animations get the vibe of, right? Track down some invisible... Oh, sure. Right. They were like spirits, weren't they? They were like spirits. Yeah, supernatural occurrence. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is why it's going to take me 3 years to get used to the 100k Mora route. Oh, my God. I forgot I even mentioned that as a thing to do. Oh, my God. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe that's my goal tomorrow. Is for the waiting room. So the waiting room stream is going to be mostly probably Silksong. Okay. The waiting room stream is probably going to be mostly Silksong and before that though. Maybe like in the hour or so before maintenance starts, we can... Yeah, referencing Mara Javari, finally. Alright. Street systematic about 20 years ago. Souls in prison, yeah, okay. Sorry, we're getting into interesting shite. Serpentine like, yeah. They fight it quite a few spots, so it's better you start with it, okay. Yeah, so maybe tomorrow is like, because it's just gonna be like condense my resin, and then do nothing. Like, waiting room stream. Just gonna jot a note down. Waiting room stream. Do sparkle spot route. There you go. Bennett. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, yeah, we'll finish this quest and I think that'll be the stream. Okay, that's decent enough progress for the day. Even if it's not the progress I intended per se. And I still haven't done the Archon quest. That probably connects to Not Cry. I did the Nefer Archon quest, which obviously very directly connects. I did do that. Done that multiple times actually. Only for Flynn's. Not planning on it. Nope. On my main account. I will on my Polearm account. Wait, where are we going? Oh, way the heck away. Okay. What videos are you working on? I mean, I really intended to have some mix. I don't know. I've been really struggling with motivation to try to sit my arse down and edit a video. Like as far as videos, it shouldn't be that hard for me to get out. Well, the Dia video might take a little bit more work, but Dia dire difficulty video, Natlan in hindsight video, which is just my thoughts on Natlan characters, but honestly, maybe I just won't do that. I'm gonna have to decide if I want to try to get the Dia video out for tomorrow during maintenance. I like the idea of having it up for maintenance. But I could also do the Natlan character Yap video, but like I really should have had the Natlan character Yap video like up in like the second half or whatever. The main reason I struggle, I've sat down to like try to record that video like 2 or 3 times, and like I just didn't have the energy to like properly do it because like it required like yapping about some things and then showcasing some things. And, like I recorded a whole bunch of footage to like showcase stuff like with, for example, Mualani and like my commentary and the whole discourse of Mualani and whatever stuff like I've yapped about on live streams disconnectedly at random points in times, but like in a more condensed video with thoughts about all the Natlan characters and where Genshin's progression is going as a whole for like the combat and how team building works for me as someone who is like not someone who feels the need to play the strongest teams, but I still engage with the Genshin, the meta of Genshin as far as at least supports enabling interesting teams for characters, and how I've simultaneously not disliked any like individual character kit very much with Natlan, and I've liked a lot of them, quite a lot, even. But then like the overall big picture for like how the character kits are balanced relative to like how Abyss is balanced, and then Stygian Onslaught now existing, and a lot of specific decisions they made makes me feel right. So I don't know, like if in like, and I was considering, by the way, doing a stream. I was considering doing a stream that was Nightland in hindsight on Saturday morning before I did stuff with my friends yesterday, but I didn't wake up in time, so my sleep schedule has effed me a little bit, or my lack thereof. Okay, marking on the map, thank you, sir. Let's go look for some invisible ashes. We're going back here. All right. So yeah, they did the quick start for Nogcry. Yeah, well, it's just, is there important details? Is there important information I will be missing from the Dane's Life quests? But yeah, dude, so angry it's funny. No, the nuance is that I'm not angry. I'm conflicted. I don't know how to feel. Anyways, oh wait, Mies was angry. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Like I am. But yeah, compared to Mies, if Mies is angry, I think being angry about it is better. Cause like I think I have been angry at different points, but like I don't think I can. In a trying to reflect about Natlan video, I don't think I can get. If I'm trying to weigh the overall experience of like all the character kits and whatever, I don't think I can properly like get angry if I'm trying to be somewhat objective and self-reflect on things. Because like just being angry about something is not very self-reflective for me personally. Being angry about something is like a emotive reaction to something. Like anger has its place, but not as a reflective tool. Anger is an impediment as a reflective tool to me. So I almost think it'd be less entertaining relative to like Mies, because anger is entertaining. So I don't know. Search for invisible Asha. I was not listening to the dialogue. They're telling me on how to do that. Oh wait, they're literally just there. All right, hello, sir. Is that supposed to happen? Oh, I have to color it. I guess that would make sense. I see. Alright. Oh, you over there. You were peeking through the box. That was a little weird. So yeah, I don't know. Should I do a Natlan in hindsight video after Nod cries out? I feel like that I've missed the timing, which is my vibe lately for a lot of videos I've had in mind. That like, hey, this video would make sense, and then I just don't end up having the energy or desire to make it properly in my mind. Oh, yeah, I see you. I see you. Get on the ground. I could maybe do it as a live stream. Well, if I do it as a live stream tomorrow, I'd want it to be a separate stream, at least on YouTube. So, maybe if I wake up early enough tomorrow, I could do an early stream of like, hey, Natlan's literally like a couple hours away from bye-bye. Nogcry almost here, less than 24 hours. Let's have a yoldy yap. Like, I really should have done this earlier this week at some point. Really should have. But I don't know, my brain was just never in it. Distracted by a Silk song, whatever. Like, yeah. Watching any particular anime? Just the same stuff I've been watching this season. Nothing really new. Ruri Rocks. I feel like I'd pronounce it better if I try to like do the whatever. Anyways, hello, Sea Lolly. Welcome, surprise, indeed. Ruri rocks. Ruri. Why is it so hard to say? Ruri. I feel like whatever. No, Ruri rocks is really good. Ruri. Level 100 get changed into a plus or a meh. I mean, in my opinion, it was changed for the better because it's more balanced across the board. But they nerfed the relevancy of level 100 for transformative reactions in particular, or spread and aggravate. And in my opinion, it's a good thing. But I talked about it way more earlier. If you want to rewind or actually you're on Twitch, Zoni, but you can go on my YouTube, or you can go check out the Twitch VOD too. Oops, didn't mean to skip that line. Disappeared. The disappear shouldn't be possible to proceed it anyway. Target. Your main target's the person who showed up in Layla's clairvoyance. Okay. Trying to remember any other standout shows this season. I haven't watched much of Dan to Dan. I've decided to. Dan to Dan's first season very much kind of annoyed me with some of its pacing on an episode by episode basis, and I'm assuming it's been the same for Dan to Dan season 2. So I'm gonna watch that when it's done. Witch Watch has turned into a show I no longer like. I liked the first half of Witch Watch, but like by the end of the first half of Witch Watch, it was just like it'd gone from like something I really liked to something that's like kind of generic, and then anything after the first half has continued the genericness, and I kind of, it's not bad, it's just meh. Like, I haven't even watched anything past like episode 16, I think, which is a little sad because like I think Witch Watch started really strong. See You Tomorrow at the Food Court was only 6 episodes. Very good. Watch it. Oh, Dress Up Darling has continued to be really good. That's good. Anyways. Kanich. Enjo. Enjo shows up everywhere. It's like the most important character at this point. Anyways. Yeah, YouTube's a bit better for VODs. Fragrant Flower. So you know what's funny? I read I don't know how much I read of the manga, which is funny because like most of the things I've watched in the anime so far, I'm like episode 8 or whatever. Abyss Order Goon. Can't let him get away. Yeah. Don't mess with an old lady's pride. Calling yourself an old lady for once? I guess she does reverse to herself. It's kind of easily sometimes. Yeah. Rascal Does Not Dream. So Rascal Does Not Dream. I need to watch because the movies take place between the first and second season, so I need to watch the movies. But anyways, Fragrant Flower. Like I read the manga. Sorry, I'm trying to like pay attention to this while yapping at the same time. I read the manga. And not the whole manga, but I don't know where I stopped. But I read a bunch of the manga, and like the manga is good. But then I had pointed out, like as I was like looking at discussion threads when I was reading it, whatever, it's like you end up falling into this thing where it Fragrant Flower is weird in that it's like the characters are not, they're like overly perfect. Like the entire story structure, what I recall, this was like someone wrote this and then like made me like be like, oh shit, they're right. The entire story is just like people, like these are like high schoolers. Like this, like it's not written as it like high schoolers don't act like this, right? Like no, they don't exist. But like Fragrant Flower, the Fragrant Flower blooms with dignity, specifically, is like in this weird arse place where like when you watch it or when you read the manga, it's like it can genuinely bring you to tears and like it's great. It's like really emotional, but then you slowly start to realize the entirety of the story is just people like making like minor mistakes, like minorly offending someone, like, oh no, I'm so sorry I ate your last potato chip. I have offended you. This is an affront to your existence as a human being. I'm so sorry. And then they're just like, oh, no, it's fine. You're a wonderful person for caring about eating my last potato chip. And it's just like, and it just becomes like this like indefinite loop about people apologizing and being thankful for each other. It's like, it's really good and really emotional, and like, it's just like it's just a story about prejudices and being good human beings to each other. But it's also like so almost idealistic in the way it's like, yeah, it's so good but cringe in the way they act, and it's just like non-realistic in how characters, high schoolers would act, and it's just like, but it still tickles my brain in the right way. Like, yeah, it's just fluff. It like tickles my brain in the right way, but like I don't think it's a good story. Like, I think it's the character, like I think it's not very good, but like my brain like it. Like my brain like feeling good, right? Like it, and like, so I don't know, right? And like, and the anime is a good adaptation for like further impacting that with like good choice for music and other visual quality aspects. I think it's a great story. I am like, at this point, like I'm watching it and enjoying it, but like, do I actually care about like the main character's relationship and like with other like romance stories or whatever, I can get really invested in the characters and their relationship and like, you know, whatever, like generic will they won't they type storyline. In this story, it's not a will they won't they. It's just like a, how much fluff do you get, right? How much fluff do you want? How much fluff do you get? And yeah, it gives you some dopamine. And like, I really enjoy it, but like when I'm trying to like analyze and reflect on it, I'm just like, I've been tricked into having feelings. It's a cutesy, but a little cliche and a little cringy. It kind of, it's like, saying it's like cliche and cringy is a little weird because it's still like a non-typical way to tell a story. Like, it feels out of the norm because of how like you normally wouldn't try to tell a story with like such idealized like representations of characters. Like I think My Dress Up Darling does a better job at telling a realistic romance story with like, you know, still exaggeration, anime exaggeration, whatever. But like it does a better job at like making characters out to be real characters while also being like really good people. Like Marin and Gojo are really, really good people, right? But they're written in a way that makes them more like realistically believable characters that could exist in reality. And then like Fragrant Flower Blooms is like, I'm sorry, like I just the whole, it's a really, really generic and cliche like Romeo and Juliet setup with like the whole emotional impact just being like the two main characters being really respectful and the people around them that they influence as a side effect is usually the two main characters just being really, really a really, really nice girl and a really, really nice boy that are just extremely considerate of others, and like their only flaw is that they are too considerate of others. Like, so it's just like, it's like, this is not a character flaw that you're cute. it's like, it's not a flaw. You're too perfect. Anyways, that's my yap about Fragrant Flower. It's simultaneously really enjoyable and good dopamine for the brain, but I don't think it's a good story. That's my vibe. And like having reflected on it, it's hard for me to get invested in the actual characters' relationship when the characters themselves don't feel realistic to me. I apologize for starting a yap. No, you're good. I just hadn't yapped about Fragrant Flower. Anyways. Seems pretty normal. No, it's good. I think people should watch it because like it's such a generic our setup baseline, like a Romeo and that's the show I want to see. Romeo and Juliet setup, but then it's just like a bunch of feel good. It's less Romeo and Juliet drama and more feel good as it relates in particular. The thing it excels at, I would say, is not just being a romance story focused on the two leads, but how them being overly idealistic, perfect people influences the more normal people around them. That's, I think, where it excels at. Like, Subaru is the best character in the show and the manga, in my opinion. Just saying. And so are the friends of Rintaro, right? Like, those are the best characters. The worst characters in the show are the two leads. They're not good, but like the entire show revolves around this like central point of like how these wonderful idealized people make other people better by their actions, and like the meaning that you take away from that is just like, ah, shit, I should say thank you and apologize more, even if it's for minor bullshit. But it also feels really silly at the same time. So yeah, I don't know. It's like a show that tricks you into feeling, and it's a show that tricks you into I need to be a better person. How terrible. How terrible. I like Wagari. Yeah, she's great. I like her. Like, she's adorable. But she's also too perfect. Anyways, I don't know if you can hear the knocking noise upstairs. Neighbor seems to be doing something. Maybe they're pissed off because I'm talking. Well, get wrecked, because if you can hear me, neighbor, it's my job. If I annoy you with noise, I apologize, but you've annoyed me with noise plenty of times. They're not making noise anymore. She's not perfect. Can't hear the knocking, that's good. I don't know, I haven't fully gone through, I don't know, maybe I'm just stuck in the beginnings of the infinite loop of the entirety of the show, just looping in the I'm sorry, thank you, I'm sorry, thank you, I'm sorry, thank you, you're wonderful. But yeah, anywho's but yeah, I don't know, it's a good show. I don't know what to say. Like it's just weird. It's such an odd experience watching it because of how like I think it's simultaneously great and not very great at the same time. And I think part of what is emblematic of that for me, that is proof of that, is the fact that I read the manga, got much of this experience, the same experience from the manga, and now I'm watching the anime where I've already seen the same things, and the anime has the same effect on me. Because like the actual things happening in the story don't matter relative to like the emotional impact. Right? Does that make sense? So it like has value to be consumed twice in different mediums. Alright, anyways. That was a hacking, yeah. So 1 hour quest means it takes me 4 hours because someone asked about anime. Alright, let's go to the hut. Yeah, good job distracting me. Because you mentioned Fragrant Flower and I forgot that I had been watching that when relative. Oh, I pressed glide, but it triggered the quest. Killing Dia by jumping off a cliff the day before I have to wish for C6 Dia is a bad sign. Merc down. So I don't know. It's a good show, but also it's cursed by Netflix, by the way, right now. Because is it even available on Netflix in the US normally? Because I know it like hadn't been released, so I found other methods. It's still not released on Netflix yet. My God, it's on like episode like 10. Like it's almost done. Are they just not releasing it until it's like fully out? What the frick? Why does Netflix do this? Like some animes Netflix releases weekly, and then some they don't. Like, so it's like, okay, Netflix, well, I guess I'm not watching it through you guys then, because I want to watch it when people are discussing it. Sorry. So, yeah. Started yesterday. Oh. So it's just 10 weeks behind? What? Okay, that makes even less sense to me. I'm assuming it's because, like, maybe the dub production was behind and they wanted to make sure, like, the dub was available at the same time. Oh my god. Anyways, whatever. Bokuyaba is better? Oh, I agree. I think Dangers in My Heart is... Which is Bokuyaba. I think Dangers in My Heart is a really, really, really good story. And, like... It has the same feel-good things, but with better written everything, in my opinion. Whereas, like, Fragrant Flower is more idyllically cutesy and cliche in that way. I'm a sucker for it because the art style. Yeah, no, the art style is great. It's enjoyable. Everything about it is just, like, enjoyable. It's like a solid 8 out of 10 feel-good show. That's what I label it as. Anyways. Okay. Just the cactus man being an asshole. Alright. I should go fight the... I don't think I fought the cactus in the overworld yet, by the way. On this account. That's a goal. Drama picks up in a recent chapter. Wait, in the manga? what chapter is it on the manga? Because if you're gonna tell me like it's on chapter 300 or something, I'm gonna be like, okay. Oh, don't worry. The like it actually like no the characters start being fleshed out in chapter 300. But yeah, anyways. I think that like it's an example of a show, I think. He got away. There's a reason like the tropes work. Like the time old tropes of Romeo and Juliet works on some level. And it's just a interesting specific variation of that. That kind of shows that you can write a story that's baseline just really tropey, but if you get the aesthetic right, you get the emotional impact right, we consume it all the same and feel like it's something new and great. And that's my vibe on it. Drama around the school conflict. Oh. I'll be honest. I couldn't be less interested in the actual conflict itself. Like, the conflict of the schools exists as a plot device for, again, the characters that are around the main leads, the male and female lead. And that's the interesting, like, continued development of the show. It's just a mere plot device that is layered on top of the whatever. It's just the Romeo and Juliet thing of the factions are clashing. Chapter 162, the factions are clashing. Anyways. A manga you feel should never be turned into an anime. For me, it's Oyasumi Pun Pun. I've read a little bit of that, but you can't, it's not a bingeable manga. Yeah, yeah, that probably is up there. Okay. Let's go. Oh, look. Who dat? That old hag. She's more a nuisance than I am. At least he's self-aware. Oh, you're such a pain in the ass. Oh, I've been out asshole. 500 years ago. Okay. I hate school romance. Yeah, it depends how it's written for me. I don't. They're all incredible. Uh-huh. Beheaded or had its body chopped into pieces, remains would somehow continue to grow. That's Tenok's sacrifice. Sonja performed the Flogi Stone engraving on his body in order to he was eaten, okay? Miniature Night Kingdom inside Bakunawa's belly. What the frick? Okay. That's a wild way to defeat it. School romance is a lot easier to get bored of because the school romance trope is used too much. Yeah. I feel that. I definitely think there's a lack of non-school romance, particularly in the anime format. But hey, Bunny Girl Senpai. Actually, I hate calling it Bunny Girl Senpai, by the way. I'm gonna call it Rascal Does Not Dream. That's what the series is. It's Rascal Does Not Dream, okay? Bad brain, don't call it Bunny Girl Senpai. That's just the first season. But Rascal Does Not Dream, as far as I'm aware, the plot progresses to a not just high school. Anyways. Marjavari. There's good news for us. It's a little hard to... Secret cave. Okay. I must admit, you guys distracted me and I yapped too much, so I have not caught every little detail, but it's fine. I've got the general vibe of what's going on. But yeah, what is the Abyss Order up to? They trying to revive Bakunawa? I presume that's the implication here. Oh yeah, Dia died because the quests murdered her. The amount of times that quests have murdered my characters is quite high. I feel like anytime I do a quest, there's a good chance the quest murders a character. Because of jumping off of a cliff and then it like triggering the quest before I can glide. Right, I don't know why I full healed everyone, but it doesn't really matter. It's callbacks to 1.0 artifact lore. Wee. Don't like conflicts based on misunderstandings that can be resolved in 10-second conversation. Yeah, you might like Fragrant Flower. Like that's one thing that I think a lot of people like about it potentially is like it is not a show that is plot driven on misunderstandings or any misunderstandings that happen, because it's such a core focus of the show is like just people being like, yeah, let's respect each other as human beings and just talk to each other. Is you might like it more. Isn't that? It does not fall like that. That's I think part of what makes it good to a lot of people, including to me. It does not fall into a lot of like the trappings that other things can fall into, as far as I'm aware so far. But yeah, it's legally viewable on Netflix apparently now, but it's 10 weeks behind. Rip. Yeah. I don't think I have any other meaningful thoughts. I'd say this season of anime has been overall okay. It hasn't been a particularly interesting summer for anime, I'd say. Some interesting shows, but then like the overall picture has been like, eh. But Ruri Rocks though is still a highlight for me. Studio Bind continues to make interesting concept shows that are just really good, and they do really good animation work. Imagine if Studio Bind was gonna animate the like I know like everyone glazes Ufotable because they do a 1-minute scene that looks cool in Demon Slayer or whatever. Like don't get me wrong, I don't hate Ufotable or anything, but they ain't my favorite studio, and like But like if Studio Bind made the Genshin anime, I'd be like, holy. Be like, oh. Oh shit. This could be something special. Or like another one would be like Trigger. Like Studio Trigger, when they have to follow the storyline that isn't made by them, because that's where Trigger fails. If Studio Trigger has to follow the storyline from someone else, holy, Studio Trigger could do something special. But Ufotable is just like, I don't know. It's probably gonna be fine. It's probably gonna be fine whenever the heck it actually exists. But it could be a culty sham. Something. You're a culty sham. Yeah. Shaman who cultivates vegetables. A sham is also like, I don't know if this was intentional, but like a sham is a word for like fraud. Like you're tricking, you're a sham, you're lying about being something you aren't. Culty sham. It's 3 Asha in a trench coat, but they lost the trench coat. Is that what Enjo has always been? 3 Asha in a trench coat? Is that the twist here? No. Mm-hmm. They're not being friendly. They want to murder us. Anyways, Kiyoani. Yeah, I don't know if Kiyoani would fit Genshin's style, but yeah, they're a great studio. So I don't know. I don't really understand the glazing for Ufotable that much. They're fine. They do some good stuff, but you know. Okay. I'm just gonna guess this is gonna teleport us to whatever. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Your connection to the way orb has been severed. Oh no, it means we're dead. No, we're not in Atlant. Okay. Plot. His first season will take place before the Traveler arrives in Tibet. I sincerely hope it's... the main thing I hope in the Genshin anime is that it's not just the Genshin plot, but anime form, right? Interesting. We can read this from behind. I think it's funnier this way. To the young Burkina. Oh, frickin' goddamn it. Darn it. What weapon is missing? Clearly a sword, I would say. The heck is that, by the way? Sunhaj, I see. Best Ufotable stuff for the Garden of Sinners movies? I haven't seen it. Probably should. Right, Runner 1. Chief of the Mines, Sanjata. Benelek. Tupac. Tupac. It wants me to go back, but like how it kept on spamming. I was like, no, go back. But I see a chest. Yoink.
Well, how about that?
So much lower that I don't know how many seasons it would take all of it down. Yeah. I think it'd definitely be better for Genshin in general, but also to the existing Genshin player base that if they did some new story, not just an adaptation of existing Genshin stuff. Like, it'd be really disappointing after, you know, how many years of waiting, and the Genshin anime is just, you know, a season of the Mondstadt story or something, or the Mondstadt, and that would be too much for, that would be too little, sorry, for like 13 episodes, but like it's just 13 episodes with the Mondstadt and Liyue story, right? But yeah, prequel or something else entirely, I'd be down with. Oh, I didn't actually place it down. I was confused. I'm stupid. I thought it would place down automatically based on the interaction with the dialogue. By sitting on it. I feel like it's disrespectful for us to sit on this. This feels wrong. But it's just like Traveler to be an arrogant asshole. Uh-oh. Rip. She murdered us. Ruh-roh. The Hotel of the Sacred Flame. Who's there? Where? Jade Chamber scene would be epic. Yeah, I'm not saying some scenes wouldn't be cool to see with the fully animated adaptation, but like a lot of the like cool scenes you're thinking of already have, like, you know, it has some animation in game. I think it'd be cooler if they like updated the game to refine those scenes rather than like, oh, this needs to be in a separate anime. Okay. Abyssal Rant. Hmm. Must be disturbing you during your shift. Bye. I feel like this is two snooty assholes interacting with each other. It would be nice if this was voiced. Has Enjo been voiced at all in anything? Well, you feel Hoyo is much better at world building than telling compelling stories? Yeah. No Enjo voice yet. Alright, see. Okay. I couldn't remember if I had like heard his voice at some point, but he's been in too many random things. Someone is abyssal mud. Okay. The Enco event years ago. Okay, so I wasn't. Okay. I did kind of thought. I thought there was some random ass thing he had been voiced in. Interesting. I was level 100 rebalanced. You can rewind if you want the full yap about it, but they reduced the Hyperbloom. The transformative reaction damage increase went from 40% to 15%, which means like across the board, units are gaining about 10-ish% plus or minus a little bit for their personal damage increase from level 100. And that means the effect on like team damage increase is relatively similar to other options for investment that you can get, and that means you don't have to be as concerned that it's having a substantial effect that you couldn't simulate with other options. So it's less of a big deal now, which in my opinion is a good thing. Okay. Okay. Also, isn't he calling Seat Lolly? He is calling Seat Lolly old, elderly, whatever, constantly as an insult. Isn't he like super old too? I don't know how old, but like a little bit snooty of him. Or maybe it implies that Seat Lolly is even older than we expected, because we don't know, do we? This quest gives Enja lore, more Enja lore than Enka did. Must I peel them off your head? Okay. He's very, very, very old. That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought he was like insanely old. Like, see, Lolly to him is a wee baby. My ratty little grandson. All right then. Yeah, that was a fun dialogue sequence. Hmm. It's Natland, but not Latland. What? Crazy. Why is there a tutorial here? Shattered spatial rifts. Okay. There's a tutorial and one free Prima gem for... Hey, just in case you didn't see, there's little things in front of you. Wait, I just realized there's a chest over here. Please let me go back. Oh my god, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Maybe not. It could make this annoying. I'd be fine with it being annoying, mind you. I don't mind when games are a little bit annoying trying to navigate things like this. Look over there, though. Yeah, this just takes me here. Is there not a way to get there? I have a way of getting there. Nope. This just teleports me there. Heck is going on there? There is a way to get there? Oh yeah, I figure there's a way to get there. The chest is there. Is it something I'm intended to get when I come back to it? Wait, there's a thing right there. I'm dumb as shit. I didn't see this one. Alright. That's where I got confused, because I didn't see any more portals that could have led over here. There we go. Okay.
Drop your weapon.
Hello? Oh, that's that. Yeah, okay. Spawn a new portal. Okay. I thought I was going back, but it did not. Yep. No, I don't need burst. I'm not tanky enough. Sometimes our GMC could break every domain. I mean, I think Geo Traveler could still break a lot of domains. Just trickier. That was if you... No, you just don't like... Okay. I was hoping it would show, like, just us being in the void somewhere. That's pretty. But look, is a big boy. This is true legend. What did she? What? I missed the line she said before that. Wing. Are you gonna be able to tank through this? I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to tank through this. She's slowly draining. Just get off the ashes? I don't need to. I have Dia. I got through it. Oh, look. It's who we wanted to see. It's me, Z Lolly. How disconcerting is this? And Joe appears as me, Z Lolly. Oh, God. That would have worked a lot better with the voicing again, but proud of Enjo's transition. Oh, God. Mm-hmm. Sold your own body. Hey, it's a job. You gotta respect it. Gotta do what you gotta do. Imagine when you, like, imagine how much money you have to spend for cost of living over time if you live for 80,000 years. Like, let's not even factor inflation, right? Let's say, I don't know. I'll just throw out 2,000 USD as a number. My cost of living, thankfully, is below 2,000 USD per month. But some people's costs might be a lot higher than that. Times 12 times 80,000 years. My man's had to spend $1.9 billion without inflation. Like, you gotta feel for him. He's gotta be on the grind. I understand having to sell your body. But does that give you a scale, by the way? Actually, no, sorry. I can't help but have thoughts of, like, imagine, like people underestimate how long, like, thousands and thousands of years is on a scale of like how long we're usually used to thinking about human lifetimes. So sometimes this is like a nitpick I have, where sometimes you'll have people who complain saying that, like, oh, this like person that's like lived for like 5,000 years in fiction isn't that like that's not an immortal person, because like that's no time at all, and it is no time at all on this scale of like geological time scales or whatever, right? But like, if you live for 4,000 years, that's like so long. That's like all of human history, like meaningful human history. Not literally everything. There's been more, but like, I don't know. Anyways, whatever. If 80,000 years is like, again, nothing compared to geological timescales. But the fact that like we can take like a normal amount of like cost of living, we can take a normal amount of cost of living or a low amount of cost of living in the modern day and be like, ah, yes. What if I multiply that out as if I lived for 100,000 years, and you realize it's $1 billion, right? Like, it's $1 billion to live that long with normal or low cost of living, not factoring in the fact that, you know, inflation and money does not have equal value at all points in time. And there's a good chance if you live for 100,000 years, you probably are living in some form in a society that doesn't use money in the same way. Like it's just a framework for comparison is the point, right? Like it's not something meant to be taken seriously. But like $1 billion is a lot. Can you actually imagine ever having made $1 billion in your life? Most people know. It also actually shows how stupid it is that billionaires exist, right? Right? Like Elon Musk could have a normal life for 100,000 years. He could live comfortably for 100,000 years. He could live forever on that money, for basically, because of if capitalism continues to succeed, because having money means you can just make more money by having money naturally. Like, you know, people that are rich can't actually become unrich in the current system as it basically functions, which, you know, in my opinion, is part of the problem. Not that like it's not a problem that, you know, rich people exist at all. It's just a side effect of capitalism. Just saying it's a little weird that it's impossible for a rich person to basically not become rich. So, anyways, he doesn't have a cost of living since he's an abyss lector. That's true. That's good. Drugs are expensive. Yeah. Wait, does he have to use drugs? Anyway, sorry. Calamity of Ashu. Important lore sword. It's not ascended though. This is a not even level 40. Drink water, thanks. So yeah, like the fact that you can multiply cost of living out to like 80,000 years, and that's less than $2 billion, and there are many human beings that have more money than that are alive today, is just like, why? Your native language going extinct multiple times over would be so annoying. I don't think it would be, as long as you keep on talking to people. Like the nature of languages, you just would keep on using. Like 80,000 years is a long time. You just naturally, as long as you keep on using the language, you'd keep on using whatever new language. Like to a degree that like you from 100,000 years from now and you from today would not necessarily be able to converse with each other. That's a funny thought, right? Like in the same way, like if English still exists 50,000 years from now, that's actually exaggerated. If we go, we don't even need to go that far. If we go 1,000 years, we probably don't even need to go 1,000 years actually. If we go a few hundred years in the future, right? If we go a few hundred years in the future, English speakers in a few hundred years, which is, you know, a few hundred years, it's very likely English in some form still exists. Whereas 100,000 years is so long that who the hell knows if anything as we currently know it actually exists for language. But like, yeah, your language, just if you're living throughout that time, your language should evolve with the language in general evolving. Like you're part of the language, right? The language itself, as it evolves, is comprised of the human beings that use it, and you're part of that. So like, but anyways, if 500 years from now, English is whatever it is, like you living through that time would be able to transition to being able to speak with those people as long as you continue using the language with the people throughout time. But just as if, you know, we from today try to read whatever English is conceived of as from 500 years ago, you probably wouldn't actually be able to talk to someone in practice. You probably wouldn't be able to talk to someone in practice that speaks English, whatever English is defined as from 500 years ago. You wouldn't be able to do that. So one of the same individual, a hypothetical individual that lived 500 years, very well might not be able to actually have a like you would have circumstances where, like, let's say, God forbid, Elon Musk somehow becomes immortal. And because let's be real, you and I are not going to be allowed to be immortal. We're too poor. We're going to get, even if we want to be immortal, even if it becomes accessible to people that aren't billionaires, the billionaires will not let us anyways. Sorry. So let's be real. Not that I want Elon Musk to be immortal. I really don't want. but let's be real, he has a higher chance. So let's just say Elon Musk is immortal. Elon Musk could take a recording of himself and like keep it backed up. He could record, he could have footage of himself. I mean, there's plenty of footage of Elon Musk talking. You could have footage of himself today speaking language, whatever, English, and then 500 years from now, if he's still alive, hopefully not, but if he is, then like, and he watches that back, there's a very good chance he wouldn't be able to understand his speaking from 500 years ago. That's crazy. People can forget their language in 3 to 4 generations. Yeah. That's a really funny thought. Yeah, already an 80-year-old speaks different compared to a 20-year-old. Yeah. Like across 500 years, you could easily have the same individual would not be able to understand the language they used hundreds of years ago, which is really funny. I don't know. You know, language is weird in your dreams. Sorry, linguistics distraction, as happens to me often. And Joe being an arrogant twat. Slap away and won't hurt me. Alright, good. Never hurt a soul. Statistically, how long you've lived, that implies that you probably hurt someone. If at least unintentionally. You hurt our feelings. See? Exactly. You can't say you never hurt someone if you've hurt someone's feelings. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, my vibe with this quest so far is the start of it was eh. But now, yeah, this quest is good. I understand. It's fun. Genshin's random side quests, world quests, and Hoyoverse quests in general tend to be better for whatever reason. And they're not the main quest. Although I will give, as far as main quests go, the new Zenless main quest in the current patch for Zenless that released like a week ago. It's really good. It's probably some of the best Hoyoverse main quests I've seen. For anyone not familiar with Zenless, the teaser I could give is that. What should I give? Okay, what am I allowed to spoil? What am I allowed to spoil, chat? It'll eat us. If it eats us, it'll get stronger. Escape in and out and continue eating until there's nothing left. Yeah. They show some blood. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we can say, at least. I will say they show some actual blood. And the way it happens, you'd probably find it a little unexpected for Hoyoverse. So. And this is not to say that like all of Zenless' story is perfect. That's for damn sure is not the case. But this specific storyline was really strong, and like there's nice like complex character motivations layered on top of each other. Some Hoyoverse writing problems with like the villains being a little bit questionably written for their motivation, but it's only some of the villains. And there's like more. It has like the typical Hoyoverse, like there's more to be told. Like there's like implied reasons for their motivation, but we don't actually get to see it now, kind of thing. So, anyways, yeah. It's even stronger. Wait, the worst part about the beast is that it has even stronger immortality than the rest of Gold's creations. Gold is the time god? Yeah, and Zenla's war is not like the war in Outland. Yeah, no. Albedo Mom. Oh yeah, the life. Yeah. The life god. Yeah, sorry. I haven't done Seed Story Quest yet. Yeah, it would be nice if this is voiced. But, okay, I know what your answer probably is going to be. This is the kind of thing, like... Oh, okay, the answer is, like, they should voice some of these like more important quests. I don't know. Because it's Hoyoverse, they have the freaking money. They could do it. And it's probably more of a like I honestly think it's less of a money issue for them and more of a logistics issue, right? So no, I don't even need to ask the question. Never mind. It was going to be an AI question, and the answer was going to be no. I think I would rather this be unvoiced than AI voice personally. Hoyover said Genshin is expensive to make. Can't voice. No, I don't think it's expense. I think it's logistics, because just the logistics of having way more dialogue that needs to be recorded and reviewed and whatever in all the different languages. Like, it is expensive, but it's just for it being content that the vast majority of players, not the vast majority maybe, but like a lot of players don't necessarily feel the need for it to be meaningfully better. But at the same time, I don't know. Anyways, I would like, it's not like I need all side quests to be voiced, but I think there are important, impactful quests like this one that are like, they including like the beginning in particular with like the insane cactus thing. Imagine the insane cactus dude was like voice acted by someone with like a good amount of passion for like the insanity of whatever the cactus creature was going off about, right? Like, that would have made that immediately more engaging, right? And maybe you can be like, oh, what the frick? What is this starting with? What is going on? Whereas having to read that is like, it would work in a book format, but it doesn't work as well in a video game format, right? So, anyways, I don't know. I'm sure it is partially a cost thing, thinking on it, but like, just on a logistics level, having all the quests they do is I think the bigger issue, maybe. But where I think what they should do is they should just draw the line at like the major quests that they have that are like more impactful for like the world building they have going on should be voiced. So yeah. Anyways. But yeah, that's true. The number of NPCs in the Archon quest that sound like a robot is crazy. So like realistically, it means a lot of these quests would just have meh voice acting anyways. I don't know. Yeah, I talked about Nefer for a long time, as Mostris. You can rewind the stream if you want to see more. Rewind the stream to when you see like Frina just standing still for like an hour straight. A different time from Bakunoa. You must slay it. Easy. Okay. Why are so many hyper rich people weirdos? I mean, I think you just see the weirdos more. Because having money means you have a lot of power. And it means you have a lot of ability to get your voice out there. But like, what's an example of a hyper rich person? Okay. Sorry, we can maybe yap about it in a second. Too much things to actually pay attention to visually. Okay. Oh boy. So he's Animo. And this thing is kind of scary. But the thing is, I can have him. And also, I got D. Yeah. No. Do I not have Frina? Frina, can you actually like apply Hydro? Where the hell are you targeting? Wait, what is this? Oh. Way out power, I see. I understand, yeah. Climb into the Bakunoa's head? Okay. Apparently this sword is much stronger than I expected. I wanted to attack the normal way. Can you attack the normal way? Okay, I have to test. Like, this is a really tanky team. Can I just attack this the normal way? It's gonna be annoying as hell though. Because it sucks me away. Like, I do damage to it. I don't think I have to engage with the Calamity of Eshu. Dia is strong enough. He'll heal back up. Oh. Has 50 million HP. Okay, so. Alright, well. If it's gonna heal, there's no reason for us to try. Come on. Oh, I timed that well. I wasn't sure what D was there for a second. Oh no. I mistimed it. Oh, he also didn't hit me. Aim better, bro. Big Chad, he doesn't do much damage to Dia. Yeah, that's just how Dia rolls. It's kind of cool looking. Oops. Pretty sure I was supposed to get that landed on his foot. I didn't realize. Oops, should have had my skill up. She probably would have saved it. I thought it was the shield ability again, not the, I didn't realize it was a different ability. You can fight it normally? Oh. Someone said it healed. Was I really misinformed by someone? Was I just denied a fun, really tanky fight? Oops. So it just takes a long time. Can't attack these. Crystallized triggers is funny. Alright. Yeah, it would be more fun if I could fight it normally, but is there? I assume there's no way to refight it. There's all C6 teams, I see. You can go back and fight it as many times as you want. Okay, okay, cool. Resets every couple days. Cool, cool. Get more pages for lore every 3 days. Wee. Okay. It might be that just the story version heals, and then when you hit it again after, it doesn't heal. That could be where the stuff about it healing came from. Nah, I tried it. Okay, it just heals always. Alright. Changed about level 100. It's more balanced now for across the board. There's less of a weird gulf in that. Like, it's a lot better to use for Hyperbloom Raiden as far as like a damage improvement level. But you can rewind if you want more of my yacht for that. In my opinion, it's a better change. It's a good change because it means it's just like the Hyperbloom, like leveling Raiden to 100 is similar to like getting Llama signature weapon for your Bloom team. Like, it's something you can do, but it's not so significant that like if you see someone with level 100 Raiden, you're just like, ah, that damage is impossible for me to achieve, right? Which is why I think it's a good thing. Because of the implementation for how impossible it is to achieve. It doesn't mean I think the implementation of level 100 is good. Okay. What? Okay. They only wielded the power of anima. Flexible principles indeed. Okay. What the frick is all this? I don't think I recognize most of these. The glory of Vindogner parish, buried beneath the sow, witnessed the sun children dancing in their white night, beheld the magnificence of Gurabad submerged in the sea of sand. The vessels of flesh and blood in the Moshiri ceremonious like the broken colossi of Remuria, brush my fingers across the soiled colors of the murals in the Kakwi Tower. Oh, there's dragons behind it. Yeah, so you're old as shit. None of these places in my memory belong to me. What? Okay. Weird. me start this quest. It's in the little lake. You talk to the cactus man in the little lake to the left of the new area, the new summer area. While we poop in fire. Without the power of Bacchanal, we'll never be able to enter the true marge of Ari. Let me leave you a final parting gift. A flower. Blooms in the flames. Later the fire is turned into ashes, you will see the glowing embers of this flower shining through dark smoke. Okay. Okay. Wow. Good job, Sulali. Tricking Anjo into thinking you were gone. The Lava Walker set has his lore. Cool. Anjo is the Lava Walker. I see. Hello. Rui with the random 10 cat. Thank you. With no message attached. I appreciate it, but it's a little funny having no message attached. It's just, here's money for nothing. I appreciate it. I don't know. Hello, J Strike. We are almost done streaming this. I think I'm gonna go fight the cactus in the overworld after this. I do want to fight that, but he's a former pirate archons. Okay. The other pirate archons 500 years ago. Okay. Birthday in Baccanoa. Okay, yeah. The Venus is settled in Mondstadt. Okay. I think I already looked around a little bit before, right? No, could handle it right now. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, cool. It's fine. Okay, cool. Okay. Read the note you get, will do. Come and visit more often. I go there all the time and you're not there. Don't you be accusing me of not visiting. Alright. So we got a wait, we actually got a lava walker flower. Like the actual artifact. I thought it was gonna be Thor thing. Gosh, I gotta scroll down. What? Does it not show Forza artifacts on this freaking screen? Oh my god. Right. No, it isn't. Okay, it isn't an actual artifact. It was a thing. Okay. Another 2CAD. How are you doing? I'm doing well, Ruby. We were yapping about level 100, and then we were looking at Nefer's kit, which I'm pleasantly surprised by, and then we were doing this quest and a little bit of exploration. Not as much exploration as I hope, that's for dang sure, but that's fine. We got very distracted by Nefer. Yeah, let me go read this. What did you buy Enjo? Once a delicate bloom freshly picked, when did it become like this? I see. Alright. What note did you want me to read? This? Oh boy. The monster at my left hand, chunk of my lower back. Ooh, medical supplies. Dropped my Archon. I dropped Archon knows where. There's no treating wounds. Okay, day. Knocked. He used a flower that blossomed among the ashes to stop my bleeding. Man. He even warned me about getting close to the beasts because they would eat even their own kind. Asked him where he's from. He said he comes from a place called Tunok. I can't. Tanakh. Not his hometown. Strangely, doesn't remember where he was born, but who am I to question him? Not left without taking a rest. Bye-bye. With my body doesn't know. I should be late. Might be too late already. I'm prepared and knows my last adventure. Swear to use every last drop of blood in my body to uncover the secrets of this place, as sure as I am the great adventurer Stanley. Hans, so long as you make it back to Mondstadt safely, my efforts have not been in vain. If a day should come when another member of the guild returns here, I hope they can find the records I left behind. Ad Astra Abyssosque. What the hell? AI Publishing, you can pick up mangas for Sea Lolly there. I believe I already did that. Can you pick up more after the initial ones that you do? Alright, how do I return to fight Bakanawa? Do I just have to come back to this thing? And then go, like, sit down at the thing? Pick chest if he hasn't yet? I think I did pick the chest up. If I recall. Bakunawa. Fight him after the 3-day reset. Yeah, that's not. I already knew that. Go to the main throne again. Yeah, I just wanted to know if that was the way I actually got back to it. But, yep. Okay. Figured. Cool. Well, that was an interesting quest. I liked it. Let's. Yeah, Rip Stanley. I forgot where. Is it over here? It'll be over here. I want to fight the cactus quick. But yeah, the quest over there. That was not where it was. Oh, I think it might be here. Oh, what was it saying? Yeah, I don't know. Enjoyable quest. Don't have much more thoughts about it. Like visually, for what shows up as a random side quest on your map and in the list, you know, going and fighting a big ol' monster and having the important Enjo stuff there. It's all good. It's all enjoyable. Genshin side quests can be pretty good sometimes. Nefer is dead. Not ideal, but not the end of the world. Alright. These echoes is really cool. Yeah, I like it a lot. I get my best sleep. I may as well just wait. Okay. Really? Bro, why do you move so often? In this, Nova world. Duck. I just whipped. Wait, maybe I did fight it? Oh. I didn't do the achievement. Okay. I could have sworn I fought that on a different account. I did fight on this account. I literally don't remember doing that. Alright, well that was unnecessary. Just for the funsies. See, Lollyhead just happens to be in her house with the anecdotes now and scares the shit out of you. I mean, have you checked? You should check. Why not? What point in time did you talk about Nefer's kit? Probably about an hour-ish in. If you watch the YouTube VOD, J-Strike, I was just standing with Farina, and like, so Farina will just be idle for a while, because I didn't show it directly. I probably could have showed it, but don't want to risk Smoil smiting me. Why did I go to the wrong side, as always? Round 250? Well, I talked about Nefer's kit at a lot of different points, but I'm pretty sure it was more like an hour and a half in. I don't think it took me 3 hours to actually start talking about Nefer's kit. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I don't know. I didn't. There was not. It was not like a small section, mind you. Like, I got distracted by like weapon yap and various other things. It was my typical, you know, long-winded thing. So don't expect it to be short. If you were looking for, condensed thoughts, I am looking. The main takeaway and important thing is that they are not forcing 100%. You can use Nefer with Bloom Cores. You just have to either play her with only her as the only Nog Cry, or you just don't press her skill. There's no Sea Lolly. How rude of her. It would be a nice touch if Sea Lolly actually did show up here sometimes. I had a little dialogue snippet, but oh well. Anyways. Let's go use my Resonant Poems only real quick, and then that's the stream. And then we'll see if I can actually get a video done for tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. How about we throw up a Twiddle? Yeah, we went over and she's not there. I suppose it is a reminder. I mean, I haven't visited or had my parents come visit my new apartment yet. By the way, I still don't have a couch because it's really annoying to fit a couch into my apartment. It's like the most freaking nightmare awkward hallway situation, like to try to get furniture in this freaking apartment. So it makes it such a pain in the ass to like even consider like looking at like couches on Facebook Marketplace or whatever. So I don't know. I'm considering like buying a couch that is very breakdownable, but it's like not cheap. Not like over super expensive, but I don't know. I didn't want to spend hundreds of dollars for a freaking couch, right? But like, I don't have a couch yet. And I did not properly think about how much of a pain in the ass that would be before renting here. Anywho's, point being, I've been a little bit sick. And I haven't gone to visit my grandparents because my grandpa could get very sick from someone visiting him that is a little bit sick. So, you know. Anyways. Move my resin quick, and then... Oh. Did you finally build that shelf? That was built a while ago. I built that quite a while ago. Potentially amazing polearm gotcha? What do you mean? You mean the dude? The big boy? I'm just gonna assume he's not playable. But we'll see. Goodwill couch, don't mind the lice. No, the problem is the size. Like, the problem is the logistics of figuring it out if I can even fit a couch in to the space. Like, not inside. The inside of the apartment has plenty of space. Like, fit it into the door and into the, like... It's an actual pain in the ass. It's a logistics problem of fitting it in the first place. Not a can I find the couch at all problem. Measure? I did measure before and I couldn't fit it in. It's a little bit more messy than that. I don't know. Like, you telling me to measure, like, thanks. Yeah, go figure. Like, I did that. I measured before and thought things could be oriented around, but it's not as simple as like 3D objects aren't just measure the height, width, and whatever and be like, yeah, I can or can't fit that. It's not as simple as that. And if I'm just going by, it can't be anywhere like wider than this. I can only fit in a freaking couch for toddlers. Like, if I'm going by like that. And it's actually a much more complicated geometrical question for what size of couch can I actually fit through the mess of a stupid hallway situation. And it's only annoying because of like a freaking little like fire hydrant jut out part of the thing that like, whatever. Not a fire hydrant, a fire extinguisher. Just not a fire hydrant in the building. Okay. Disassemble the couch, and not all couches can be disassembled. That's literally my point. And that I probably need to buy something like a friggin' disassemblable couch. But that's a pain in the ass. Anyways. You were so close. If it's not 4-line pieces, I can't really get upgrades from pieces. For Arlecchino. It's gonna be attack percent. No, I lied. Alright. Crit or dead? You min-rolled. You're insulting. You're trash. I don't know why I'm still leveling it. It's literally irrelevant. Okay. This is also useless, but... I mean, that's triple max roll, which is funny. I don't know. Is this relevant? So, you might say no. The thing is... What's funny... Technically, this has no bad rolls. No, I don't think I'm gonna use it. But okay. So funnily enough, that might have been not that far away from being an upgrade. Funnily enough, with high roll values, but it's not quite there. It's a funny artifact. I like having it, honestly. It's garbage relative to my other pieces. Realistically, it's also funny to have at the same time. So I don't know. Anyways. As a good example of like, I can use that artifact to show how it's not really the end-all be-all that I need to have a bunch of crit. I'm gonna have so much crit in my other artifacts already. That's just a piece with a bunch of attack percent. It's pretty dang good. Yeah, so that was a 4-liner. Could have been more interesting. Off-piece flower for Eonson? That might actually be an option, yes. In the context where Eonson does not need much energy, which is a lot of actual context. I forgot I equipped that on you. I was confused for a second. No, that's the wrong thing. Where's the Scofier? Ah, yes. You might not need 190 ER in this team. Maybe. I'll have to look at things. I don't think so, though. I think I have better off pieces. You can rotate the couch around the hydrant. It's in the wall. It's like the fire extinguisher is in the wall. Like, I can't rotate around the wall. It's a wall. Like the hallway gets noticeably skinnier, and then also the relative positioning of like the door as I come into the apartment makes things even further awkwarder for trying to orient things in. Like, I appreciate you trying to give me advice, but like, you do not know what I already have tried to go through to get a godforsaken couch in the apartment. I know the situation. I appreciate the advice, but you can stop. You haven't seen it. I don't really need to. It's like. Yes, rotating things is a way to try to get things in. We tried. And I'm not saying no couch will fit, but it's a pain in the ass. And it makes it very hard to just be like, ah, yes, I'm gonna go get that couch and pick it up and be like, yes, I can get that in. 'Cause it's not, like, I can't be 100% sure I can actually get it in. And it's a really big pain in the ass if I can't get it in. I already went through that once. Don't want to go through it again. So basically I'm at, if it's not specifically a couch that I can have taken apart into small pieces, that it is much more convenient to get in without having to be a giant pain in the ass, then I don't really want to consider it right now, which makes it a lot more of a pain in the ass to find a couch. But like, I understand how geometry and moving furniture around works, guys. I appreciate it, but like, I know. Yeah, next time I'll go into creative mode. Rent a helicopter, dropshipper through your giant window? Yeah, exactly. That would solve the upstairs neighbor problem, too. Alright, well that was incredible. Wait, we have more resin. Anyways. We're gonna condense 3 more resin here, because I think if I condense 4 resin, I will not have enough to condense 5 resin tomorrow. Can't wait. Tomorrow is the last day of caring about condensing resin for daily grind. So I'll just farm things manually from now on. And only condense resin for future storage. What a wonderful change. What a wonderful change. And meanwhile, somehow people are negative about it, because, I don't know. Because no, the fundamental problem is clearly that, like, look, I'm not saying that the resin system is perfect, don't get me wrong, but like, people complaining about what is only a positive change is funny to me. You can keep condensed resin now? What do you mean? What do you mean you can keep condensed resin always? More than 5? No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying condensed resin will be 60, and normal resin runs, instead of being like you use 20 resin, you can use 40 resin without condensing any resin anymore. So the literal same exact amount of time I spend like per domain run, I can spend without having to do the prerequisite stupid condensed resin. Right? So I don't have to make condensed resin at all anymore. Like, having to make condensed resin for the purpose of freaking shortening the daily grind has always been really stupid. Now, condensed resin is used for what it should be used for, which is just for storing a little bit of resin for the next day when I don't feel like spending it in that day. Now raise the cap. I don't think the cap matters to 300. I don't, like, the cap is already above what it generates daily. I think they should add in an overflow system like they have in their other games, but what people also don't seem to realize is this is the overflow system. And now, so as of next patch, the overflow system is 300. But instead of it being the overflow system like Zenless or Star Rail has, where it's overflow that you generate at less rate per day, right? Because like those games don't have the condensed. Well, Star Rail has the weird condensed resin that can only be used in Simulated Universe, but yeah. Zenless doesn't have any way to condense the resin. It's just the overflow system, and it's fine. I don't really care. I definitely prefer Zenless's resin system. Don't get me wrong. But it's like, that's what condensed resin is. It's the overflow system. And I think that's what it was originally meant for. And I think that's what the change is meant to address. It's meant to make it so that people can just use condensed resin as an overflow system, rather than this system of making the daily grind shorter like they have been using before. Anyways. I like it being 240 because that's a multiple of 60. So is 300. You can't use condense for bosses? Yeah, exactly. Which means it'll deal with that issue where, like, like me and many other people like have the habit of like condensing the freaking resin when we log in and then being like, oh shit, I meant to go spend that resin on bosses today, right? So it'll avoid that because no longer will I feel the need to condense my resin for the daily grind. Therefore, the resin won't be condensed and I can just spend it on bosses. Like I won't accidentally condense my resin anymore. Well, I might still, like as I try to break the habit of doing it daily, mind you. But anyways. And also, you generate 180 resin per day. So now, if you still do want to condense your resin, because you can still do that and you will save a little bit of grinding time, whatever. Now, the daily resin splits evenly into condensed resin too, because you generate 180 resin per day, so now it goes into 3 resin exactly, 3 condensed exactly. I will say that it kind of annoys me that they don't just make it so we can store, at minimum they didn't make it so you can store like 6 condensed resin instead of 5 would have been a nice change, because at least that would have functionally been 2 days of overflow equivalent. Instead we're in this awkward almost 2 days of overflow amount, which is just kind of like, come on, really? But anyways, you said condensed resin would be the overflow storage for bosses. Bruh, like if you are concerned about farming for bosses, then just log in and farm the damn bosses. Like you still get to save your resin and use it somewhere else. Like if you don't have time today to farm bosses, then fine, condense your resin, but you can use that resin elsewhere. It's still resin that gets put into use somewhere else for leveling up a character. You can go use it for the character's talents. Bosses aren't the only thing you need to farm. It's fine. Like what? Like I don't get what you're trying to say. Like what you're trying to say? It's a problem that I don't really think it's a problem. I think the only problem with condensed resin not being able to be used for bosses before was because of the stupid habit of condensing resin for daily time save, and then the moments where you need to use it. And it was stupid before because of the fact that bosses were 40 cost and condensed resin were also 40 cost. So the fact that you couldn't use it. Now, the fact that it's 60 cost and bosses are 40 cost, like, okay, it makes sense because it is different cost. So I don't know. At least it actually makes sense now, and I'm not going to feel pressured to time save it anywhere near as much. Anyways, whatever. Yes, I think the fact that you can't, like, uncondensed resin is stupid. I don't think it's perfect. I do not think it's perfect. I think it's ass still. But it's a pretty meaningful improvement to me. I'm going to appreciate it. I'm just gonna I'm gonna get used to it, and then like 6 months in the future, I'm gonna be like, do you guys remember when we had to freaking condense resin daily? Do you remember 3 years straight of having to do that? 5 years for some of you? How nice this reality is now? So, yes, craft the resin for 40 resin to get it 100 free resin next patch. Yeah. That is the plan. That's why I'm not condensing this resin right now. It's because I'll probably log in like noonish tomorrow, so before I'm full. I'm gonna try to get 5 carryover resin to the new patch. Gotta get Flynn's artifacts. We gotta do Flynn's artifacts right away now. Yeah. Although I'm expecting might not be able to use that right away. Let's see. Condensed resin wasn't there at launch. Okay. Sorry, it was added 2 months later. Leaks not allowed in live comments? Do you really think leaks are not allowed in a YouTube video that has Nefer in the title? Also, no. Why would I don't know. I'm sorry. Anyone who like bans people from talking about leaks in chat is kind of cringe. Just saying, that's cringe behavior from Genshin streamers. That's a real cringe. Like, to be clear, if the streamer says, no, I don't want to be spoiled about things, you should respect that. But, like, there's a difference between that and leaks not allowed. So, no. Obviously, you can talk about whatever. I think it's stupid to even treat beta information as leaked information anyways. It's just beta information. That's what I talk about 99% of the time. Maybe not 99, but whatever. You get the point. The only thing I meaningfully talk about and try to draw conclusions from, at least, is stuff in beta. And I think you have to, because if you care about the combat of the game at least at all. I think you have to, because if you don't, that's how the gacha formula fucks you over. Because you have to be able to plan your shit. If you can't plan your crap, if you can't like look ahead to see at least what's coming out next patch, you can't plan what you do in the current patch, in my opinion. So, yeah. Anyways. Your eyes will sparkle when you see the new 4-star poem. I looked at it before. It's interesting. I do think it'll like R5 of it is interesting in particular. The problem is it's gonna be on a non-polar banner. I almost guarantee you. they're gonna be cringe and run it on a non-polar banner. So, and even if they run it on polar banner, like what? Like I'm gonna wish for Flynn's polar, but unless they release a 5-star polar unit, or they who is even a likely rerun for a polar unit that would make it tolerable to try getting that weapon. I don't know. Like you say my eyes are sparkling, but realistically on polearms only. I don't know. The only reason it's even interesting for polearms only is because of the fact that I didn't get a Nefer's signature weapon, and I'm fairly, at least for Nefer's damage, or honestly even for Flynn's damage, because of the fact that the technically the gacha polearm, the gacha 4-star polearm might have the ability to be better than a Nefer's signature because of the energy value it can give, and higher base attack, resulting in a higher attack stat for a Nefer, which would buff a Nefer's EM and buff the on-fielder's EM, notably Flynn's EM, more. So I actually, funnily enough, I don't think it's better because like I'd assume the lunar charge damage bonus from a Nefer's signature weapon is good enough to beat it out, but probably not very much. Like, it's probably not that much better, right? So Genshin CCS says they don't want it in live chat because there are some people who don't want to be spoiled, but they themselves don't care about seeing leaks, but like to keep that spoiler free for others. Yeah, but like in my opinion, like story, yeah, duh, sure, that's a spoiler. But like kit leaks is not spoilers. Like I'm sorry. I don't know. I really dislike the mindset that like hearing about a character kit before release is what, ruining your first impression of the character. Like, oh no, I'm not letting Mihoyo manipulate me into thinking something is better than it is because I just like I don't know. I think it's really, really bad for yourself if you fall into the habit of like, I'm just gonna save my first impressions to when I see Mualani the first time in game, because most of the time your first impressions in game are more likely to be positive because you get to see the pretty animations for yourself and use them for yourself, and then the banner's right there already, right? Whereas if you get your first impressions from the beta, like you just go and see the freaking animations yourself or whatever. Like we're not sharing animations in chat either, right? Like so we're not forcing people to see the animations, but like, you know, just talking about them, being like, yeah, the animations are out. You guys can go look it up if you're interested, and then talking about the kit and the implications that has for team building and whatever. Like I don't know. Like anyone that. There should be no one that's like looking forward to Nefer that watched me yap about my initial like read through of her kit that they should be their experience should be ruined. Like I don't know, it's just not that kind of game where like, I feel like that's something that meaningfully matters. And I know it might be a little bit an asshole take, and I'm someone who values not being spoiled about things on a content level for games and media in general, but like it's not the same thing when it comes to it. Like I don't. It's like, the problem is I think a lot of people have a very different relationship from how I conceive of my relationship with like gacha games in general. The characters are the products, right? Like these are products. These are being sold to us. Like would you like, if someone tells you, if like let's say you're like you mentioned to someone like, oh, my iPhone's kind of going to shit. And then someone's like, oh, have you heard the new iPhone leaks? And you're just like, oh, No, don't tell me. I really need to get my first impression from Apple. I need to see their advertising to let me decide if I want the new iPhone. Don't tell me. I know I just told you that my iPhone's going to shit, but like, no. Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me anything about the new iPhone. No. I need to hear it from Apple, the most trusted source to tell me about the iPhone.
No problem. I can add them shortly. I'm quite used to it.
Because that's what it feels like when people are like, I don't want to see anything about, like, I don't want to even hear people talk about leaked kits, right? And also, spoilers for the iPhone event this year. Apple's gonna come out with the iPhone Air. So if you want, you can pay more. You can pay more for a thinner iPhone that has worse battery life. I'm not kidding. that's the current new thing Apple has planned this year. You can pay more for a thinner iPhone with less battery, and you can pay even more for the Pro iPhone with better camera and more battery. And like oh no, don't tell me about the new iPhone. Like I'm pretty sure most normal humans are like, because that implies they're going to buy, like, you know, their phone, they're considering buying a new product, right? They're considering buying a new product. More information that they have ahead of time to think about whether or not they want to buy a particular new iPhone is probably appreciated. That's the same shit with gacha games to me. Like, gacha games are a platform where, like, the characters are the products sold within the platform of the game. And I think it's really important to know some information ahead of time. If you want to remain unspoiled for animations, I get that. But like, you can watch plenty of people that talk about things without showing anything, like me, or Jeff in his pre-release content, or whoever, TGS, right, does like coverage of like analysis of a kit before, without showing any footage of it, right? Like, if you want to maintain animations unspoiled, I get that, but you know, and if you don't care about the content of the game, it doesn't freaking matter. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. But I don't know, just on a level of like, these are products being sold to you. I don't think it's a good relationship to have with the game. To be like, nah, I don't want to hear anything until release. I want to let my impression be completely controlled by MiHoYo, the trusted source for new characters information. I want MiHoYo, who definitely has zero vested interest in making me think a certain way about new characters. Anyways, want to pull for Nefer? Does that mean you have to pull for Lauma? How much do you care about the endgame combat? I don't know. That's just the state of the game currently. Is do you actually need the character's best team? Because I don't think Nefer's going to be dysfunctional without Lauma. But if you want Nefer to clear dire difficulty, definitely yes. If you want Nefer to feel comfortable clearing fearless difficulty, like with ease, also maybe yes. But more in the context, I would say, of like future Stygian onslaughts that are less specifically shilling. Because like the one shilling, because there's going to be a Stygian onslaught release, right? That is out with when Nefer comes out, and that Stygian onslaught is almost surely going to have a boss that specifically is inclined towards making Nefer feel good, and she's probably going to feel good in that Stygian, even that fearless, during her release. But like future Stygian onslaughts that are shilling for different characters, it might be harder to make Nefer feel good to use there. Not necessarily hard, like it might not be that hard. I don't know how future Stygians and future boss designs are going to go. I don't know. But like, it will be much easier to guarantee being able to have Nefer feel very good and compelling in the end game content. But if it's for Abyss context, I don't think it matters. I think it's going to be a Skirk situation, but I don't know. We'll see how she's balanced at the end of the day. But I think it's going to be a Skirk situation where like, I'm of the opinion that for like Abyss context, it just barely matters. Like I don't think I would feel that much pain from not having a Escoffier on my main account for Skirk from an Abyss context. like it would still be, like to be clear, I still like having I like having Skirk Escoffier as a option for Abyss, because it's a very, very nice, completely brain off option to clear Abyss many of the time. So, anyways, yeah, it feels the balance of scales of the consumer unfriendly gotcha FOMO mechanics. Some content creators tiptoeing around talking about it can frustrate me sometimes. Yeah, and like, there's so many content creators that are super scared to talk about it because they're like they don't want to poke the gold. They don't want to scare away the golden goose. But like, that confuses me because I know for a fact. Well, I shouldn't say know for a fact. I know for a fact that some of them, to be clear, some of the bigger ones do get direct money from hoyovers. But like, most of the people that are like really scared of like talking about things are just scared of like things because there's nothing that like MiHoYo doesn't actually enforce as much as they think they do. MiHoYo doesn't really care about people talking about shit. They don't like people sharing things pre-release, and that I get, because things can be unfinished and whatever. They don't like sharing footage. I ain't gonna share Nefer's footage, obviously. But anyways, I don't know. Like, it's just, I know for a fact that many Genshin content creators should not be as scared of like discussing leak things as they are. Like, they're not going to scare the gold. They're not going to scare away the golden goose. So, anyways, I suspect MiHoYo itself leaks some stuff. I mean, that's always been like, it's not. It's like that's not even that like hot of a conspiracy theory, because ever since ever since I would say the Apple like iPhone 4 leak incident happened, and the absolute functional like marketing craze that indirectly happened, like that without Apple actually marketing. Like, I don't think the iPhone 4 was leaked on purpose. But in case anyone isn't aware, the iPhone 4 was like left at a bar from some like, you know, Apple employee. And then it got picked up and leaked around, and like it was wildly discussed. Like, everyone was talking about the iPhone 4. And that, in my mind, was the first very noticeable public incident, public example of a leaked tech product in particular. And ever since that happened, suddenly, very consistently, pretty much every phone manufacturer, you ended up getting like some amount of pre-release information about like every meaningful phone manufacturer. Like things like what the phone looked like and other random ass, usually minor unimportant details. Before the release. And my point with this is that that is not a coincidence. I think companies realize that leaked information of their products coming up was of potential benefit to them if they were the one controlling some of the information going out. And I think that's what MiHoYo has found as well in the Genshin space, in the gacha space in general, where like, no matter what they do, especially for a game the size of Genshin, they're not going to be able to control all the information, right? They're not going to be able to 100% stop leaks from happening, right? It might seem like to an executive level that any amount of pre-release information is bad to go out, but some amount of pre-release information is going to get out there somehow. It's not possible to control everything with the scale of level of interest that a number of people want to see information pre-release. Especially when you're running betas to like test things and whatever, yada yada. Right, no matter what NDAs you make people sign, blah 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 blah, some information is going to get out there. So what you can do to address that is do your damn best with controlling what exact information gets out there. And MiHoYo really dislikes like very early, like they went wild on cracking down on like I think the Fontaine leaks, was it Fontaine leaks that we had like really early information that was like actually quite accurate and of like designs of characters and whatever, that kind of shit they hate. But they almost assuredly purposefully let out some information But realistically, all they do is they just control the pre-beta information. They seem to not care or meaningfully enforce beta leaks, other than, you know, they will take down footage or whatever, but they don't like go much further than that. So anyways, so like if you want footage of Nefer animations, if you want to refer to it for some reason, you should go and like save what you saw right now, take a phone screen recording or download it through whatever. So anyways, yeah, everything in beta is everything they can afford for people to see, is my vibe. And it's not that they necessarily intentionally send out leak information. Like I don't think any of the footage we got from Nefer today was MiHoYo releasing that footage. But it was MiHoYo not really, like, they know how the cycles work. They're not stupid. They don't care. It's just the cycle. And their lawyers get a little bit of money sending DMCA's claims to YouTube to take down the footage post to YouTube or whatever the site. That's all it is. So anyways, I don't know. I think talking about as a Genshin creator focused on as a Genshin creator who is largely engaged with the game long term, and I have a focus on combat and whatever, even if I still enjoy the other aspects of Genshin, my content is obviously focused on Genshin. I think it is actually wrong of me to not talk about this stuff, at least in the live format where I can interact with people and discuss them. Like I think it's important to try to help people be more aware of things. Other creators can do whatever the hell they want to do ultimately, like, because anyone that wants that information, they probably know they can find it somewhere. So, but for my part, I think it is something I need to talk about on some level, with my position as a Genshin content creator who talks about or cares about the combat. So, because it's a gacha game, and I think you need to know about the future stuff a little bit to make healthy decisions as far as the combat is concerned. If you don't care about the combat, then just pull whatever character you like for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. Anyways, weird to me that UGC mode is entirely its own thing, its own payment model and separate battle pass. Nothing from the main game carries over. Yup, it's a different game. It's a different game. I will probably do some stuff in it, but I don't know. It's a Roblox style thing, and it very well could result in Genshin having like meaningful staying power, but at least initially, I don't know. Like, is it something that I will mess around with, and I will have the will I end up with having like an idea for something to create in it? Maybe. Will it be an opportunity for me to like go into it and try out whatever things other people create? Yeah, for sure. I'd be down with doing like viewer submitted Millie Astra Wonderland, whatever it's called, submissions. And play random stuff that people make and want me to play. But it's ultimately a different game. Just using Genshin assets. It's a different game in my opinion that's under the Genshin IP, with just a little bit of weirdness in that like it's tagged on to the main game as a method of not requiring people to have a separate downloaded for things, and that's kind of interesting. But I guess that kind of means we can create combat stages to be used inside Genshin and challenge others and ourselves with our own teams. As far as I'm aware, you can't. Unless, or did we get clarification that you actually can? Because as far as I'm aware, there's probably the ability to make some kind of combat thing, but it's going to be with like you won't be able to carry over what you actually have in your existing account. Columbina comes out for Reno, will still be worth pulling for a Skirk team. Well, you gotta remember, Skirk teams are in a state where Skirk, Escoffier, Farina is this balance right now where there's like 5, 6-ish different options for like who is the best last slot in the team. And the fact of the matter is different last slot characters can be a little bit better or worse. depending on different enemy contexts for Skirk. And different content contexts too. Stygian versus Abyss, whatever, right? So as far as Skirk's best team goes, I think it's very likely that Columbina will be the best last slot. And it might be by a significant degree. So Skirk's best team will become Columbina, Farina, Escoffier, Skirk. But does that mean you have to play that team? No. And my hope would be Skirk gains another option in having a different team that does not rely on Farina. But we'll see. Update out yet? You're early by a day? You are early by a day. Approximately 24 hours and plus 2-ish hours from now, the update should be out. I'll be doing a waiting room stream tomorrow. But anyways. That was what I was looking forward to most in it. Haven't really looked much into it. I see. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was hoping as well. I was hoping that this mode would allow users to create custom combat content with whatever they can dream up, right? Let's say, I don't know, a Hollow Zero equivalent. I don't know. Would have been sick, right? Or for those Star Rail players, a simulated universe equivalent. Whatever else, but if we can't bring our existing characters into it, it's pointless. So yeah. Anyways, another games patch live stream this week, or did I mix my weeks up? Maybe Star Rail does. I don't know. Which is aiming to be like Fortnite. A bunch of people have Fortnite without playing actual Fortnite. Yeah. I have neither. So do you think that Columbine will already be worse or better than Farina? You don't have a Escoffier? Plan on a Escoffier first. Star Rails Friday. Let's see. You do, but Farina. Well then, I don't know. I wouldn't concern yourself too much right now with that question because it's like you're asking a highly specific question, yo. Like, I don't know what Columbine is going to be. You can go rewind my stream if you want the hypothetical discussion I had where I talked about her buffing attack and whatever before. But like, depending on how exactly Columbina buffs and like if she has requirement to buffing, if she's a buffer at all, maybe she's just an omega damage dealer. Like, we don't know what her exact kit is. I have guesses I can make. And my hope is that she would be very similar to Farina. Like if you just swap out Farina for Columbina, my hope is that Skirk's teams with Columbina or Farina, not them together, but just swap them out for each other, would be relatively similar in practice. It is my hope. Because I think Skirk needs alternatives, but Skirk doesn't necessarily need to get stronger, right? But I don't know that'll be the case. I don't know. It's just a hypothetical. We could do the math of like seeing what Columbina would have to buff, like of attack. Because that's what I want. I want Columbina to be an attack buffer, a team-wide attack buffer. We could try to figure out, like, we go into the spreadsheets and try to figure out what value for an attack buff Columbina would need to have in conjunction with her personal damage multipliers in order for her to be equivalent to Farina. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe she deals no damage and only buffs EM and CR. Maybe they introduce Lunar Freeze. Maybe they don't introduce Lunar Freeze, right? That can change things too, since Freeze does no damage. So I don't know. And the fact of the matter is, Farina's not rerunning right now. Will Farina rerun soon? Probably, maybe? Question mark? I don't know. Like they're gonna rerun Nahida, so and they tend to do like these Archon back-to-back reruns. And Farina reran a little while ago at this point. So is Farina likely to rerun soon? Yes. My hope for you in your case, but since we don't know when Farina's gonna rerun, my hope for you in your case is that they don't rerun Farina until we have more solid information on what Columbina is going to be. But Columbina is rumored to be in 6.3, which would make sense. I would kind of prefer if she was 6.2, but it's probably going to be 6.3. Columbina is probably going to be 6.3. So that would mean by version 6.2, or more specifically, the not by version 6.2 per se, but wait, no, sorry. Yeah, no, by version 6.2, right? My brain is braining. Like right now we're at the end. Like think for a second. Right now we are at the end of version 5.8, and we have Nefer's kit in version 6.1. So actually, yes, by version 6.2 we should have Nefer's kit, which means actually by the end of version 6.1 we will hopefully have Columbina's kit, right? If things line up similar to how they lined up this patch. And that would mean as long as they don't rerun Farina in the first half of 6.1, it is likely that we will have Columbina's actual real kit information enough to a degree to answer the question of whether Columbina versus Farina makes sense. Like skipping Farina could make sense for Skirk, potentially. That's I'd say that where it's at out. So it just depends on when they rerun Farina. So if they rerun her second half of 6.1 or in 6.2 or later, you're fine. There you go. Because of that reason, I'm pretty sure they'll rerun Farina just before Columbina. Yeah, but if they rerun Farina just before Columbina, that's fine, because we'll have Columbina's kit information. This is why it's important to look at kit information from beta, because then you don't get baited into wishing for Farina because they rerun her the patch before Columbina, and then you find out, because you're like, oh, I want to be spoiler-free, and then you find out in 6.3, oops, Columbina, the character everyone was waiting for, is out, and like, she's just meaningfully better than Farina and the team that you just pulled Farina for. Like, almost like the information existed for your own benefit, but you're like, no, I want to be spoiler-free. And it's like, you could have ignored the animations. You could have been spoiler-free for the animations, but still looked at the kit to make a better informed decision about a product that you're buying. Even if you aren't spending money, you are spending resources that took, like, real, like time investment. That's what the main investment in this game, right? It's like time investment. And, like, even if you don't spend any actual money, right? You're spending resources. You are spending something. So, I don't know. Like, it's a product you're buying, even if you're not buying it with real monies. And being informed is good. Anyways. So, we'll see what Columbina's like. Can't answer a specific question like Columbina versus Farina, like, my hope would be they're similar, but maybe Columbina will be much worse for Skirk. I don't know. Columbina could easily just buff lunar damage reaction bonus by 1,000,000,000%, and if there's no lunar freeze, well, that's kind of irrelevant now. So, yeah, it's too early to say. Leak that Farina will come in 6.1, but no validation right now. Yeah, we'll see. The worst case scenario would be probably Farina rerunning first half of 6.1 with Nefer, and because we're not going to have any more information about Columbina during the first half of 6.1, most likely. We might, but it's going to be a very loose, non-specific information. It's not going to be like from beta information that's reliable. It might be a little bit more than we have now, but like it's still going to be like not anything. You're not going to be able to answer the specific question of skip Farina for Columbina for Skirk, right? At the very least. So hopefully for the benefit of you and the player base in general, they do not rerun Farina in the first half of 6.1, and instead is in the second half, because that would be fine. But second half would mean you would have to wait. Second half would mean you'd have to wait until like the last day of the banner. To be clear, like you'd have to wait till the last day of the banner to decide to pull Farina in order to get the real Columbina kit information. So it'd be right down to the wire. You'd have to be like plan around that and pay attention to, you know, people that are like Zajef or whatever that are gonna do like day one calcs right before the banner ends. Or it's possible we don't get information until after the banner's already ended, and that'd be a little bit annoying, but we'll see. Ideally, that won't have to happen, but we'll see. Don't you mean Luna too? For real? For real? Okay, here. Let's end the stream with this. See this 5.8 there? Do you want to guess what that stands for? Genshin 5.8. It's a version number. I'll give you a Welkin level slide. You can hold me to this, okay? I'll give you a Welkin if I'm wrong. When we log in tomorrow, it's going to say Osrel win 6.0. Yes, I've apparently been live for 7 hours because I'm insane. I'm stupid. My brain is dumb. It's going to say 6.0. And for 6.1, it's going to say... Or, sorry, for Luna 2 in your mind. It's going to say 6.1. Them calling it Luna 1, Luna 2 is just... It's the marketing presentation of the version. We're referring to the same thing when we say 6.0 versus saying Luna 1. If you say Luna 2, it's the same thing as 6.1. I am used to saying version number, so I'm going to continue probably saying version number for quite a while. The marketing name is the marketing name, right? That's fine. Like there can be two names for the same thing. But trying to be like, actually, don't you mean Luna 2, not version 6.1? Like, are you being for real? It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. The fact that you said that means you know what we were referring to. We were referring to version 6.1, aka Luna 2. Whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing. As long as we both know we're calling something the same thing. That's all that's important for human communication to be achieved successfully. We're like, yep, we're talking about the same thing. But like, anyways. But look, I'm willing to be wrong on this, and I'll try to transition to calling it not the version number if the game has no reference to the version number. If the game has no reference to the version number, like it says win Luna 1 underscore whatever numbers, then okay, I'll call it Luna. But otherwise, it's the same thing. Anyways, is the version name changing? I mean, as far as their marketing goes, yeah, they're calling 6.0 Luna 1. And they're calling 6.1 Luna 2, Luna 3, Luna 4. And what they're calling version 7.0 next year, who knows? But it's probably going to have its own name to it. But, you know what? If it says Luna 1, I owe you a Welkin, okay? You can hold me to that. If it's an L.1, yeah. That would count. If it says L.1, that would count. I will count that, okay? They could do it. I just suspect it's not going to. It's going to say 6.0. It'll be funny if it is. I'll log in and be like, God damn it. Minus $5. I'm not getting you all a Welkin. Okay, fine. I'll give 2 Welkins. I will randomly select someone. And I will give one specifically to... specifically to level slide. There you go. Anyways. I've been streaming way too long. Good lord. Lots of things to yap about today. Technically some exploration progress, but also a case study in my brain not doing things other than yapping. So, anywho's, thanks for watching. Tomorrow's stream will probably start later. It'll be a waiting room stream. Unless so I'm either going to try to record tonight, or maybe I will try to wake up and maybe I'll do 2 streams tomorrow. But like, if I do a stream in the morning tomorrow, it's going to be like the yap about Natlan characters stream. Because I don't know, we'll see. Maybe we'll have 2 streams tomorrow, technically, like with like a 5-hour gap between them or something. Streams in some form tomorrow. ZZZ waiting room, maybe? I don't know. I could do ZZZ story, but the problem is I have Silksong to play. So, and I like doing, if I have other games to play, I like playing other games during the waiting room streams. But we'll see. Anyways. And the nice thing about the waiting room streams is it's like the one way I can get my Genshin viewers to watch other games. like not everyone. I don't think I'm gonna get 8 million viewers or anything for Silksong, but like, it's like for some reason the waiting room streams can trick people into watching non-Genshin content because they have no choice, and I can frame it as, well, we're just waiting for Genshin content anyways, and they accept that. I don't know. It works. It does work. So that's what we're doing. Anyways, it'll be the first time I'm doing a waiting room stream on Twitch too. So that'll be fun. But yeah. Anyways, enough yapping. Bye. Wait, I should rate someone. Okay. Bye on YouTube.